Good morning and namaste to one and all. Welcome to the sixth day of the recital. We begin the morning with a dedication. Om Paramatmane Namah. Atha.
नारायणं नमस्कृत्य नारं चैव नरोत्तमं देवीं सरस्वतीं व्यासं ततो जयम् उदीरयेत्। ॐ जन्माद्यस्य यतोऽन्वयाधितरताश्चार्थेष्वभिज्ञास्वराट् तेने ब्रह्महृदाय आदिकवये मुह्यन्ति यात् सूरया तेजो वारिमृतं यथा विनिमयो यत्र त्रिसर्गो मृषाम् धाम्ना स्वेन सदा निराष्टकुहकम् सत्यं परं धीमहि सत्यं परं धीमहि सत्यं परं धीमहि। ॐ
We continue with the reading, beginning at Skanda 10, chapter 71. Athaika Saptatitamo Dhyaya. Visit to Indraprastha. Sri Shuka said, after hearing the words of the Devarshi Narada and grasping the views of the counselors and of Krishna, Uddhava, a man of great understanding, spoke. Uddhava said, O Lord, what the Devarshi has exhorted thee, namely, the rendering of help to the Pandavas, the nephew of thy father, in their effort to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice, has to be accomplished. So also it is incumbent on thy part to offer protection to those who have sought it. It is only one who has conquered all the neighboring countries that is eligible to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice. The subjugation of Jarasandha is necessary for both purposes, namely, to obtain the qualification to perform Rajasuya and to release the kings who have sought shelter at thy feet. Such is my view. We shall receive a great objective by this. The release of the imprisoned kings will bring great glory to thee, O Govinda. It is certain that none generally recognized as strong will be capable of facing in battle this Jarasandha, having the power of 1,000 elephants, except Bhimasena, who too has got an equal strength. Even with an army of 100 Akshahinis, he cannot be conquered. It is only in duel that he could be subjugated and killed. He is highly devoted to Brahmanas. Whatever a Brahmana prays for, he never refuses. Assuming the form of a Brahmana, Bhimasena should go to him and beg of him of a favor. Obtaining that favor of a mutual duel, Bhima will be able to kill him and gain victory in the fight, if it is fought in thy presence. Thou, the Lord of all, art time without any form, and Brahma and Shiva are mere tools of thine in the creation and dissolution of the universe. Just as the gopis sing about thee, and the great rishis and thy servants like ourselves extol thy exploits in releasing the lordly elephant king from the clutches of the crocodile, in rescuing Sita from captivity in Ravana's palace, and thine own parents from Kamsa's prison, so shall the wives of these kings sing in their homes about thy destroying their enemy and securing the release of their husbands, and act equal to their own release. O Krishna, the destruction of Jarasandha will help in the achievement of many more objectives connected with relieving the world of evil ones. The sacrificial festival, Rajasuya, is the result of the fruition of the karmas of jivas, of the good karmas of pious ones like Yudhishthira, and of the evil karmas of Jarasandha and others, whose destruction it is going to cause. Thou too art in favor of the sacrifice. Sri Shuka said, this flawless and very practical advice of Uddhava was approved by the Devarshi Narada, the Yadava leaders, and the Lord himself. Accordingly, Krishna, the all-powerful Lord born as the son of Devaki, gave command to his servants like Daruka and Jaitra to arrange for the journey, and took the permission of his parents for undertaking the same. He arranged for the journey of his consorts and sons with all the necessary attendants and outfits, and then, bidding farewell to Balarama and King Ugrasena, himself got into the eagle-embelmed chariot. I beg your pardon. He arranged for the journey of his consorts and other sons with all the necessary attendants and outfits, and then, bidding farewell to Balarama and King Ugrasena, himself got into the eagle-embelmed chariot, got ready by its charioteer. The Lord now started with a formidable retinue consisting of infantry, chariot, and cavalry regiments led by their commanders, and to the accompaniment of martial music sounded by a variety of instruments like ring-daga, drums, kettle drums, conch, and trumpets, and filling the quarters with their reverberations. He was followed by his consorts and children carried in litters and on horseback, and in golden palanquins, dressed in costly raiments and decorated with precious jewelries, flowers, and unguents. These faithful wives followed Achyuta, protected on all sides by guards armed with swords and shields. Well-dressed maids, dancing girls, and other retinue traveled in litters and in carts, having all their things like materials for camps, carpets, clothes, etc., loaded on oxen, camels, buffalo, asses, mules, and cow elephants. A tumultuous din arose from that army embellished by huge flags, decorated of cloth, umbrellas, and chowries, as also by the head dresses, armors, and ornaments of its men, even like the roar of the waves in the sea, agitated by the movements of huge aquatic creatures like whales under the heat of the sun. Thus, being cordially received and honored by Krishna, and being also informed of his resolution, and having in return prostrated himself before him, Narada started again on his journey through the sky, his mind filled with peace by Krishna's contact and ever held in communion with him. Gladdening the messenger of the kings, the Lord said to him, O messenger, fear not, good fortune will dawn on the kings. I will arrange for the destruction of Jarasandha, the king of Magadha. Being so informed, the messenger returned and conveyed the information to the kings, and the kings waited with expectation for meeting Krishna, as they were aspirants for freedom, both in the physical and the spiritual sense. Krishna, the supreme being Hari, incarnate now, passing through the regions of Anarta, Savira, Maru, desert, and Kurukshetra, left behind many mountains, rivers, towns, villages, cowhead settlements, mines, etc. He then crossed the rivers Drishadwati and Saraswati, and traveling through the lands of Panchala and Matsya, reached Indraprastha, the capital of the Pandavas. Hearing about the coming of Krishna, whose sight is very difficult for men to obtain, Yudhishthira came out of the city along with his relatives and spiritual preceptors to welcome him. Just as Indriyas, sense powers, would eagerly welcome prana, vital energy, on which their existence depends, so did Yudhishthira welcome Rishikesha, the power behind the mind and all its faculties, with intense warmth and cordiality, and to the accompaniment of the sound of songs and musical instruments, as well as of the loud chanting of the Vedas. Excuse me. With a heart melting in love at this long delayed meeting with Krishna, the darling of his heart, Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, embraced him again and again, hugging with both his hands the body of Mukunda, which is the holy residence of Sri, the king Yudhishthira, whose impurities were all thereby destroyed, attained supreme bliss, in complete obliteration of world consciousness. His hair stood on end, and his eyes shed profuse tears of joy. Bhimasena embraced Krishna, his uncle's son, with a smile, and immediately the joyous thrill of love put his senses into abeyance. So also Arjuna and the twins Nakula and Sahadeva embraced him, with profuse tears of joy flowing down their eyes. Arjuna then embraced him again. Nakula and Sahadeva prostrated at his feet. Krishna made obeisance to holy men and to elders according to the rules of propriety, and was in turn greeted by them. He showed due regard and consideration for the representatives of the clans of the Kurus, Srinjayas and Kekayas. Bards, minstrels, songsters, panegyrists, jesters, and brahmanas greeted Krishna, the lotus-eyed, with songs and dances, and by playing on various musical instruments like mridanga, conches, tamburs, flutes, drums, and trumpets. Thus, the worshipful Lord, the fame of holy deeds transcends everything considered holy, entered the decorated city, surrounded and extolled by friends and devotees. In the city, the roads were all well sprinkled with water, which emitted the smell of elephant's ichor. In all places there were decorations of banners, gilded arches, and jars filled with water. Everywhere could be seen men and women of beautiful appearance, dressed in new clothes, scented and bejeweled. He had a view of the capital of the king of the Kurus, full of houses well illuminated and decorated in front with floral designs. From their windows, the smoke of burning incense curled out. Flags were floating everywhere, and the golden domes and silver minarets of mansions greeted his eyes. Hearing of the arrival of him who is to the human eye like a cup that provides an inebriating drink, young women abandoned their household chores and their husbands on their beds and ran to the roadside to have a glimpse of him, unmindful even of the hair disheveled and clothes loosened in their excitement. The women, standing on housetops, saw Krishna with his consorts moving along the road that was full of elephants, horses, chariots, and foot soldiers. They showered flowers on him, embraced him in their hearts, and bade him a hearty welcome with their smiling looks. Seeing the consorts of Krishna about him like stars around the moon, the women began to say, "What auspicious deeds have been done by these women to merit the festivity of bliss conferred on them by the Supreme Lord in human form, charming by his sportive looks and captivating smile."
Groups of citizens and heads of guilds stood here and there on the way with auspicious substances in their hands and honored Krishna by making offerings of them. At the gate of the palace, Krishna and his consorts were welcomed and received by the royal ladies standing with their eyes wide open because of love and excitement, and were taken into the palace. On seeing Krishna, the Lord of the three worlds, but now her nephew, Kunti, the mother of the Pandavas, got up from the cot on which she was sitting with her daughter in law and embraced him. On account of his overwhelming joy, Yudhishthira could not decide in what ways he should worship Krishna after he, the Lord of all Devas, was welcomed and received at home. Krishna duly greeted his aunt and other elderly ladies of the palace, and was in turn saluted by Draupadi and his own sister Subhadra. Panchali, advised by her mother-in-law Kunti, offered various forms of worships to Krishna's consorts Rukumani, Satyabhama, Bhadra, Jambavati, and others. Besides, Kalindi, Kalindi, Mitravinda, Saipya, and Satya, and all the other consorts who had come were worshipped with offerings of cloth and flowers. Yudhishthira offered newer and newer forms of hospitality every day to Krishna, who was comfortably accommodated in the palace, along with his wives, ministers, retinue, and army. This was the exquisitely designed palace built for the Pandavas by Maya, the Asura architect, in return for his life being saved by Arjuna. And he, Arjuna, along with Krishna, enabled Agni, the fire deity, to consume the fire of Khandava. In order to please Yudhishthira, he stayed in Indraprastha for some months, spending his time mostly in driving about with Arjuna. Atha Dvisaptatitamo the destruction of Jarasandha. Sri Sukha said, one day Yudhishthira, sitting in the assembly, surrounded by Munis, Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and his own brothers, teachers, elders of the clan, relatives, and others, said as follows, addressing Sri Krishna. Yudhishthira said, O Govinda, I wish to adore your own holy power manifestations, the Devas with the noblest of sacrifices, the Rajasuya. O Lord, help me fulfill this desire. O Thou who parest the world lotus in thy navel, only those who constantly serve thy feet, meditate on thee, or sing about thy glory are able to overcome the evil that obstructs the spiritual vision, and to attain eternal joy. Whatever other things they desire, those also will come to them. Lord of Lords, let the world witness the power and the glory that comes through the worship of thy lotus feet. Let the Kurus and the Srinjayas see the difference in the fortune of those who are devoted to thee and those who are not. To thee, who art Brahman, the soul of all, equal sighted and ever established in thy inherent bliss, there is no distinction between what is your own and what is not. Still, thy grace is bestowed on those who serve thee, just as in the case of the Kalpa Taru, the wish yielding tree of heaven. Only those who resort to the tree will have their desires fulfilled, not those who keep away from it. According as men serve thee and take shelter in thee, so are the blessings they derive. There is no partiality involved in it. The Lord said, O king, destroyer of your foes, your resolve is correct. By this, your auspicious fame will reach all the worlds. This great sacrifice, Rajasuya, the king of sacrifices, will be to the liking of all the rishis, the pitris, devas, our friends, and of myself, subjugating all kings, gaining suzerainty over all countries and collecting all the sacrificial requisites, this great yaga sacrifice is to be undertaken. O king, these brothers of yours are born of cosmic divinity, Lokapalas. I have been conquered by you in so far as you have gained mastery over the senses and thus conquered your lower self. For I am unconquerable by those who have not conquered their own senses. No one who has made self dedication to me can be exceeded by anyone, celestials or men, in prowess, fame, wealth, or splendor. Shisuka said, hearing these words of the worshipful Lord, the lotus face of Yudhishthira bloomed with joy. He directed his brothers, whose powers had been augmented by the divine energy of Krishna, to subdue the kingdom in all the four quarters. He sent Sahadeva at the head of Srinjaya to the south, Nakula at the head of Matsya to the west, Arjuna at the head of Kekayas to the north, and Bhima at the head of the Madrakas to the east. These powerful brothers, having conquered the kings in the different directions, collected large funds for Yudhishthira to conduct the great sacrifice. While Yudhishthira was worrying over the report that King Jarasandha had not been conquered, Hari proposed a way for achieving his objective as originally suggested by Uddhava. O king, accordingly, disguised as Brahmanas, Bhima, Arjuna, and Krishna went to Girivraja, where Jarasandha, the son of Brihadratha, resided. These, distinct, these disguised Brahmanas went to Jarasandha, who was devoted to Brahmanas, and begged for a favor at the time when he, in puissance, in pursuance of the householder's dharma, was distributing presents among guests. They said, O king, know us to be guests, come from afar to beg of you certain favors. Bestow on us what we desire. It will be for your good. What is there unbearable for those endowed with fortitude? What is there forbidden that evil men will not do? What is there that the generous would not give? And where is it to be found an enemy by one who is same sighted everywhere? He is the ignoble one. He is the pitiable one who fails. While this perishable body is still in good condition to achieve ends that receive the imperishable praise of good men, the stories of Harishchandra, Ranti Deva, Mudgala, who subsisted by gleaning fallen ears of paddy, Emperor Sibi, Mahabali, the dove and the hunter, all these provide famous examples of how the imperishable can be gained by the sacrifice of the perishable body. Jarasandha agreed to duel with Bhima. Sri Sukha said, hearing their voice, deportment, and their palms with the scars made of the bowstring, Jarasandha could easily understand that they were really Kshatriyas whom he had seen sometime somewhere. So he thought, these are certainly men of the royal class in the disguise of Brahmanas. Still, I am going to give them whatever they want, be it life itself. Don't we see that though deprived of all his possessions by Vishnu in the guise of a Brahmana, Bali's unstained reputation only spread everywhere thereby, though knowing very well that it was Vishnu that had come as a Brahmana in order to deprive him of worldly sovereignty in favor of Indra, and though warned of it and obstructed by his preceptor Shukra, that Asura King Bali offered the whole earth in gift to Vishnu. Of what use is the Kshatriya's body which is perishable by nature, if he fails to earn the vast reputation of having used it in the service of holy men. Musing thus, the generous Jarasandha said to the group consisting of Krishna, Bhima, and Arjuna, O Brahmanas, tell me what you want. I shall give you even my head to you. The Lord said, O great ruler, if you have decided so, grant us the favor of a Jew. We are Kshatriyas, come here for battle and not for food. This is Bhimasena, the son of Pritha, and the other is his brother Arjuna, and know me to be their uncle's son, Krishna, who is your traditional enemy. Jarasandha, the king of Magadha, on being so informed, laughed loudly and replied in an angry voice, Fool, I shall certainly give you fight. I shall not fight with you, Krishna, who is a weak-minded coward. You are the one who left your own city of Mathura and took shelter on an island in the sea, out of fear of me. And this Arjuna, junior in age to me and of slender frame, will not be a match for me. Bhimasena, however, is an equal to me. Saying so, he gave a mighty mace to Bhimasena and himself took another and came out of the city. Then, selecting a as level ground as the arena, the two proud warriors closed in combat and began to exchange blows with their diamond-hard maces. Their fight with dexterous movements, wheeling to the left and to the right, was dramatic like the movements of actors on the stage. O king, the mutually clashing mace of there produced a thunderous sound like the task of two taskers in combat. When the fast striking maces of those inflamed warriors fell in quick succession on each other's bodies, on their shoulder, hips, legs, arms, thighs, collarbones, etc., those maces got shattered to pieces like the twigs of a sand plant. Arga Sakha, when struck by on an elephant's body. When these maces were thus broken to pieces, those heroic warriors, in great anger, began to strike at each other with their iron hard fists. Fighting like two elephants, their fists produced sounds resembling thunderclaps as they rained punches on each other. O king, the fight of those two combatants who proved to be equal in skills, strength, and courage, and who showed no sign of fatigue, reached a state of stalemate. O great king, in that way 27 days passed, these heroes fighting during daytime and spending the nights like friends. So one day Bhima said to Krishna, his uncle's son, O Madhava, I find it difficult to overcome Jarasandha. Knowing as he did the peculiar circumstances attending enemy Jarasandha's birth, his immediate death on being born and revival by Jara, Krishna thought of ways of overcoming him after he had infused new spirit and hope into Bhima by his own spiritual power. Krishna, of unfailingly fruitful reflection, now hit on the way of destroying the enemy. He communicated the strategy to Bhima by the gesture of splitting the twig of a tree, thereby indicating that Jarasandha could be killed if his body was split into two. Mighty Bhima, the most noted among warriors, took the hint and holding the enemy by his legs, pulled him to the ground. Pressing one of the enemy's leg with his and holding the other with his hand, Bhima split his whole trunk from the bottom up into two as the great elephant split the branch of a tree. People then saw the dead body of Jarasandha lying in two halves, each half having only one leg, one thigh, one testicle, one hip, one breast, one shoulder, one arm, one eye, one brow, and one ear. Loud was the wailing of the subjects of the king of Magadha at the death of their ruler. Arjuna and Achyuta embraced Bhima on his victory and did him all honor therefor. The worshipful Lord, the promoter of the life of all beings and the possessor of unimaginable powers, installed Sahadeva, the son of Jarasandha, as the king of Magadha. Then he set free all those kings whom the dead king of Magadha had locked up in his prison.
Atha Trisaptatitamo Adhyaya. Liberation of the imprisoned rulers. Sri Shuka said, there were 20,800 kings whom Jarasandha had effortlessly conquered as in play, and imprisoned in a valley surrounded by mountains. In the course of their prolonged imprisonment, they had been reduced to bones, enfeebled by hunger, bearing shrunken faces, wearing dirty clothes and unclean in body. They now came out and had the vision of Krishna, blue like a rain cloud and dressed in yellow cloth. Seeing him having the auspicious mark Srivatsa on the chest, four-armed, crimson-eyed like the inside of a red lotus, possessed of a handsome and luminous face, wearing glittering fish-shaped ear ornaments, sporting in his hands a lotus, mace, conch, and discus, bedecked with diadem, necklace, and bracelets, waist girdle and armlets, wearing on the neck the brilliant jewel Kostuba, and having four floral wreaths spreading over his chest. Seeing him thus, the sin-free kings fell prostrate at his feet, and in a mood and manner as if they were absorbing him with their eyes, licking him up with their tongues, smelling him with their nose, and embracing him with their arms, being redeemed from the wretchedness of imprisonment by the joy of Krishna's vision, these rulers, with their palms held in worshipful salutation, address the following hymn to Krishna, who transcends the ken of the senses. The rulers said, salutations to thee, O Krishna, thou, the Lord of all divinities, thou, the remover of the woes of devotees, thou, the Lord of immortality. Save us from this terrible samsara, us who have given up attachment to the world and surrendered ourselves to thee. O Madhusudhana, we entertain no ill feelings towards thus Jarasandha, for, O Lord, the loss of our kingdom through our subjection by him has now become the occasion for our having thy blessing. A king who is infatuated by the possession of royal power and wealth never attains the ultimate good. Through the sense of false values generated by thy Maya, they take impermanent entities like wealth to be permanent, just as children mistake a mirage to be a water pool. So do men without discrimination see permanence in the changeful products of Maya. Formerly, bereft of true insight by pride of wealth, and always at feud with one another because of the desire for conquest, we, O Lord, cause the death of large numbers of our subjects mercilessly, overlooking thee standing before us as death on account of our inordinate pride. O Krishna, time, thine own manifestation, irresistible in speed and in power, deprived us of our position and wealth, and thereby of our pride too. By thy grace, we have thus been enabled to contemplate on thy feet. We have therefore no desire for kingdom, an object of enjoyment for the body, which is in itself as ephemeral as a mirage, which is constantly decaying, and which is the source of innumerable ailments. Nor do we desire for the fruits of actions consisting in heavenly enjoyments, which are so delightful to hear about. Advise us how we could have unremitting remembrance of thy feet, even if we continue to be involved in the cycle of births and deaths in this world. Salutations to thee, Krishna. Salutations to the Supreme Being. Salutations and again to thee, Govinda, who removes the difficulties of those who fall down in prostration before thee, seeking relief. Sri Shuka said, O dear one, being thus extolled by the liberated kings, the worshipful Lord, the embodiment of mercy, the one being fit for taking refuge in, said to them in sweet words, the Lord said, O kings, from now onwards you will have, as desired by you, deep-rooted devotion to me, the Lord of all, and the Atman residing in all. O rulers, you are right in your conclusion that my worship alone is really fruitful. You have spoken the truth. I agree that wealth and prosperity make men intoxicated with pride. Kartavirya of the Hehaya dynasty, Nahusha, Vena, Ravana, and Naraka, as well as some devas, asuras, and kings among men, all had to meet downfall because of infatuation caused by wealth. Knowing that the body and all things which have a beginning are sure to have an end, be a thoughtful and introspective. Worship me with sacrifices and protect your subjects according to the laws of Dharma. Beget worthy progeny, in joy and in sorrow, in prosperity and in adversity. Remain with firm faith in me, living without much attachment to body, wealth, etc. Ever finding joy in the Atman, observing strict discipline in life, and fixing the mind in me, you will in the end attain to me, Brahman, without difficulty. Sri Shuka said, directing the kings as above, Sri Krishna, the worshipful one and the Lord of all, arranged men and maids for helping them in cleansing and bathing themselves. O sign of Bharata's family, he directed Sahadeva to present them with dress, decorations, wreaths, and unguents suited to men of royal descent. Bathed well, decorated well, and fed well, they were presented with many luxuries worthy of kings. Freed from their sufferings and provided with all requisites by the grace of Krishna, those kings with their bright earrings shone like the luminaries in the sky when the clouds clear at the end of the rainy season. Put in chariots inlaid with gold and gems and harnessed to excellent horses, they were sent off to their respective countries with words of cheer and encouragement. Thus, rescued by the most high-minded Krishna from an extremely irksome situation, they went back to their cities with their minds engrossed in the thought of the Lord of the universe and his activities. They instructed their subjects on the doings of the high-souled Krishna, and they led their lives in all earnestness according to the direction given to them by the worshipful Lord. After achieving the destruction of Jarasandha through Bhimasena, and duly honored by Sahadeva, Krishna departed along with the Pandava brothers. Reaching Indraprastha, they sounded their conchs, proclaiming victory over the enemy, causing joy in the minds of all friends and well-wishers, and distress in the hearts of evil men. The inhabitants of Indraprastha were delighted to hear that proclamation of victory, while the news of Jarasandha's death gave full satisfaction to Yudhishthira. Bhima, Arjuna, and Krishna then saluted Yudhishthira and informed him of everything that had happened. On hearing all that, Yudhishthira, the Dharmaraja, righteous king, could only remain mute out of emotion, shedding tears of joy at the gracious condescension of the Lord Keshava towards him. Atha Chatu Saptatitamo Dhyaya. The liberation of Shishupala. Sri Shuka said, Yudhishthira, who was very much pleased on hearing about the grace of Krishna, the all-powerful Lord, and about the destruction of Jarasandha, said as follows: Thy rare directives are immediately accepted and carried out even by the world teachers like Sanaka and by the protecting divinities of the 8 regions like Indra. O lotus-eyed Lord, O all-pervading Lord, that thou of such transcendent nature should carry out the directions of persons like us, who are subject to various sorrows but pretend to be lords, is only a feature of thy mysterious divine play. As the light and heat of the sun remain the same in spite of continuous burning, no action can enhance or dim the spiritual glory of thee, the one without a second, the Brahman, Supreme Spirit. O unconquerable one, O Madhava, devotees do not entertain the senses for distinction like I and mine, or you and yours, a distinction pertaining to this body, which is an object of Prakriti and characterizing the animal man. Sri Shuka said, with these words, when the proper time for the performance of the Rajasuya sacrifice arrived, Yudhishthira, the son of Pritha, with the concurrence of Krishna, selected the proper sacrificial priests having all the qualifications, including the knowledge of the Vedas. He invited as sacrificial priest Dwapayana, Bharadwaja, Samantu, Gautama, Asita, Vasishtha, Chavana, Kanva, Maitreya, Kavasha, Trita, Vishwamitra, Vamadeva, Sumati, Jaimini, Kratu, Paila, Parasara, Garga, Vaishampayana, Arthava, Kashyapa, Dhamya, Bhargavarama, Asuri, Vitihotra, Madhuchuchanda, Virasa, and Akritvana, and many others like Drona, Bhishma, Kripa, Dhritarashtra, together with his sons, and the wise Viduras were also invited for the sacrifice. O king, all who were eager to witness the yajna, royalties from everywhere, their subjects, Sudras, Vaishyas, Kshatriyas, and Brahmanas, flocked to the place where it was to be performed. Then the priests plowed the sacrificial field with a golden plowshare, and there initiated King Yudhishthira in the vows and disciplines of the sacrifice, following the Vedic injunctions. As in Varuna's Rajasuya of old, here also all utensils were made of gold. The invitees to the sacrificial festival, consisting of Indra with other protecting divinities of the quarters, Brahma along with Bhava and his retinue, Siddhas, Gandharvas, and Vidyadharas, great sages, Yakshas and Rakshasas, celestial birds, Kinnaras and Channaras, ruling kings and their wives, all these invitees from all regions began to track towards the sacrificial campus of Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, and the devotee of Krishna. Though this was a difficult achievement, it was not so for a devotee of Krishna. So thought all men of understanding. The sacrificial priest, possessed of heavenly luster, helped the great king in the performance of the Rajasuya sacrifice, just as Devas did in the case of Varuna.
On the day when the libations with the juice of the Soma plant were made, King Yudhishthira attended very carefully to honor the sacrificial priest the leading witnesses of the sacrifice and other worthy men. When the question arose, who should be honored with Agra Puja or worship as the greatest men present, there were differences of opinion regarding the choice among the witnesses of the sacrifice, whereupon Sahadeva said, the worshipful Achyuta, the protector of devotees, is the one deserving that highest honor. All this world, including the Devas, in his manifestation, this whole world, as also the sacrificial rite, is ensouled by him. The sacrificial fire, offerings made in it, the mantras uttered, the yoga of knowledge, the yoga of action, all have him as their goal. He is the one without a second. This whole universe is his form, O ye of the sacrificial assembly, birthless, self sufficient. He by himself creates, sustains, and dissolves the universe. By his condens- condescending glances, the various forms of rituals becomes fruitful, and man attains true life's goal of dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. Therefore, let Krishna be worshipped as the first among the honored guests. By so doing, he shall be worshipping all beings, including ourselves. Those who wish the fruits of their gifts to be endless should offer them to Krishna, the soul of all beings, the perfect, the supremely peaceful, in whose eyes nothing is different from himself. Having said so, Sahadeva, who knew Krishna's greatness very well, sat silent a while, sat silent while all the assembly acclaimed his suggestion as the right one. Thus receiving the approval of the Brahmanas and the assembled guests, Yudhishthira offered worship as the guest of honor to Krishna, the Lord of all sense faculties, with the mind overflowing with love. Washing the feet of Krishna, Yudhishthira, along with his wife, brothers, ministers, and other friends and relatives, poured that world sanctifying water on their own heads, making rich offerings of silk clothes, and golden ornaments. He stood with his sight obstructed by tears welling up from the eyes. When people saw Krishna thus honored, they all saluted him with joined palms, made prostrations to him, and with cries of victory showered flowers on him. Shishupala challenge and death. Shishupala, the son of Dhamagosha, being extremely irate of hearing this panegyric of Krishna's greatness, arose from his seat and with uplifted arms spoke in that assembly in an angry tones, hurling abusive words at Krishna in his very hearing. He said, the saying that none can overcome time, which controls everything, seems to be true indeed, for we find how the understanding of even wise men is shaken by the words of mere boys. O ye noble ones assembled here, you who are the most competent judges of the qualification of the guest to be selected for honoring on such occasions, should not have been swayed by a boy's words recommending Krishna as the worthy of that distinction. Here are these leading members of this assembly, these rishis, who are noted for their austerity, learning, and observance of sacred disciplines, who with their who all with who with all their impurities destroyed are established in Brahman, who are adored even by the celestial guardians of the quarters, disregarding them all, who can worship as the most honored one be done to this Krishna, a mere cowherd and a disgrace to his family. Won't it be like making sacrificial offerings to a crow? He has no proper affiliation to any varna, ashrama, or family. He is a libertine without any virtue. How can he deserve this honor? He is of a clan cursed by Yayati, shunned by good men, and always addicted to drinking. How can he deserve this honor? Abandoning the land of the Brahmarshis, they are residing in the sea girt island, devoid of spiritual traditions and holy men, and are oppressing their subjects from there. That accursed man, Shishupala, indulged in more of such abusive speech, but Lord Krishna took no notice of it, as a lion does not notice a jackal's howls. Many in that assembly, unable to stand this insult of the worshipful Lord, closed their ears and walked out, cursing the king of the Chedis angrily. For all the results of one's good deeds are nullified and one is spiritually degraded, even if one remains in a place hearing such vilification of the Lord or his devotees. Meanwhile, provoked by Shishupala's blasphemy, the Pandava brothers and men of the lands of Matsya, Hikaya, and Srinjaya got ready with arms upraised to attack Shishupala. As O scion of the Bharata race, that Shishupala, quite unconcerned, began to abuse also the partisans of Krishna in that assembly, and took up his sword and shield against those who came to attack him. Then the worshipful Lord, restraining his partisan, angrily faced the attacking enemy and cut off his head with his razor sharp discus. Loud exclamations were heard at the death of Shishupala. The king supporting him fled for their lives. While all the world looked on, a center of brilliance coming out of the dead body of Shishupala was found to reach Krishna and get absorbed in him like a meteor falling on the earth. Continuously communing in confrontation with the Lord as his enemy during 3 births, he attained to his being. For continuous contemplation turns one into a nature of the one contemplated upon. The undisputed overlord Yudhishthira, distributed amongst the priests and the assembled guests, gives on the great scale. After honoring everyone duly, he took the concluding sacred bath called Ava Prishtashana. Pristashnana. After thus helping Yudhishthira to fulfill the yaga, Sri Krishna, the Lord of even the great yogis, prolonged his stay at Indraprastha for a few months at the request of relatives. Later, the omnipotent Lord took leave of the emperor, who was reluctant to part from him, and started for Dwaraka with his consorts and counselors. So I have already told you in detail about how Jaya and Vijaya, the inmates of Vaikuntha, had to take repeated births on account of the curse of the Kumaras. After performing the Avibrita bath, Emperor Yudhishthira shone in the assembly of holy men and kings like Indra, the lord of the celestials, all beings honored by King Yudhishthira, devas, men, denizens of the intermediary worlds, all praised Krishna and the sacrificial festival and went back to their respective homes. The only one who could not bear the sight of Yudhishthira's vast affluence was Duryodhana, a part of the evil spirit of Kali, the hater of all that is good and the cause of the destructions of the Kurus. Whoever extols the glory of Vishnu, revealed in the destruction of the king of the Chedis, in the liberation of the imprisoned kings and in the conduct of the Rajasuya sacrifice will be cleansed of all his sins. Atha Panchasaptatitamoധ്യായः. Duryodhana's humiliation, Rajasuya, and the Avi Priesthas Snana. Raja Parikshit said, O godly one, all men, devas, nobles, and others who witnessed the Rajasuya sacrifice of Yudhishthira, the enemyless rejoiced very much. But, O worshipful one, we heard you saying that Duryodhana was an exception to this. Tell us why it was so. Sri Sukha said, in the performance of the Rajasuya sacrifice of the grandfather Yudhishthira, his relatives, bound to him by bonds of love, rendered him various services. Bhima controlled the kitchen and Duryodhana the treasury. Sahadeva was in charge of reception and Nakula was entrusted with the collection of all stores. Arjuna was engaged in serving the elders, while Krishna washed the feet of guests on arrival. Draupadi attended to the serving of food, and the liberal minded Karna supervised the bestowal of gifts. Satyaki, Vikarna, Kritavarma, Vidura, and others. Bhurishrava, the son of Bahlika, with his brothers Santardana and his groups. All these were allotted different duties in the great yajna. O great king, all of them worked for pleasing Yudhishthira. After the sacrificial priests, assembled guests, men of wisdom, and dear friends had all been properly honored with good words, decorations, presentations, etc. And after the king of the Chedis had attained salvation at the feet of Krishna, King Yudhishthira performed Ava Pristha Snana, the bath marking the conclusion of the sacrifices in the Ganga. Various were the musical instruments that sounded at their bathing festivals. Mridangas, conches, small drums, kettle drums, large drums, tabors, and trumpets. Dancing girls danced in great joy. Musicians sang in groups. The sound produced by their veena, flutes, and cymbals reached the sky. The visiting king, adorned with golden necklaces, proceeded the procession with a vanguard of troops consisting of elephants, horses, and infantrymen carrying many colored banners. The Yadus, Srinjayas, Kambojas, Kurus, Kekayas, and Kosala, headed by Yudhishthira, the master of sacrifice, marched with their armies, shaking the very earth. These sacrificial priests and members of the sacrificial council marched, chanting the Vedas aloud, while celestials, rishis, pitris, and gandharvas rained flowers and sang hymns of praise. Men and women, well dressed and well decorated with flowers and jewelry, regaled themselves, rubbing fragrant paste and spraying colored waters on one another. In high glee, the courtesans smeared over the body the water mixed with saffron, turmeric, sandal paste, oil, milk, curd, and butter, which men sprinkled at them, just like celestial women in their aerial cars above. Royal women with their bodyguards had come out below to see the sacrificial bath. They too were sprinkled over with colored waters by Krishna and other relatives and friends, which these ladies received, their faces blooming with joy and bashfulness. They in return syringed the colored water in their king at the kingsmen, clad in wet clothes, and revealed the contours of their breasts, hips, and thighs, and with their hair disheveled and flower wreaths disarrayed due to excited movements, they presented a sight that stirred the mind of a passionate man.
Yudhishthira, now consecrated emperor, seated along with his consorts in a chariot decorated with golden chains and yoked to excellent horses, looked like an embodiment of Rajasuya, the king of sacrifices with his subsidiary rites. The priests, after performing Patni Samyaja and other rites connected with the concluding ceremonial bath of the sacrificial festival, made Yudhishthira perform Achamana and taking his bath in the Ganga with his consort Krishna, Draupadi. At that time, the kettle drums of the celestials mingled with those of men, and sages, Pitris, and men showered rains of flowers out of joy. People of all orders and communities also now took ceremonial bath in the Ganga. For by such a bath, even great sinners are freed from their sins. Next, Yudhishthira, wearing two fresh unbleached clothes and duly decorated, honored the sacrificial priests and respected guests with presentations of clothes and ornaments. The king was devoted to Narayana, honored with presentation all relatives, friends, visitors, and functionaries in a fitting manner. Men, with faces glowing like those of celestials, moved about decorated with jewel studded earrings, necklaces, turbans, coats, silk garments, costly pearl strings, etc., while the women shone with their handsome faces beautified with ear pendants and frontal curls and wearing golden girdles. Now all the visitors, the sacrificial priests of high status, the Vedic scholars, members who form the sacrificial assembly, the members of the four orders of Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishyas, and Shudra, the rulers come on invitation, being like the celestials, rishis, pitris, and spirits with their followers, the celestials protecting the quarters, all departed to their homes having received the king's adoration and his leave to depart. Just as man never gets satiated by drinking the immortal nectar, so did the people feel they had not done enough in bestowing praise on the sacrifice of Rajarshi Yudhishthira, the servant of Sri Hari. And the king Yudhishthira, unwilling to part with them, lovingly persuaded his friends, relatives, and Krishna to stay on with him for some time more. O noble one, the worshipful Lord, in order to please the Yudhishthira, continue to stay with him, having sent back Samba and other Yadava leaders to Dwarka. Thus did King Yudhishthira easily spend the ocean of his mind's aspiration, the performance of Rajasuya, with the utmost ease, owing to Krishna's grace, and his mind was now at peace, freed from all anxiety. Seeing the splendor within the palace of Yudhishthira and the glory that the Rajasuya had brought him, Duryodhana felt sore at heart. That palace, built by the superhuman architect Maya, combined in itself all the splendor that formed the features of the palaces of earthly emperors, the king of Asuras, and of Indra, the lord of Devas. In that palace, Draupadi was serving her husbands. Seeing all this, Duryodhana, the head of the Kurus, who longed for all the glories and fame for himself, and also desired Draupadi, burnt within out of jealousy. There within the palace were to be seen the 1,000 consorts of Krishna, each with a face like Sri Devi, moving about slowly on account of the weight of the heat, on feet that sent forth the tinkling sound of anklets. They were wearing on the chest precious pearl necklaces that had turned crimson from the contact of saffron powder applied to their breasts, and were adorned with tremulous earrings and luxuriant locks. One day, Yudhishthira was sitting in the assembly hall on a golden throne with all imperial majesty, looking like Indra, the celestial king himself. Extolled by Panegyrus, he was surrounded by his relatives and brothers, and above all had beside him Krishna, who was like an eye to him. Now, O king, the proud Duryodhana, wearing a diadem and necklaces, approached the hall, surrounded by his brothers. Holding a sword in hand, he came in showering abuses at the guards at the entrance in order to show off his importance. On account of the device of visual illusion that Maya had incorporated, he saw water on dry land and held up the end of his clothes. Next, he mistook a watering surface for dry land and fell into the water. O noble one, seeing his plight, Bhima, the ladies and other king present, laughed, though restrained by Yudhishthira, but they received mischievous prompting from Krishna. Humiliated and crestfallen, Duryodhana was stunned into silence by burning anger, and he went away immediately to his capital Hastinapura. All good men in the assembly cried, Alas, alas, and Yudhishthira felt unhappy at heart. The Lord, in whose presence all this took place, remained silent over what happened, for it was a strategy engineered by him to cause a great Mahabharata war, whereby the earth's burdens were to be lightened. O king, I have now answered your question why Duryodhana showed displeasure at the great Rajasuya sacrifice. Atha Shad Saptati Tamo Dhyaya. Petal was Salva. Sri Sukha said, O king, hear of another wonderful deed of Krishna, who assumed a human body for his divine sport. It relates to the destruction of Salva, the king of Saubha. The time of Rukmani's marriage, Salva, a friend of Shishupala, was among the company of Jarasandha and other kings who were defeated by the Yadus. In the hearing of all the kings, Salva had vowed on that occasion, I shall rid the world of the whole race of Yadavas. You be the witness of my prowess. Having taken such a vow, that stupid man adored the all-powerful divinity Parameshwara, subsisting merely on a daily morsel of sand. The worshipful Lord Parameshwara, the consort of Parvati, on being propitiated, gladdened the heart of his devotee by granting him boons at the end of a year. Salva chose as boon a vehicle impervious to any attack by celestials, asuras, men, and Gandharvas, which could go anywhere as desired and which would be a terror to the Vrishnis. At the instance of Shiva, Lord of mountains, who bestowed the boon, Maya, the conqueror of his foes, built for Salva an aerial vehicle of steel named Saubha, which was as big as a palace. Having obtained such a vehicle, which could go anywhere, invisible and unapproachable because of an aura of darkness that hid it always, Salva, ever mindful of his enmity towards our Vrishnis, flew towards Dwaraka. O thou hero among the Bharatas, with a huge army, Salva beleaguered Dwaraka and destroyed all the outer woodlands and gardens of the city. Attack was directed against the Gopuras with the gates, the many storied mansions, their walls and recreation grounds, while weapons were showered from the aerial car above. Falling boulders, uprooted trees, flashes of lightning, rain of stones, serpents and cyclonic storms, clouds of dust, all released from Salva's aerial vehicle, converged on the place. Attacked in this way from Saubha, Dwaraka, the city of Krishna, was very much afflicted as the earth by Tripurasara, a worshipful Pradyumna of great name and courage, pacified the distressed subjects, got into his chariot to face the attackers. Following him, great cow warriors and experts in archery like Satyaki, Deshna, Samba, Akrura, and his brother Kritavarma, Bhanuvinda, Thada, Sukha, and Sarana, all mailed and protected by guards, sallied forth, followed by regiments of elephants, horses, and infantry. Then began a battle between the Yadus and Salva, which was as fierce and thrilling as a battle between the Devas and the Asuras. In no time, Pradyumna, with the help of divine missiles, nullified the effects of the magical warfare of Salva, as the sun dissipates the darkness of night. With 25 arrows, golden handled, and with sharp metallic tips, Pradyumna struck the commander-in-chief of Salva's forces. He struck Salva himself with 100 arrows, each of his soldiers with an arrow, the commanders of the regiments with 10 arrows each, and the chariots with 3 arrows. Men of his own army and of the enemy expressed great admiration for valiant Pradyumna's wonderful feat of arms, sometimes seen in many forms, sometimes with a single form, and sometimes completely invisible. That aerial Saubha made by Maya was a phenomenon beyond the conception of anyone. Without standing anywhere stationary, that vehicle now appeared on the earth, next in the sky, now on mountain top, next in water, and again as a fast circling ball of fire. The Yadava warriors shot arrows wherever they sighted Salva and the Sauba and his armies. These arrows, burning to the touch like fire and sun, and deadly like viper's poison, had Salva's vehicle and army, and Salva himself swooned. Yadava warriors were also harried very much by Salva's arrows, but eager to conquer the earth and the heaven, they managed to stand their ground firmly. Salva's powerful minister, Duman, who was previously hit by arrows, now approached Pradyumna and hit him with a metallic mace and gave out a wild yell of exultation. Finding the great warrior Pradyumna injured on the chest by the stroke of the mace, his resourceful charioteer, the son of Daruka, withdrew his chariot from the field of battle. Krishna's son Pradyumna was restored to consciousness in a few minutes, whereupon he addressed his charioteer thus: O Suta, it is a pity that you took me away from the field of the battle. It should not have been done. Except me, who has been forced to break the rules of Dharma owing to the cowardice of a charioteer, none in Yadu's line is known to have turned back in the field of battle. When I, who have withdrawn for safety from the field of battle, happen to meet my fathers, Rama and Krishna, what reply can I give to their questionings? My brothers' wives will laugh at me as a coward. They will ask, "Oh hero, say, how you came to exhibit the cowardice of a eunuch in a battle with the enemy?" The charioteer said, "O Lord, O long-lived one, I have done this only with the knowledge of the rules of warfare. The rule is the charioteer must protect the master of the chariot when he is in danger. The master of the chariot should protect the charioteer too when he is in danger. In the light of this rule, finding you overwhelmed by the enemy and thrown into a swoon by the stroke of the mace, I took you away from the thick of the battle."
अथ सप्तसप्ततितमोऽध्यायः Krishna faces Salva. Sri Sukha said, during Achamana with water, Pradyumna put on his mail and took his bow and asked his charioteer to drive him back to the proximity of the powerful Duman. Smiling Pradyumna struck Duman with his destroying who was destroying the Yadava army with 8 arrows. His 4 arrows killed the 4 horses and 1 the charioteer. 2 others cut off the enemy's bows and flagstaff, and the last one his head. Gada, Satyaki, Samba, and other Yadava heroes destroyed the army of Salva. All the occupants of the aerial chariot had their heads severed, and their bodies fell into the sea. For 27 days, the din of this fierce battle of mutual slaughter between the Yadavas and Salva's armies raged. Meantime, Krishna, who was always at Indraprastha on Yudhishthira's invitation, had completed his mission connected with the Rajasuya sacrifice and had granted liberation to Shishupala. Seeing many omens portending evil, he now took leave of the elders among the Kurus, the sages, Kunti Devi, Yudhishthira, and others, and hurried to his own city of Dwaraka. He thought within himself, I have come over here with my elder brother. Surely some kings, the allies of the dead Shishupala, the ruler of Chedi, must have attacked my capital, taking this opportunity. Seeing the danger threatening his people from the aerial vehicles Shobha and King Salva, Keshava entrusted the protection of the city to his brother Rama, and then calling his charioteer Daruka, said, O charioteer, come drive my chariot to where Salva is. You need feel no fear or hesitation. Salva is an adept in the magical art, much of what he has put up in illusory. Instructed in this way, Daruka drove the chariot. Soon the enemy forces and the Yadava began to see Garuda, the emblem of Krishna's chariot, moving about in the ranks. Seeing Krishna, Salva, whose army had by this time been decimated, hurled a very fast moving whistling lance at the charioteer of Krishna. With his arrow, the Lord cut into 100 pieces that lance which was approaching fast across the sky like a meteor illumining the quarters. He attacked Salva with 16 arrows, and just as the sun pours his rays across the sky, he spread arrows at the aerial car Sauba, which was moving about in the sky. With his arrows, Salva hit the left arm of Krishna, in which he held his bow saranga, and to the wonder of all, the bow saranga fell down from his head. There arose the tumultuous cry of ha ha from those witnessing the battle. Salva, the master of Sauba, cried out as follows to Janardana in a loud voice, O fool, in the presence of us all, you abducted the wife of our friend Shishupala, who is your cousin, the son of your own father's sister. That friend, because of not being properly guarded, met with his death at your hands in the assembly hall. If you, who boast that you cannot be defeated, dare to stand before me for some time, I shall send you to the realm from which you shall never return. Salva's magical warfare. The Lord said, O witless one, you are talking vain words. Don't you see death standing near you? Brave men show their courage in action and not in vain words like you. Saying so, the worshipful Lord, roused to anger, struck Salva on his neck with his fast moving mace. Salva thereupon trembled, trembled and vomited blood. When the mace had come back to the Lord, Salva disappeared from sight. A little while later, a man appeared and fell prostrate before Achyuta and said, weeping, that he was sent there by Devaki Devi. He said, O Krishna, thou of powerful arms, your dear father has been bound up by Salva and led away as an animal by a butcher. On hearing this, the merciful Lord, following the ways of men, was struck with grief out of love for his father and said like an ordinary man, how could it be that this insignificant Salva has led away my father, defeating Rama, who was ever unperturbed and who is unconquerable even by devas and asuras? This is my fate, firm and unalterable. While Govinda was thus reflecting, Salva, the master of Sauba, appeared before him with a figure resembling Vasudeva, the father of Krishna, and said to him, here is your father, for whose sake you are living. I am going to kill him in your very presence. Protect him if you can, O fool. After this, foul speech, an expert in magical art severed the head of Vasudeva with his sword and entered with it into his aerial car, Shauba, that was waiting in the sky. Even that great personage, Krishna, though ever established in his inherent knowledge, was for a moment overwhelmed by human feelings. But presently he understood that it was all the fabrication of the magical art of Asura, in which the Asura teacher Maya had instructed Salva. Aroused from his dejection, Krishna looked around, but could find neither the messenger nor his father's body. He looked like one roused from the experience of a dream. Now seeing Salva seated in his aerial car and moving about in the sky, Krishna decided to kill him. This is the self-contradictory version of some rishis. They do not realize that it goes against what they themselves have said earlier. Where is sorrow and infatuation, attachment and fear, the characteristics of ignorant persons? And where is Krishna, whose knowledge and experience of the spiritual verity is always undimmed and who is ever endowed with all powers and majesties of divinity? He, by the service of whose feet saints attain to that intense knowledge of the Atman, which wipes away the beginningless ignorance, causing the contrary notion of the body being the Atman, and by whose service they are established in that endless state of divine bliss. How can there be infatuation and other forms of weakness for that supreme one, the final goal of all wise men? The Lord, whose prowess nothing can dim, struck at the valiantly fighting Salva with his arrows, shattered his armor and bow, and sheared off the jewel on his crown, besides smashing his aerial vehicle to pieces with his mace. Struck by the mace, released by Krishna, Shobha, that aerial vehicle fell into the sea, shattered to pieces. Thereupon, Salva, abandoning that vehicle, stood on the ground and rushed at Achyuta with a mace in hand. With the missile known as Bala, Krishna cut the arms of Salva. Then, with the view of destroying Salva, Krishna took up his discus, brilliant like the sun at the cosmic dissolution. With that in hand, he looked like the mountain of sunrise in the east, and with the sun disk on its crest. As Indra cut off the head of Vrita with his thunderbolt, so did Krishna sever Salva's head, adorned with earrings and diadem. The cry of ha ha rose from the people all round when the Shauba was shattered by the stroke of the mace and the sinful Salva killed. Celestials sounded their drums in the heavens, and Dantavaktra, a close friend of Salva, now came forward to attack in order to avenge the death of his friend. Atha Ashta Saptatitamo Dhyaya. Confrontation with Dandavakra. Vaktra. Sri Sukha said, O great king, as an act of friendship to favor avenge the death of his friend Shishupala, Salva, and Poundraka. So, alone and on foot, a huge bodied person was found to approach Krishna in great anger with mace in hand, causing tremors on the earth by his tread. Seeing him advance, Krishna got down from his chariot with a mace and stopped him as the shore does an advancing wave. The perverse and haughty Dantavaktra said to Krishna with his mace uplifted, It is by good luck that I have you before me today. Though you are the son of my uncle, yet seeing that you are hostile to your relatives and want to kill me also, I am now going to destroy you, low-witted one, with my mace as powerful as thunderbolt. O fool, killing you who are an enemy in the in the form of a relative, like a disease in one's body, I am going to repay the debt I owe my dead friends. Harassing Krishna with such sharp words, like an elephant with a goad, Dandavaktra struck him on his head with his mace and then raised a lion roar. Krishna, the ornament of the Yadava clan, was quiet, unmoved by the stroke of the mace. He in turn struck Dandavaktra in his chest with his heavy mace Kaumadika. With his heart raptured by this blow, Dantavaktra fell dead on the earth, vomiting blood and with hands thrown out and hair scattered. O king, just at the death of Shishupala, a subtle and unique light passed from him also into Krishna as all people watched. Dantavaktra's brother, Viduratha, being aggrieved at the former's death, now rushed forward, breathing hard and handling a sword and a shield with a view to kill Krishna. With his discus, sharp as a razor, Krishna cut off the head of the rushing adversary along with his diadem and earrings. For destroying the Shalva, Salva, Dantavaktra, and Viduratha, all torments to the people, the Lord was extolled by men and devas, praised by the Munis, Siddhas, Gandharvas, Vidyadharas, Sarvas, Apsaras, Pitris, Yakshas, Kinnaras, and Charanas for his victories, covered with the rain of flowers with them, and surrounded by Yadava heroes. Krishna now entered his decorated city of Dwaraka. In this way, the ignorant worlds think of the worshipful Lord, the master of yoga, and the ruler of the worlds as sometimes victorious and sometimes defeated. Hearing on the preparations of war between the Kauravas and the Pandavas, Rama, who was neutral in his sympathy for both parties, left the scene under the pretext of a pilgrimage.
After taking bath at Prabhasa and doing the propitiatory rites for devas, rishis, pitris, and men, he went along the upward course of the river Saraswati, accompanied by many holy men. O scion of the Bharata family, passing through the holy spots of Pritudaka, Bindusaras, Tritakupa, Sudarsana, Vishala, Brahmatirtha, Chakratirtha, and the east flowing Saraswati, as well as the spot on the banks of the Yamuna and Ganga. We finally reached Naimisharanya, where Saunaka and other rishis were engaged in a satra, a sacrifice of very long duration. Recognizing the guest to be a divine personage, the rishis, who were engaged in this prolonged sacrifice, received him in proper form and kept standing. After accepting the honors bestowed on him and his party, Balarama took his place on a seat. In the gathering there, he noticed the Sutta Roma Harshana, the disciple of Vyasa, sitting. He got angry at the sight of the Sutta Roma Harshana sitting on a seat higher than those of the rishis and showing no sign of respect towards him by standing up or even by a salutation with his hands. He said, the low-born man who sits on a very high seat without showing any respect to the rishis and to us, a protector of Dharma, deserves death. It is not ignorance that makes him to do so. He is a disciple of the worshipful Rishi Vyasa. He is instructed in many scriptural texts like Itihas, Puranas, and Dharma Shastras. All this has not benefited him in any way. Just as the noble parts he plays do not in any way benefit an actor who has not learned sense controls and humility. He only gets conceited with his scholarship. His knowledge of the Shastras only got to enhance his ego. The purpose of my incarnation is to punish all those who violate Dharma. Hypocrites who put on the facade of Dharma but violate it in spirit and action also deserve death, for they are double sinners insofar as they themselves violate Dharma and mislead others also to do the same. Saying so, the worshipful Lord, all powerful, though now on a pilgrimage and hence withdrawn from such acts as fighting and punishment, took a blade of kusha grass and struck down the sutta with it. The propriety of this act may be questioned, and all that can be said is that it was destined to take place. The sages all exclaimed, Ha, ha, in sorrow, and said to Balarama, O Lord, you have done an unrighteous action. O Gladna of the Yadu clan, we have given him a seat due to a Brahmana for expounding the sacred text during the course of the Satra, and he is not to get up from his seat in honor of anyone coming in when he is engaged in expounding. We have assured him health and life until Satra is over. What you have done is a slaughter of a holy man without probably realizing it. On you, who are the Lord of all yogis, even Vedic injunctions may not be binding, but in the interest of the world, it is better that even such ones as you observe these rules to set an example. O thou who sanctifies the world, if out of thy own accord thou dost proper atonement for the sin of killing a holy man, that would promote the world's welfare. Otherwise, people will follow thy wrong example. Lord Balarama said, I shall do expiation for the slaughter. Please lay down the most stringent penance I should undergo. Besides, by my Yoga Maya, I shall revive the Sutta, grant him long life, powers of mind and senses, and whatever else you want. The Rishi said, O Rama, do what you like, but at the same time validate the reputation of thy weapon, prowess and the Sutta's death on the one hand, and our word to the Sutta on the other. Lord Balarama said, the Veda says that it is the father himself that is born as the son. So his son Ugraravas will have a long life, a powerful mind and sense faculties, and he will recite the Puranas to you. Oh, great sages, if you tell me what else you want, I shall do accordingly then. As I do not know what penance I should perform in atonement, please instruct me about that. The Rishi said, there is a terrible Rakshasa named Balwala, the son of Ilwala. He defiles our Satra on every full and new moon days by casting putrid blood, feces, urine, liquor, and flesh. By slaying this sinful Rakshasa who distressed us in this way, thou wouldst be doing a great service to us. After that, by going around the whole of Bharata Varsha for 12 months as a pilgrim and taking bath in all holy streams in the country, thou wilt become purified. Ataiko na Shiti Damo Dhyaya. Pilgrimage of Balarama. So Sukha said, O king, when it was the next full moon day, there arose a terrible storm with clouds of dust and a foul smell spreading everywhere. It was followed by a rain of feces in the sacrificial hall sent by Balwala. The Rakshasa himself appeared soon with his trident. His body was huge in size, blue in color, on his head and face were in color like heated copper, and his brows were curved and his molars fierce to look at. Seeing him, Balarama thought of his pestle, the weapon for shattering enemy forces, and of the plough weapon, the destroyer of demonic beings. Dragging down the sky-ranging Balwala by his plough weapon, the irate Balarama delivered a blow with his pestle on the head of that demon who was troubling the holy man. With his forehead shattered and blood pouring, and giving out a dreadful howl, he fell dead on the earth like a mountain cleft by a thunderclap. The Munis extolled Rama, pronounced their unfailing blessings on him, and gave that great one a path of consecration, as Devas did to Indra at the time of the destruction of Paritra. They presented him with a wreath known as Jayanti, ever brilliant because of being made of unfading lotus flowers, and two clothes and ornaments worthy of the celestials. Afterwards, permitted by those munis, Balarama proceeded to and bathed in the river Kausiki, and from there went to the holy lake that forms the source of the river Sarayu. Traveling along the course of the Sarayu, he arrived at Prayaga, where he performed holy bath in Ganga, performed sacred rites for propitiating devas and other beings, and proceeded to Pulaha's hermitage known as Harikshetra. Bathing in Komati, Kandaki, and Vipasa, he reached Kaya, where he performed rites for the Pitris. At the confluence of the Ganga with the sea, he bathed and did purificatory rites. Then he proceeded to Mount Mahendra, where he met Parasurama and made obeisance to him. Proceeding from that place, he took a bath at Sapta Godavari, where the Godavari divides into 7 streams, and at the Vena, the lake Pampa, and the Bhimarathi. He next worshipped at the shrine of Skanda and proceeded to Sri Saila, the abode of Shiva, and from there to the holiest of holy places in Dravida country, Venkatadri, to Kamakoshni, Kanchipuram, the most holy river Kaveri, and to Sri Rangam, where there is a special manifestation of the Lord. He then went to Rishabha mountain, a place holy to Sri Hari, the southern Madura, and reached the great sin-destroying Setu at the shore of the ocean. At Setu, he gave 10,000 cows as gifts to holy men, and then went to the rivers Kritamala and Tamraparni, and from there to the Malaya mountain. He worshipped Agastya was performing austerities there. Receiving his blessings, he reached the shores of the southern sea and worshipped at the shrine of Durga, known as Kanyakumari. From there, he went to Falguna, more commonly known as Anantapuram, that is modern Trivandrum, where Mahavishnu has manifested himself and took his bath in the holy lake Panchasaras, where he made a gift of 10,000 cows to holy men. Then, traveling through the countries of Kerala and Trikartha, he reached Gokarna, a place of pilgrimage sacred to Sri Parameshwara, where the Durjati is always present. He then worshipped at the Durga of the islands, reached Surparaka, took bathe in the holy waters of Tapi, Payushni, and Nirvindhya, and reached Dandaka. He next went to the river Reva, on whose banks the city of Mahishmati stood. Then, bathing at Manu Tirtha, he reached Prabhasa once again. At Prabhasa, Balarama heard from the conversation of Brahmanas that the earth had been rid of most of its burdens by the death of vast numbers of Kshatriya rulers in a war between the Kurus and the Pandavas. He then directed his course to Kurukshetra in order to intervene and stop the mace combat between Duryodhana and Bhimasena that was then going on. Yudhishthira, Nakula, and Sahadeva, besides Krishna and Arjuna, saluted him and stood silent, much concerned to know what was in his mind. Seeing Bhima and Duryodhana fighting fiercely for victory, exhibiting various wheeling movements of mace warfare, Balarama said, O Raja Duryodhana, O Bhima, I consider both of you as heroes, equal and well matched. One is superior in point of strength, the other in training. Therefore, in the fight between you two of equal prowess, there is no sign of victory or defeat for either. Therefore, let this vain fight be stopped. But, O king, with bitter remembrance of the insulting words spoken and the treacherous offences perpetuated, the mutual antagonism between the two cousins was such that they refused to give ear to this wise counsel. Concluding that this attitude of theirs was dictated by their past karma, Rama went back to Dwaraka to the great joy of Ugrasena and other relatives. Balarama, who was himself an embodiment of Yashna, now went again to Naimisharanya, and having now withdrawn himself from all warfare, was engaged by the rishis in the performance of many sacrifices. The all-powerful and worshipful Lord Balarama imparted to them the purest and highest form of spiritual illumination, by virtue of which they realize the whole universe as grounded in the Atman, and the Atman as pervading everything. Having performed the terminal sacrificial bath, adorned with fresh silk cloth and decorations, and surrounded by surrounded by relatives, Balarama, along with his wife, looked like the moon surrounded by its effulgence. Innumerable are such marvelous deeds performed by Balarama of great strength, limitless glory, and immeasurable prowess under the guise of man. Whoever in the morning and evening ponders over the work of Rama of wonderful deeds, the incarnation of Adishesha, the meritorious man, will be very dear to Mahavishnu, the Supreme Lord.
Atha Shititamo Dhyayaha. The bliss of divine communion. The Raja Parikshit said, O Master, O worshipful one, I desire to hear whatever more you could say about other expressions of the divine prowess of Lord Mukunda, the Supreme Being, the seat of infinite glories. O great Rishi, is the man of sound discrimination being depressed by the pursuit of desires that would withdraw from listening repeatedly to the account of the Lord's excellences when he has once been initiated into them? That indeed is real speech, which expounds the glories of the Lord. That indeed the true hand, which performs his service. That indeed a worthy mind that remembers the Lord as dwelling in everything. And that indeed an ear functioning truly of listening, which listens to accounts of him. One is said to have a head really, if that head bows itself down to living and non living beings, devotees, and images as symbols of the divine, one is said to have eyes. If one has the said to have bodily parts, if they get drenched with the water with which his feet and the feet of the devotees are washed. Sutta said, being thus questioned by Parikshit, a protege of Vishnu, the worshipful Sukha, the son of Badarayana, spoke with his mind fully absorbed in the Lord Vasudeva. Sri Sukha said, there was a certain Brahmana, a dear friend of Krishna, who was highly versed in the Vedas, full of renunciation for sense objects, peaceful and endowed with mastery over the senses. He was a householder, Kuchela, because he had only very dirty clothes to wear. His real name being Sridhama. His wife too was like him in all these respects, looking famished for want of food, and she was known as Shuktashama. This good lady, a chaste and devoted wife, one day said to her husband with great trepidation and with a face faded because of extreme poverty, O Holy One, the worshipful Lord Krishna of the Sattva clan, the veritable consort of Shri, the goddess of the prosperity, is a friend of your holiness. He is a lover of pious men and a haven of refuge for all. O Venerable Sir, approach him who is the one support of all good men. He will give plenty of wealth to you, an indigent householder. He, the Lord of the Bhojas, Andakas, and Vrishnis, is now residing in Dwaraka, the supreme guide and master of the world that he is. It is said that he gives himself up to those that adore him. It is then needless to say that he will grant wealth and fulfillment of desire to such devotees, though these may not be very desirable in the last resort. Being thus entreated several times by his wife, all his humility, Kuchela finally decided to go to Dwarka with the thought that the most precious gain from this undertaking would be the opportunity to meet Krishna, the Lord of abounding fame. He therefore asked his wife, O good lady, give me whatever there is in the house to be offered as a present. She gave as material for presentation 4 handfuls of flattened rice, got by begging from the neighboring houses of Brahmanas, and bundled in piece of cloth. Taking it, that very holy personage walked to Dwaraka, thinking all along the way how could he meet Krishna? How he could meet Krishna, passing through 3 military checkposts and 3 gates. The Brahmana, along with some other holy men, entered the rather inaccessible residential quarters of the Andakas and the Vrishnis, who were devotees to Krishna. Then He neared the 16,000 houses of Krishna's consorts and entered into one which appeared most splendid amongst them. Thereupon he felt as if he was enjoying the bliss of Brahman. Seeing him from a distance, Achyuta, who was then sitting with his consort on the cot, got up in haste and rushed out to greet that Brahmana and grasped him by his arms. The contact of his dear friend filled the mind of Krishna with bliss and brought tears to his lotus eyes. He seated his friends on his own cot, honored him with gifts and washed his feet. And then, O king, he who is who is the worshipful Lord, the Holy One, who sanctifies the whole world, took that water and sprinkled it on his own head. Next, he smeared his friend's body with fragrant unguents, adored, adored him with adored him with lights and the fumes of sweet-smelling incense, offered him betel leaves, and presented him a cow. Then he then spoke to him words of welcome. Rukmani Devi, who was none but Sri Devi, found that Brahmana dressed in rags, unclean and unkept, and having all the veins standing out in his famished body. Everyone in the palace was astonished to see Krishna of faultless fame worshipping that Brahmana of a very dirty appearance with such great delight. What great meritorious deeds must have been done by this Brahmana to deserve all this attention? He is unclean and unkept, like a beggar and penniless, liable to be shunned and considered degraded by people in the world generally. Lo, he has been like embraced like an elder brother by Krishna, the Lord of the three spheres and the abode of Sri, getting up from the cot where he was seated with his consort. O king, Krishna and the Brahmana sat hand in hand and began to talk about the memorable experiences they had during their residence in the Guru's abode. The worshipful Lord said, O learned one in the Vedas and Dharma Shastras, after leaving the Guru's abode, having the Guru Dakshina, parting present to the Guru, have been wedded, a well matched wife or not, your mind has not been corrupted by attachment to the life of the world. O learned one, I understand that you do not care for wealth at all. There are some who, though devoid of desires, work, as I do, for the welfare of the world, abandoning all self centered motivation implanted by nature. O learned one, do you remember our life at the teacher's abode, a period of life during which the Vedic student is expected to gather that knowledge by knowing which he can transcend the darkness of ignorance? He through whom one is born in this world is one's first guru. With the twice born ones, he who invests them with the sacred thread and give them eligibility for all Vedic rites is the second guru, and who should be venerated like Ishvara, even more than his first guru. Then, and he who gives spiritual illumination to members of all ashramas, order of life, is the greatest of all gurus, and that is myself. Those who, through the instruction of myself, the guru, are able to cross the ocean of samsara easily, they among the followers of the four Varanas and orders of life are the knowers of the true meaning of life. Though I am residing in all beings, I am not as pleased by various forms of service like yajna, brahmacharin duties, austerities, or renunciation as I am by service of me through the gurus. O learned one, do you remember what happened to us when we once went to the forest to collect fuel at the instance of our Guru's wife. O twice born one, when we were in the densely wooded forest, we were overtaken by a heavy unseasonal rain, accompanied by powerful winds and fierce thunder and lightning. Soon the sun set, and everything was overcast with darkness. The place being flooded with water, it was impossible to distinguish high and low levels on the ground. Hand in hand, we roamed about in that flooded forest without knowing even the direction and in utter distress from the fierce wind and rain. Coming to know our condition in the morning, our teacher Sandipani came in search of us into the forest and saw us in that pitiable situation. He then said, Alas, O children, you have suffered very much for us. Life is the dearest thing for all creatures, setting no value, setting no value on it even. You have devoted yourself to my service. The real Guru Dakshina, present to the Guru, given by the highest type of disciples, is the offering of devotion of even this body, which is the means of achieving everything in life. O noblest of the twice born ones, I am mightily pleased with you. May the Vedas, which you learned from me, be unfadingly fruitful to you in this world and the next. Many were such incidents that took place during our stay in the Guru's house. Do you remember them? It is only by the grace of the Gurus that man attains to fulfillment of his aspirations in life and to the peace of the spirit within. The Brahmana said, O Supreme Divinity, O Teacher of the worlds, what other fulfillment is there for us to attain who had the great fortune to stay in the Guru's abode with you, whose thoughts always becomes true? O all-pervading being, for him whose body is constituted of the Veda, the source of all-round welfare, residence in the Guru's abode is merely for conformity with human ways. Ataika Shidi Damo Dhyayaha. The handful of flattened rice. Sri Sukha said, Sri Hari, who has insight into the minds of all beings, said smilingly to that great Brahmana in the course of conversation, the worshipful Lord Krishna, the goal of all spiritual men and the promoter of spiritual living, looked longingly at his friend and said smilingly, the worshipful Lord said, O venerable one, what present have you brought for me from home? Even a trifle offered to me by a devotee with love, I consider as great. What is given by people without devotion, even if it be of great value, does not give me any satisfaction. Whatever is offered to me with devotion, be it a leaf or flower or fruit or even water, I accept with delight such offerings born of man's deep faith and love. Though addressed in this way, the Brahmana, bashful and looking down, did not present that handful of flattened rice to the Lord, who is the consort of Shri, the goddess of prosperity. Lord Krishna, who is really the witness of the innermost thoughts of all, understood the cause of his coming and thought. He never worshipped me for wealth. My friend is now coming to me at the instance of his loyal wife. I shall grant him wealth beyond the dreams of men. Thinking so, he himself took hold of the small quantity of flattened rice tied in a rag, which that Brahmana was carrying attached to his wearing cloth. He took hold of it, exclaiming, Oh, what does it contain? Oh, friend, I am very fond of flattened rice, which you have brought for me. I will give It will give me some immense satisfaction to me, the soul of all the worlds. With these words, he took one fistful of that flattened rice and ate it, and then took another in hand. At this, Rukmani Devi, who was none but Sri Devi, ever devoted to the Lord, caught hold of his hand, preventing the Supreme Lord from eating more of it. The Devi said, O soul of the universe, by what you have already eaten, you have conferred on him prosperity here and hereafter to your satisfaction. The Brahmana spent a happy night at Achyuta's residence, taking food and rest and feeling himself transported to the heavenly region. Next morning, he started home, adored and for some distance accompanied by the Lord, who confers prosperity on the world and who is himself ever established in his inherent bliss. Sudama had neither prayed to Krishna for wealth, nor had Krishna given any as far as he knew then. He felt ashamed that he had gone for such paltry things as wealth, but experienced great joy in feeling that the visit gave him occasion to see the Great One. He thought within himself, today I have witnessed the Lord's love of holy men. Now, how he regards them as adorable beings. Me, the poorest of the poor, he was pleased to hug his chest, which is the residence of Sri. What am I? The poorest of the poor and the sinner to boot. And where is Krishna, the abode of Sri? Though a degenerate man, because I bear the signs of holiness, he embraced me like a brother. He made me sit with himself on a cot, on which he usually sits with his queen. My tired body was fanned with chowry by his consent.
By every form of service, including shampooing of feet and application of sandal paste, I was honored by, by him who is the God of all gods and the lover of holy men. The service of the Lord's feet is the source of man's welfare in all respects, whether it be for the attainment of heaven or moksha, for the acquisition of wealth in Jasatala or on the earth. The merciful Lord did not give me any wealth only because a poor man on getting wealth is likely to become extremely vain and proud and cease to think of the Lord. Thinking thus within himself, he reached where his house stood and saw there the towers of mansions luminous like sun, moon, and fire. He found there numerous parks and gardens full of chirping birds and lakes abounding in flowers like blooming blue lotuses, red lotuses, kalhara, and water lilies. At the house were several well-dressed male guards and female attendants of beautiful appearance. As he stood confused, thinking, what is all this? What place is this? How has it been converted into this condition? And so on. That high-souled one was received with tumultuous sounds of musical and percussion instruments by a batch of men and women radiant like celestials. Hearing that her husband had arrived, his wife, full of joy and excitement, came out of the house like Shri from her abode of lotuses. As she saw her husband before her, tears of joy flowed down the eyes of that devoted wife out of the excitement of love. With eyes closed, she mentally prostrated before him and embraced him. He was amazed to see his wife, like a luminous celestial, sitting in an aerial car, surrounded by bejeweled female attendants. Delighted, he with his wife entered into the house which, like Indra's abode, was supported on numerous columns studded with gems. Beds soft like the froth of milk, cots made of ivory, articles of daily use made of gold, showery fans with golden handles, golden thrones with soft pillows, canopies of brilliant hues with pearl strings dangling, walls of crystal and emeralds on which were handsome figurines of females holding brilliant lamps of precious stones. Lavish luxuries of such description greeted the Brahmana's eyes at his house. But unperturbed by all that, he began to cogitate in his mind how all that wealth had come to him quite undeserved. He reflected, the reason for the attainment of this kind of heavenly prosperity by me, a hapless man, perpetually poverty stricken, must certainly be the meeting I had with Lord Krishna, who is the embodiment of all divine majesties. My friend, the leader of the Dasharas, is an enjoyer of ultimate abundance, unlimited abundance, and his gifts to suppliants are always abundant, however big. He showers these blessings on them as clouds do rain without any announcement and in such plenty as if they were a trifle. Even a matchless blessing he gives, he considers as nothing, and even a trifling thing that a devotee offers him is great in his eyes. That is why the great one Krishna ate with much satisfaction the insignificant handful of flattened rice carried by me. May I, who have had this intimate association with the great one Krishna, the abode of all auspicious qualities, he be blessed with love, comradeship, and servitude in respect of him in life after life. And may I also have association with his devotees. On devotees who have no understanding of their own long time interest, the Lord, who has a perception of it, does not give too much wealth, royal power, big following, or high skills, lest the resulting pride from their possession should lead to their spiritual fall. That I have been blessed with wealth is a great ordeal to me. Concluding in this way, by reflection, the Brahmana, who had intense devotion to Krishna, desired to renounce the objects of worldly life completely. Nonetheless, to please his wife, he lived in the world, enjoying the unprohibited objects without getting involved or cultivating attachment for them. The holy men are the special object of honor for Sri Hari, the God of gods, the presiding deity of all yajnas, and the Lord of all. There is nothing else for him to adore. In this way, that Brahmana, Krishna's friend, discovered that the Lord, who is unconquerable by others, can be conquered by devotees by virtue of their devotion. He therefore spent his time in continuous meditation on him until the knot of his heart's bondage was cut and he attained to Mahavishnu's realm, the goal of all pious men. By listening to this story of Kuchela Brahmana, and particularly about the Lord's devotion to holy men, aspirants will attain love of God and get liberation from the shackles of karma. Atha, Skanda 10, chapter 82, the festival of Siya Tapanchara Chaka. Sri Sukha said, while Rama and Krishna were thus residing in Dwaraka, there took place a full and prolonged eclipse of the sun, as at the end of the Kalpa. Knowing beforehand about the occurrence of the eclipse, large numbers of people went in advance to Siamantapanchaka to perform holy bath and rituals conducive to their welfare. There it was that in days of old, Parasurama, the most noted among warriors, created large pools with the blood of kings he slaughtered in his campaign to erase the race of Kshatriyas from the world. Though the worshipful Parasurama, being of divine origin, was unaffected by karma, yet for setting an example to the world at large, he performed worship at the place for the eradication of his sins, like an ordinary man. Large number of people from all parts of Bharata assembled there on pilgrimage, and among them were Yadavas like Akrura, Vasudeva, and Ugrasena. Leaving Aniruddha, the commander, Kritavarma, Suchandra, Sukha, and Sarana for the protection of the city of Dwaraka, the other Yadavas like Gada, Pradyumna, and Samba went on that pilgrimage desirous of cleaning themselves of all their sins. The way up to Siamanta Panchaka was embellished by the movements of these Yadavas of impressive appearance, bedecked with golden necklaces, wreaths, garments, and armor, and seated in chariots resembling the vehicles of the Devas, and accompanied by cavalry moving like waves, by elephants trumpeting like rumbling clouds, and by troops of foot soldiers brilliant like Vidyaharas. Assembled there with their wives, who were superbly dressed and decorated, men took bath in the holy water and performed worship with great concentration, observing fast. Then they gave gifts of cows decorated with cloth, wreaths, and golden chains to holy men. After this, they took bath again in the water sanctified by Parasurama, with prayer in their heart to be blessed with firm devotion to Krishna. Then they fed holy men with dainty dishes, permitted by these holy men, the Yadavas, who looked upon Krishna as their deity, took food themselves and rested under the cool shades of the trees. They also met old friends, relatives, and royalties that had gathered at the spot. While they came across rulers of many countries, allies, as also hostile rulers of Matsya with Sina, Kosala, Vidarbha, Kaurava, Srinjaya, Cambodia, Kekaya, Madra, Amarta, Kerala, etc. They also met friends like Nanda and his Gopas, and above all the Gopis, who had for long been pining for the sight of the Lord.
Owing to the excitement of this surprise meeting,
The lotus of their hearts and faces bloomed fully, and they embraced one another in blissful abandon, shedding tears of joy, experiencing revelations all over the body, and having their voices choked with emotion. The women, too, on meeting together, viewed one another with frank and friendly looks, accompanied by smiles conveying cordial love, and they held each other in tight embrace, their saffron-painted breasts pressing against breasts, their eyes shedding tears of joy. These ladies, after saluting the elders and after receiving the ovations and welcome from those younger to them, began to exchange notes about Krishna's sportive actions. Rita, Kunti, the mother of the Pandavas, seen there her brothers, sisters, their children, parents, sisters-in-law, and Krishna all together, began to converse, forgetting all her sorrows. Kunti Devi, and addressing Vasudeva. O respected elder brother, I consider myself an extremely unfortunate person, for men of great nobility that you all are, you do not bestow any thought on me when I am in danger. Those to whom providence is not favorable are not, in spite of those relationships, remembered by friends, relatives, sons, brothers, and even parents. Vasudeva said, O good lady, don't accuse us who are human toys in the hands of God. The whole world functions subservient to the Supreme Lord and according to his will. Persecuted by Kamsa, we, the Yadavas, have had to run away from our land and wander about in other parts of the country. O sister, it is only now that Providence has restored us once again to the state we had lost. All the assembled kings, received and welcomed by Yadava leaders like Vasudeva, met Sri Krishna and felt highly elated with bliss. Bhishma, Krona, Dhritarashtra, Gandhari with all her sons, the Pandavas with their wives, Kunti Devi, Srinjaya, Vidura, Kripa, Kunti Bhoja, Virata, Bhishmaka, Nagandajit, Purujit, Dropada, Salya, Drishtaketu, Kasiraja, Damogosha, Chanaka, Madraka, Kekeya, Yudyamunyu, Susarma, Balika. These and their sons and other kings who were partisans of Yudhishthira had arrived there and were all wonderstruck to see Krishna, the paragon of beauty, in the company of his consorts. All these were very much pleased to be welcomed and received by Rama and Krishna, and they unanimously congratulated the Rishis on having Krishna as their support and said, O King of the Bhojas, you and your men are the most fortunate persons on earth, for you are able to see Krishna always, whom it is difficult for even yogis to perceive. He whose fame, extolled in the Vedas, purifies the whole universe, the water flowing from whose feet, namely the Ganga, and the words flowing from whose mouth the Shastras purified the whole world. He, by the contrast of whose feet the earth, though doomed by the destructive threat of time, yields none the less all our needs in plenty. That Mahavishnu, who has the power to grant even to sinful people heaven or liberation, or that desireless state which does not care even for those two, dwells in your house as the divine incarnate. Him you see every day, touch, travel with, talk with, sleep with, and sit with. With him do you maintain marriage relationship and obligations of performing funeral obsequies. You indeed are the blessed people who have realized the highest purpose of life. Sri Sukha said, knowing that the Yadavas headed by Krishna had come there, Nanda went to meet them, surrounded by Gopas carrying the materials that they had brought in their carts. When they saw Nanda, the Yadavas, who had for long been intensely longing to meet him, sprang up from their seats in great joy, as swooning bodies do when the prana returns to them, and held him in warm embrace. Vasudeva embraced him in great joy and recalled with much emotion the ordeal to which Kamsa had put him, and his abandoning his sons in Gokula for their safety. O noblest of the Kurus, Rama and Krishna, after doing obeisance in their foster parents, embraced them and remained mute, their voice choked by the tears of joy they were shedding out of the intensity of love. Placing Rama and Krishna on their own seats and embracing them in their arms, the blessed Yashoda and Nanda overcame their sorrow of separation. Rohini and Devaki, the real mothers of Rama and Krishna, embraced Yashoda, the queen of Vraja, and shedding tears out of memories of the great service she had rendered them, spoke thus to her. O Queen of Vraja, the goodwill and friendship you have extended to us in all situations cannot be compensated even by the gift of all the abundant wealth of Indra. Who can forget it? O respected lady, these two children, who had never seen their parents, were deposited with you, and as the eyes are protected by the eyelids, so were they protected by you and enabled to live and grow without any fear or danger, receiving from you, their foster parents, all endearment, nourishment, and protection. Pious persons like you make no difference between mine and thine. Sri Sukha said, the gopis, finding their dear Krishna near after such a long interval, gazed at him steadily, cursing the Creator who had given them eyelids, which by winking obstructed their sight of him occasionally. They drew him through the eyes into the heart, where they embraced him and attained to that Krishna consciousness, which is difficult of attainment even for yogis merged in samadhi. The Lord privately met the gopis who were communing with him as described above in their hearts, made inquiries about their welfare, embraced them, and said as follows: Do you remember us who have been compelled to be away from you for such a long time, engaged in the destruction of enemies for promoting the interests of our clan? Do you, for this reason, mistake us to be ungrateful? There is no ground for this, as it is providence that unites and separates people in this world. Just as the wind brings together and scatters such diverse objects as clouds, cotton, grass, and dust, so does the Creator unite creatures for a time and then separate them. Devotion to me is what bestows the immortal bliss of liberation to beings. Fortunately, you are endowed with that love to me which helps one to attain me. O women, just as material objects of this world have 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, and sky, as their source and place of dissolution, as also what is within and without them, so am I in regard to all beings, material and non-material. But it is to be noted that all material objects reside only in their material cause, the elements, and not in their enjoyer, the jiva. And the jiva lives in its material environment, which is a combination of elements, as its enjoyer only, and not as its cause. But both these, the enjoyer jiva and the objects enjoyed, subsist in me, the cause of all causes, and are expressions of me, the Supreme Being. I am thus both the enjoyer through the jivas and the enjoyed through the objects. Sri Sukha said, instructed in this way by Krishna into spiritual science, the gopis, through constant and deep contemplation on it, were able to cut the knot of eye sins and attain to him. O thou, with the world lotus in thy navel, thy feet are the object of contemplation of great yogis of deep understanding and meditative power. They are also the only support for lifting up those who are lying at the bottom of this dilapidated well of life in this transmigratory existence. May these feet ever shine in the hearts of us, leading to the housewife's life. Thus did the gopis pray. Atha Trashiti Tamo Chia Yaha. Skanda 10, chapter 683. The consorts and their marriage with Krishna. Sri Sukha said, the worshipful Lord, the sole refuge and spiritual guide of the gopis, having blessed them in this way, made inquiries of Yudhishthira and other friends and relatives about their welfare. They, for their part, felt themselves purified of all their sins by the contact of the blessed feet of the Lord, and replied to the inquiries of Krishna, the Lord of all the worlds.
They said, No evil can befall even those who drink through the cup of the ears once at least. A little of that nectar of thy lotus feet, the description of thy divine excellences coming out of the mouths of holy men who have drunk deep at that fountain, a drink that can efface the spiritual ignorance of men, the cause of their bondage. By thy spiritual radiance, thou hast sublated the intellect-born states of waking, dream, and sleep, and art ever established in the infinite and pure bliss consciousness that knows neither ebb nor flow. Thou hast now assumed a human form by the power of thy Yoga Maya for the protection and resuscitation of the spiritual message of the Veda that has decayed by the passage of time. Salutations to thee, the refuge of the Paramahamsas. Sri Sukha said, while the men were thus extolling the Lord, the most noted one among those with holy fame, the womenfolk of the Yadavas and Kauravas gathered together and began to discuss among themselves about the holy accounts of the Lord's deeds and life that had by now spread in all the three worlds. Draupadi said, O Princess of Vidarbha, O Bhadra, O Jambavati, O Princess of Kasala, O Satyabhama, O Kalindi, O Saibya, O Rahini, O Lakshmana, and other consorts of Krishna. Tell us how Achyuta, the imperishable one, incarnated as man and following the ways of the world by the power of his Maya, happened to marry each one of you. Rukmani said, when everything was made ready to give me in marriage to Sisupala, the king of Chedi, the kings like Jarasandha were standing with their bows ready for enforcing this decision. The Lord, defeating them in the most humiliating fashion, took me away as a lion its share from a herd of goats. May his feet be forever my object of adoration. Satyabhama said, my father, aggrieved by the death of his younger brother in connection with the Syamantaka episode, spread a scandal connecting Krishna with his death. In order to free himself from this ill fame, Krishna recovered that Syamantaka from Jambavan, the chief of bears, and restored it to my father. To compensate for the offense he had done by spreading these false aspersions, my father gave me to the Lord, though I had been promised to another earlier. Jambavati said, my father, without knowing Lord Krishna to be the same as Rama, the Lord of Sita, whom he looked upon as his master and the Lord of the universe, fought with him for 27 days in connection with the recovery of the Lord of the jewel Syamantaka. Finally, discovering from experience the real identity of Krishna, my father surrendered at his feet, offering to him both the jewel and myself. Here am I, his handmaid. Kalindi said, I was performing austerities with the desire that I might get a place at his feet as his servitor. He was pleased to come to my place with his friend and hold my hand in wedlock. I am content to be even a sweepress in his household. Mitravinda said, he came to my Swayamvara, and overcoming the assembled kings and my oppressive brother, took me away to Dwaraka, the seat of prosperity, as a lion would its prey from the midst of a pack of dogs claiming it. May I have the opportunity of serving his feet in life after life. Satya said, in order to test the strength of the kings seeking to marry me, my father was maintaining 7 oxen of extraordinary strength and very sharp horns. These animals, which had easily destroyed the false pretension of many a person of great strength and combative spirit, were overcome by my lord in a trice and tied up as kids by children in play. Thus paying the bridal money of heroism, he took me with all my attending maids, defeating all opposing kings on the way, to the city of Dwaraka with its army of 4 types of regiments. May I be ever blessed with the opportunity of serving him. Bhadra said, O Lady Draupadi, my father sent for Krishna, who is my uncle's son, and gave me to him, in whom my mind was already fixed, along with many female friends and troops. Whatever embodiment I may get due to my karma, it is my prayer that I may get the contact of his feet in every birth. Lakshmana said, hearing repeatedly from Sri Narada about the incarnation and exploits of the Lord, and thinking over and over again that Sri Devi, the goddess with the lotus in hand, chose to wed him in preference to all the protecting deities of the world, my mind got fixed in Krishna, the bestower of salvation. O good lady, my loving father Brihadsena, coming to know my mind, devised a scheme for the fulfillment of my desire. Just as at the time of your marriage, in order to get Arjuna as the bridegroom, a target in the shape of a fish was made. In the same way, a target of that kind was made for my marriage also. But this target was completely hidden to the view from outside, and I had to be hit by looking at its reflection in water. Hearing of this, large numbers of kings from various quarters, all highly versed in the theoretical and practical sides of the science of arms, assembled at my father's palace, along with their instructors. They were received and welcomed by my father in keeping with their dignity and age, and they, with their minds set on me, took up the bow and arrow to shoot at the target. Some took up the bow, but finding it too much for them to string it, gave up the attempt. Some others pulled the bowstring up to the other end of the bow, but were knocked down, as they were not strong enough to hook it. Other heroes like Jarasandha, Ambashta, Sisupala, Bhima, Karna, and Duryodhana could string the bow, but could not identify the target. Arjuna, seeing the reflection of the target, could locate it and shoot at it, but his arrow only touched it and glanced off. It could not pierce it. When all these proud kings had withdrawn with their pride, humbled, the worshipful Lord took up the bow, stringed it in play, and aiming the arrow at the target with eyes fixed on its reflection in water, shot it down at the auspicious time when the sun is in conjunction with Abhijit. With cries of victory, kettle drums were sounded in the sky, and the Devas rained flowers on earth in a joyous mood. Then I bashfully entered that assembly hall, producing a sweet tinkling sound from my anklets, and as I walked in, dressed in a pair of pure white silks, and my braids profusely decorated with flower wreaths, I held in my hand a glittering golden necklace to put on the chosen bridegroom. Then I lifted my face, adorned with luxuriant locks and gleaming earrings, and glanced at the assembled kings with a cordial smile. I slowly approached Krishna with a heart full of love for him and put the marriage garland over his shoulders. Immediately, mridangas, tabors, conchas, drums, and kettle drums sounded. Dancers danced and musicians sang. O daughter of Yajnasena, when I thus chose the worshipful Lord, the supreme master of the universe, the assembled kings, motivated by amorous sentiments, felt antagonized and would not acknowledge the validity of the choice. Meanwhile, the Lord seated me in his chariot, yoked to 4 excellent horses, and manifesting his 4 hands, stood there ready for a fight with his bow Sarangna uplifted. O Queen, as these kings looked on, paralyzed as it were, Daruka drove away that gold inlaid chariot in which the Lord had taken me, even as a lion nonchalantly carries off its prey in front of the other stunned animals. Those kings pursued him. Some of them, overtaking him, stood in front, obstructing his passage, and with bows uplifted, stood in readiness to oppose him. Like a pack of dogs before a lion, many of them fell dead in the field, with hands, legs, and necks severed by the arrows shot from the Lord's bow Saragna, while the others took to their heels. Then, just as the sun steps into his home in the west, the Lord entered his city of Dwaraka, which was full of huge, colorful banners hiding the light of the sun, and which was decorated with arches and buntings. Dwaraka, whose fame had spread all over the earth and heaven. My father honored the Lord's friends, relatives, and other associates with liberal presents, fine clothes, decorative materials, beds, seats, and other articles of daily use. To the Lord, who is ever fulfilled with needs nothing, my father presented out of devotion a large number of female servitors, wealth, troops with the 4 types of regiments, weapons, etc. By abandoning every other attachment in preference to the Lord and by practicing austerity, we have been privileged to become the housemaids of Him who is ever immersed in His inherent bliss.
The other consorts said, after the destruction of Narakasura, the son of the earth deity, along with his armies in battle, the Lord released us, the daughters of the kings whom Naraka had defeated in his conquest of the 4 quarters. Although he is without any desires and is the granter of liberation, he was nonetheless pleased to wed us who had been meditating on his saving feet. O noble lady, we have no desire for empire, the state of Indra, the enjoyments available in both the worlds, the 8 psychic powers, the state of Brahma, or even Vaikuntha, which confers liberation. Our one desire is that we may always be able to carry on our heads the holy dust of the feet of Gadadhara, the holder of the mace, which emits the fragrance of the holy saffron dust from the breast of Shri. Our longing is for the contact of the holy feet of him who tends cows, the feet which form the one object of desire of the Gopas and the Gopis, as also of the women of the forest tribes of Vrindavana and of the trees and creepers there. Atha Chaturashititamo Dhyayaha, Skanda 10, chapter 84. Vasudeva's sacrifice at Syamanta Panchaka. Sri Shuka said, all the ladies, Pritha, Gandhari, the daughter of Subala, Panchali, the daughter of Yajnasena, Madhvi, Shubhadra, the wives of assembled kings, as also the Lord's own gopis, all were wonderstruck and shed tears of joy on hearing the description of the intensity of love with which these consorts of Krishna were bound to him. While men with men and women with women were talking among themselves in this wise, there arrived a large number of rishis to meet Rama and Krishna, the names of some of them being Vyasa, Narada, Chavana, Devala, Asita, Vishwamitra, Satananda, Bharadwaja, Gautama, Parshurama, with his disciples, Vashishtha, Galava, Bhrigu, Pulatsya, Kashyapa, Atri, Markandeya, Brihaspati, Dvita, Trita, Ekata, Sanaka, and the other Kumaras, Angiras, Agastya, Yajnavalkya, and Vamadeva. Seeing all these sages whom the whole world respected, Rama and Krishna and all the kings assembled there got up from their seats and made prostrations to them. All of them, including Rama and Krishna, honored them with a cordial welcome and with offerings of seeds, arghya with water, garlands, incense, and sandal paste. The worshipful Lord, who had assumed a human form for the protection of Dharma, now spoke to them while the vast assembly listened in rapt attention, deep silence. The Lord said, our life has now proved fruitful, for we have now the blessing of a meeting with you all, the greatest among yogis, a privilege which even the celestials cannot easily have. It is a rare good fortune indeed that human beings like us, possessed as we are of so little of merit, accruing from austere practices, given to worship of God only through images and pilgrimages to holy rivers, could meet, touch, converse, and worship such holy ones like you. It is not that holy rivers, tirthas, are not altogether holy. It is not also that divine images of clay and stone are not divine. But these take a very long time to purify the mind of man, while holy men help him to accomplish this by their very darshana, meeting. Fire, sun, moon, stars, earth, water, sky, air, speech, mind, and all such entities worshipped by men cannot efface their sinful tendencies. For all such worship is prompted by self-centered motives generated by the consciousness of difference of oneself from others. But even a brief contact with enlightened ones destroys the ignorance that is the source of these sinful tendencies. He who considers this corpse-like body composed of the three humors as the Atman, he who thinks of his wife and other close relatives as his own, he who looks upon clay and stone as objects of worship and water pools as holy waters, but never sees any divinity in the wise and holy men, he is to be termed a veritable ass, conveying grass for cattle. Sri Shuka said, hearing these words of Krishna of unhindered wisdom, the drift and connection of which were difficult to understand, the sages sat silent, perplexed in mind. Reflecting for long, the sages understood that this attitude of a servant and suppliant found in him, who is the ruler of all, was only assumed for setting an example to the world. Then they spoke smilingly to him, the master and teachers of the worlds. The sages said, "We who are the most noted among the knowers of truth and are resorted to even by Prajapatis, become bewildered by the deluding influence of thy Maya when we see thee, the Supreme Being and the Master of Maya, assuming a human form, hiding his divinity, and behaving like one subject to ignorance, like ordinary men. Wonderful is this sport of thine, like the earth, out of which objects of various forms and nature come out. So thou, the one desireless and changeless being, producest, sustainest, and dissolvest this whole universe by thyself and in thyself. But thy entity is not in the least affected by it. This behavior of the Infinite One as a human being is only an assumption for divine sport. At particular times, for the protection of the good and the destruction of the evil ones, thou assumest a form of sattva as the divine incarnate, and by thy sportive activities sustainest the eternal Vedic path. Thou, the Supreme Being, art the soul of Vanashrama Dharma. The Veda constitute thy immaculate heart. By study and meditation on it, accompanied by austerity and self-control, one could know the Supreme Being in his relational aspect as this universe and its cause, and also as the transcendental being beyond all relations. So thou, infinite being, who art the source of the Veda, and to whom the Veda is the gateway, specially adorest that society of holy men in whom the Vedic revelation shines, and who therefore constitute thy abode. Today, by meeting thee, the goal of all pious men, we have attained the fulfillment of our life. Our pursuit of knowledge, our austerity, and our spiritual insight have become fruitful, for thou art the highest excellence that man could attain. Salutations to thee, Krishna, who hast by thy Yoga Maya hidden thy divine nature, who art really the Supreme Being and Lord of all, and whose power of spiritual understanding remains unfaded even in the embodied state. These kings and these Yadavas, who live constantly with thee, know not thee, who hast hidden thyself by the mask of thy Yoga Maya, and hast thus made invisible thy real nature as pure spirit, as the Lord of all, and as time, the consumer of all. A sleeping person feels the dream objects perceived as real objects. He also thinks that the dream ego, which perceives all objects to be the real ego, and is not aware of his real identity, which is distinct from the dream ego. So also man, whose memory has been impaired by Maya, because of the wandering of the senses among sense objects, is not able to recognize thee, who art the real entity projecting all these names and forms constituting the universe. Today we have been blessed by the actual sight of thy feet, which are the source of the sin-destroying Ganga, and which even advanced yogis can only visualize in their hearts in meditation. Therefore, bless us to be thy devotees, for only by intense devotion to thee, aspirants have been able to shatter the shell of jivahood and attain to thy state. Sri Shuka said, Having said all this, taking the lead of the worshipful Lord, Dhritarashtra, Yudhishthira, and others, they made themselves ready to depart. Seeing them departing, the high-souled Vasudeva approached them, made prostrations to them, holding their feet, and said with great devotion, Vasudeva said, Salutations to you who are the repositories of all the Vedas and the Devatas. O great Rishis, please tell me how we can overcome karma. It is not very astonishing that, considering Krishna to be merely his son, he is questioning us about the means for his spiritual upliftment. Familiarity generates a kind of disregard in the minds of men. See how persons living on the banks of the most sacred and sanctifying Ganga go for bath and purification to other waters. The Lord's awareness of himself as the perfect spirit is not impaired in the least by time, or the cosmic processes of creation and dissolution, or by inherent transitoriness, as in the case of lightning, or by any extraneous agency, or by causes springing from the gunas of Prakriti. The Lord of all, and the one without a second, he, Krishna, is untouched by imperfections, by karma with its results of enjoyments and sufferings, and by the movements of Prakriti. But ordinary people do not understand this when he puts on the sheets of prana and other coverings of a human body, which are parts of his own Shakti, just as the sun is not recognized at the time when he is hidden by clouds, mist, or Rahu. Then the sages said, addressing Vasudeva in the hearing of all the assembled kings, as also of Rama and Krishna, it has been ascertained that the best way to efface all the effects of past actions is to adore Vishnu, the bestower of the fruits of actions, by the performance of yajnas with deep faith and sincerity. Great men have declared with the insight born of knowledge that this dharma of performance of yajna, that is, the discharge of all ritualistic works and works that form one's duties in the world, as offerings to Vishnu, is productive of peace of mind and easily leads to the liberation of the jiva. The path to moksha for the twice born among householders consists in the faith-laden adoration of Mahavishnu through yajna, utilizing the properly acquired wealth for its performance. Dear sir, man has to overcome the desire for wealth through yajna and charity, the sexual desire and longing for progeny through home life, and the hopes for the felicities of heavens in the hereafter through proper discrimination of the evanescence of such attainments. Great men renounced these three forms of desire during their life in the world, and then only took to the life of a forest recluse. A twice born comes into this world with a threefold debt: debt to the devas, to the rishis, and to ancestors. These debts are repaid by performance of yajna, through study of the Vedas, and by begetting a son to continue the line. If one abandons the life of action without discharging these debts, he is liable to spiritual degradation. You are already free from the debts to rishis and ancestors. Now, through the performance of yajna, get release from the debt to devas. Thus, freed from all debts, abandon your home. O Vasudeva, you have surely worshipped the Lord of all the worlds, Sri Hari, with a great devotion, for he has been born as your son.
Shri Shuka said, hearing these words, the high-souled Vasudeva prostrated himself before these rishis and chose them as sacrificial priests for the proposed yajna. O king, these rishis, who were chosen according to the scriptural injunctions by Vasudeva as the sacrificial priests, excuse me, helped him to perform several yajnas in that sacred spot of Siamanta Panchaka. After the vow for the performance of sacrifice was taken, all the Yadavas and the other assembled kings bathed, put on lotus garlands, wore silken clothes, and adorned themselves in every way. Their wives too, wearing gold necklaces, dressed in silk, and putting on saffron marks, went to the sacrificial hall with many auspicious offerings in their hands. Mridangas, tabors, conchas, big drums, and kettle drums sounded. Male and female dancers danced. Bards and minstrels gave recitals of panegyrics, and Gandharva women with sweet voice sang along with their husbands. The priests, by way of initiation into the sacrificial rite, poured consecrated water over Vasudeva, who had applied collyrium to his eyes and smeared the body all over with butter, stood surrounded by his 18 queens, like the moon amidst the stars. Thus initiated and wearing a deer skin as dress, he shone in the company of these 18 ladies, dressed in silk and wearing ornaments like bracelets, pearl strings, earrings, and anklets. O great king, the sacrificial priests and the members of his sacrificial assembly, dressed in silk and wearing jewelries, appeared in splendor equal to those in Indra's sacrificial hall. Krishna and Rama, who constitute the one Lord who regulates the destinies of all the jivas, were prominent there in the company of their consorts, sons, and relatives who were all the expressions of his divine glory. Performing the prescribed yajnas like Darsha, Purnamasha, and Jyotishtoma, which form the Prakrita and also the wide to injunctions, the Supreme Lord manifests there as Krishna, who is himself the master of the ingredients of sacrifice, the rules and procedures of sacrifice, and the sacrifice itself. Afterwards, he gave the presents and gifts prescribed by the scriptures to the well-decorated sacrificial priests, besides very valuable cows, lands, and maids. After performing the Patni Samyaja and the rites connected with our Prita, both marking the end of the sacrifice, the rishis who officiated as priests and the other Brahmanas followed Vasudeva to the lake of Parasurama to take the final bath. After bath, Vasudeva gave away all his decorations and clothes to the minstrels. So did all his wives. Vasudeva then put on new dress and decorations and gave a sumptuous feed to all men and even to animals, up to dogs. Along with his wives and sons, he adored with presents all who had attended the sacrifice, the Vidarbhas, the Kosalas, the Kauravas, the residents of Kasi, the Kakayas, the Srinjayas, the members of the sacrificial assembly, the sacrificial priests, celestials, men, demigods, pitris, and charanas. They all took leave of the Lord and went away praising the yajna. Other relatives, friends, and close associates, Dhritarashtra, Vidura, the sons of Kunti, Bhishma, Drona, Kunti Devi, Nakula, Sahadeva, Narada, the worshipful sage Vyasa, all other friends and relations, all embraced the Yadava friends and departed to the respective places, with their hearts melting in love, but also sad at the thought of the separation. Nanda, who was highly devoted to relatives and friends, together with his Gopas, decided to stay on there for some time, and was received and entertained very cordially and respectfully by the Lord, Balarama and Ugrasena. Having easily fulfilled his desire to perform the yajna, Vasudeva one day said to Nanda joyously amidst his relatives, holding him by his hand. Vasudeva said, "O brother, I believe that the bond of affection with which the Lord has tied his creatures cannot be broken by brave men with the help of their strength, or by yogins with the help of knowledge. For the unparalleled love and friendship you bestow on us, though unrequited by us ungrateful people, is still found to persist in you. In the past, we could not, O brother, extend adequate hospitality to you because of our incapacity. And now the pride of wealth makes us oblivious of the good men standing just before us. O you, whose nature is to honor all, it is better that power and prosperity of state do not accrue to a man whose pursuit is the ultimate spiritual summum bonum. For, blinded by power and prosperity, man ceases to recognize even his kith and kin." Shri Shuka said, "Thus Vasudeva, with a heart melting in love, wept, shedding copious tears, remembering Nanda's friendliness towards him. Nanda, due to his affection for Rama and Krishna, and out of his desire to oblige Vasudeva, stayed on for about 3 months, each day postponing the date fixed for his departure. Sent off with military honors by the Yadavas, he finally departed for his Braja with his cows and followers, carrying with him large quantities of valuable like ornaments, silk clothes, and various kinds of outfits and utensils presented by Vasudeva, Ugrasena, Uddhava, and Krishna and Rama. Nanda, the Gopas and Gopis departed for Mathura, but they were not able to take away their minds, which they had offered at the feet of Govinda. After all their relatives and friends had departed, the Vrishnis, with Krishna as their soul and support, also started for Dwarka, seeing that the rainy season was imminent. They gave to the inhabitants of Dwarka detailed reports of Vasudeva's sacrifice and about meeting with friends during their pilgrimage. Ata Pancha Shintitamo Dhyaya. Krishna's service to his parents. One day, when his sons Rama and Krishna saluted him in the morning and presented themselves before him, Vasudeva, having made loving inquiries, said to them with a joyous heart, hearing the words of the rishis about the superior power of his sons, supplemented by what he had seen about the same in daily life, Vasudeva gained full conviction about their divinity and said, addressing them, O Krishna, thou arch Yogin, O Shankarshana, thou eternal being, I understand you both to be the Purusha and the Pradana, which form the cause of this universe, and also the transcendental spirit. He in whom the creation rests, he by whom, for whom, and from whom it has come into existence, he who forms its agent and its activity, he who constitutes the time factor and in which it subsists, all that I know to be thyself, the controller of the Pradana and the Purusha and the Lord of all. O Spirit transcending the senses, having projected this multifarious universe, thou, the birthless one, has penetrated into it, and thou sustainest it as prana. The source of energy, and as jiva, the source of intelligence. Prana and other energies which cause the world to evolve are not self-energetic, but are merely the powers of the Supreme Being. We understand this from the dependence of prana and other powers on him to be effective, as a sharp sword depends on its wielder to strike an enemy. We understand it also from the total difference in their nature and function, the spirit being intelligent and prana and other entities being non-intelligent. For non-intelligent beings are moved purposely only by intelligent beings. They have the potentiality to move, but they require a prime mover to initiate the movement and direct it purposefully. Excuse me. Thou art in truth the shine of the moon, the heat of fire, the brilliance of the sun, the twinkling gleam of the stars, and the flash of lightning. Thou art the motionless stance of mountains, and the earth's power of bearing, and its fragrance too. O Lord, thou art the power of water to quench thirst and enable life to thrive. Thou art its quality of taste too. The vital airs derive from thee alone their capacity to invigorate the senses, mind, and body, and to enable entities to move and walk about. Thou art the luminous of space, the quarters, and the sky. Thou art the root sound that has sprung from that element called spota, also known as bara. Thou art the articulate sound called pashyanti. Thou art the omkara called the madhyama. And thou art the distinctive words called vaikari. Thou art the power of the senses, the deities residing over them, and the power to control them. Thou art the intellect's power to grasp and understand. Thou art the jiva's superior power to remember and recollect. Thou art the Dhammasahamkara, that is the cause of the elements, the Rajasahamkara, that is the cause of the senses, the Sattvika Ahamkara, that is the cause of the devatas presiding over them, and also the mind. Thou art Pradana, that helps the evolution of transmigrating jivas. Just as amidst the changing forms of objects made by various substances like gold and mud, the substance alone remains ultimately, so among the perishing objects of the world, thou alone art the eternal, imperishable being. The three gunas of sattva, rajas, and tamas, which constitute prakriti, and all the effects like pleasure and pain, are projected on thee by thy own Yogamaya. Being projections on thee, they do not exist in thee in a way that transforms thy being. As long as Yogamaya projects it on thee, the world is seen there, and thou art implicit in it as its cause. When it is not so projected, thou art relationless. Those who are not aware of the subtle presence of thee, the universal spirit behind the changing world scene and transcending it, transmigrate as the result of their karmas. O Lord of all, human birth, with all the faculties of the mind fully developed, is very difficult to get. Having got it, I have, because of thy Maya, wasted it without bestowing attention on its real purpose, namely to seek thee.
I am this body, and those connected with the body are mine. With this cord of self-centered affection, thou hast bound this whole world. You are not my sons, but he, the supreme Lord of both Purusha and Prakriti. For ridding the earth of the burden of evil kings, thou art incarnated here. Thou thyself hast declared this. O friend of the afflicted, I have now taken refuge at those feet of thine, which erase men's holy wounds. I, who look upon this perishable body as the self, have been thinking of thee, the Supreme Lord, as merely my son. This bodily infatuation and the consequent tendency for sense enjoyments are the cause of this erroneous view. So enough of this addiction of sense to sense enjoyments. Though the birthless and eternal being, yet I have taken many births for the protection of Dharma that I have myself set up. So didst thou declare to us at thy birth in the labor room itself. Though thou art bodiless existence like the sky, yet like the sky thou dost assume many forms through limitations and gives them up. Who can have an insight into the mysterious play of thy Yoga Maya? O thou of abounding holy fame. Sri Sukha said, the worshipful Lord, the ornament of the Yadava clan, hearing these words of his father, bowed down in humility and said to him with a smile. Lord said, O Father, I consider that the words you have spoken, conveying the truth about us, your children, are of supreme import. O the noblest of the Yadavas, all beings, we, you, this brother of mine, these inhabitants of Dwarka, in fact, everything moving and unmoving should be looked upon through investigation as the manifestation of the divine. As you have done in our case, just as the five elements present themselves and disappear, assume smallness and bigness of size, appear as single and as many in their effects like pot and other things, so the Atman, who is essential nature, is self-effulgent and self-consciousness, unconnected with the body and free from the bondage of gunas, appears in this modified state created by myself as the many, as an object, as impermanent, as non-separate from the body, and as subject to the bondage of nature. Sri Sukha said, O king, instructed in this way by the worshipful Lord, Vasudeva gave up the outlook that sees multiplicity and stood joyfully silent. O noblest of the Kauras, Devaki, the embodiment of all Devis, hearing with wonder how her children had brought back the dead son of the Guru, thought with deep sorrow about her own sons killed by Kamsa, and said to Rama and Krishna with tears flowing from her eyes out of intensity of feeling, O Rama, thou immeasurable one, O Krishna, thou awarder of the fruits of yoga to all the master yogis. I know thee to be the overlord of even Creator Brahma and the original being. Thou hast taken birth in me as the divine incarnate in order to rid the earth of the burden of evil kings who have degenerated from their ideals in the course of long ages and who have thrown to the winds all the disciplines and dictates of the scriptures. I seek refuge in thee, by a fragrant of a fraction of whose being the creation, sustenance, and dissolution of the universe are carried on. Thou didst bring from the Lord of death the long dead son of thy Guru at his request and gave him to the Guru as parting present. In the same way, it behoves thee, the master of all yogic power, to fulfill my desire to see my sons killed by the king of the Bhojas. Sri Sukha said, O Bharata, commissioned in this way by their mother, Rama and Krishna repaired to Sutala, one of the nether worlds, by the power of their Yoga Maya. When they entered Sutala, Mahabali, the king of Daityas, recognized in them the soul and master of the whole universe, as also the deity of his adoration. Intensely delighted with this meeting, he and all his retinue got up from their seats and made prostrations before them. Bali gave them seats of honor, washed their feet, and sprinkled on the head of himself and others that water that is sacred enough to sanctify everything in the universe up to Brahma. He honored them with all the affluent resources, offering splendid clothes, ornaments, unguents, betel, lights, delicious food, his family members, his wealth, and himself. O King Mahabali, holding the Lord's feet again and again to his head, and with a heart melting in love and eyes shedding tears and hairs standing on end, spoke in a faltering voice. Mahabali said, Salutation to the infinite being, who as Adisesha holds the whole universe on one of his heads. Salutations to thee, the resting place of the worlds. Salutations to thee, Krishna, the promulgator of the Samkhya and Yoga disciplines, the all-pervading being and the supreme spirit. Thy vision is very difficult for beings to attain, yet sometimes it is also obtained easily through thy grace. For example, see how thou hast vouchsafed thy sight to us coming here, though we are creatures characterized by rajas and tamas, daityas, danavas, gandharvas, siddhas, vidyadharas, charanas, yakshas, rakshasas, pisachas, bhutas, pramatas, etc. And we asura and others like us are naturally antagonistic to thee who art of pure sattvika, form and reveal through the sastra, constituting thy body. Among these, some who commune with thee with the intense antagonism of confrontation with, and others with a persisting concentration of sexual passion, attain to thee with a speed impossible for devas who are constituted of the quality of sattva. O thou who bestowest the fruits of spiritual striving to all yogis, even the greatest of yogis have not been able to understand thy Yoga Maya, what it is and how it functions. Then what to speak of us, Asuras, without caring for the shelter of thy hallowed feet, which is the quest of those who have no desires. We have consigned ourselves into the unused empty well of worldly life. May thou be pleased to lift us up from it and help us live as ascetics underneath trees, the shelter of all men resorting to them, subsisting on the fruits they give, or travel with a tranquil mind alone, or in the company of man with universal love. O Lord, thou supreme controller, discipline and direct us. Render us sinless. A person who remains firm in this path of thy commandment gets free from the compulsions of Vedic ritualism. The Lord said, in the Swayambhuva Manvantara, Marichi had 6 sons by his wife Urna. These celestials laughed at Brahma, who attempted to have intercourse with his own daughter. For this offense, they had to be born as asuras immediately, born as the issues of Hiranyakasipu. They were afterwards transferred to the womb of Devaki by Yogamaya. Born of Devaki's womb, they were killed by Kamsa. Devaki Devi, thinking of them as her sons, is mourning over their loss. Their 6 sons are now with you, O King of Asuras. In order to assuage the grief of our mother, we shall now take them with us. Bring now free from the curse. Thy woe afterwards go to their own sphere. These 6 Smara, Udkita, Parishvanga, Patanga, Chudarbrit, and Grini will by grace attain salvation afterwards. So saying, and adored by Mahabali, he came back to Dwarka with these 6 and presented them to his mother. Mother Devaki, overwhelmed with affection for her children, shed milk from her breast, seated them in her lap, embraced them, and smelled the crown of their head again and again. Deluded by the Maya of Vishnu, the power that keeps the world going, she felt herself immersed in joy by the contact of her dear ones and fed them at her breasts. Taking this immortal drink of Devaki's breast milk, the remnant of what Krishna, the wielder of the mace, sucked, and having the content of Narayana's body, they gained back the consciousness of their past. They then prostrated themselves before Govinda, their parents, and Balarama, and while all were looking on, attained to the divine sphere. O King, Mother Devaki felt astonished at these events, the return of her dead children, and the departure afterwards, and concluded that all this was due to the mysterious spiritual power of Sri Krishna. O Prince of Bharata's line, numerous are such sportive exploits of Krishna, the Supreme Being, the possessor of infinite puissance. The Sutta said, this sacred narrative about Murari, described by Suga, the son of Vyasa, is a delight to the ears of devotees, more valuable than a precious ornament, and a panacea for the sins of men. He who listens to it with one pointed attention and makes others do so will attain to his state, which is beyond the ravages of time. Ata Shashtar Siti Tamo Adhyaya. Marriage of Subharada and story of Shrutadeva. Raja Parikshit said, O holy sir, I would like to know what were the circumstances leading to the marriage of Arjuna with my grandmother Subharada, who was a sister of Rama and Krishna. Sri Sukha said, Arjuna of noble birth was moving about the various parts of the country on a pilgrimage. When he was at Prabhasa, he heard of his uncle's daughter Subharada. He heard also that Rama desired to give her in marriage to Duryodhana, while others in the family were not agreeable to this. Now desiring to get her for himself, Arjuna went to Dwarka in the guise of a triple-staff sannyasi. He stayed there for several months during the rainy season for the attainment of his object. Receiving the adoration of the citizens as well as Rama, none of whom could see through his disguise. One day, Balarama invited him to his house and fed him with great attention.
There Arjuna beheld that maiden whose superb beauty could capture the mind of any hero. Instantly he fell desperately in love with her, and his heart got agitated and his eyes wide open. She, too, fell in love on seeing him, whose form would charm the mind of any woman. She stood there, smiling with a bashful look, her heart and her gaze fixed on him. Arjuna had no peace of mind from now, his heart being agitated by his strong passion for her. His thoughts were always fixed on her, and his brain was engaged in devising plans for taking her away with him. Excuse me. One day, when the girl came out of the citadel in a chariot to attend a religious festival, Arjuna, the great car warrior, carried her away with the permission of Devaki, Vasudeva, and the Lord himself. Ascending his chariot, he held up his bow and drove away all the valiant gods that came and surrounded him, and amidst the hue and cry of the people there, carried her away as a lion carries away his prey. Hearing about this, Rama got furiously agitated like the sea on the full moon day, but he calmed down when Krishna and other relatives pleaded with him, holding his feet. Rama, now reconciled, sent as presents to the couple costly articles for personal use, an army with the 4 types of regiments, and servitors, both male and female. Sri Shuka said, there was a Brahmana devoted to Krishna named Shrutadeva, who found life's fulfillment in devotion to Krishna, who was wise, full of peace, and free from sensual indulgences. He was a householder living in the city of Mithila, in the country of the Vidahas, meeting the limited wants of life with what chance brought him without much effort on his part. Daily, he got sufficient income for his upkeep, not more. Satisfied with it, he discharged all his ritualistic duties properly. O respected one, the then ruler of the place, Bahulaswa of the royal line of Mithila, was a person free from pride and conceit. Both the king, Bahulaswa, and the Brahmana, Shrutadeva, were dear to Achyuta. The worshipful Lord, the master of all, being highly pleased with both, once went with many sages to Videha in his chariot, got ready by Daruka. He went to Mithila with Narada, Vamadeva, Atri, Vedavyasa, Parasurama, Asita, Aruni, myself, Brihaspati, Kanva, Maitreya, Shayawana, and others. O king, as he had arrived at different stations, men in the cities and the villages received him with ingredients of worship in hand, as they do the rising sun, here in the present instance, with the planets constituted of the accompanying rishis. He passed through the countries of Ananta, Danwa, Kuru, Jangala, Kanka, Matsya, Panchala, Kunti, Madhu, Kaikeya, Kosala, and Reena. And as he passed through, the men and women of those countries absorbed through their eyes the lotus face of the Lord, with its loving looks and charming smile. By the sight of Krishna, the supreme spiritual teacher of all the worlds, the darkness of binding ignorance, hiding the people's eye of knowledge, cleared, and they attained to spiritual wisdom and liberation. And further, hearing all along the way the glorification of his own sin-destroying holy fame, sung by celestials and men everywhere, Krishna gradually reached his destination of Videha. Hearing the arrival of Achyuta in their country, the citizens and the villagers went to receive him in great joy, with materials for worship in their hands. When they saw him of holy and transcendent fame, their faces and hearts bloomed with the joy of his vision, and they fell down prostrate with joined palms before him in full salutation, as also before the well-known sages. Guessing that Krishna, the teacher of the whole world, had come to bless them, Shrutadeva and the king of Mithila both fell at the feet of Krishna, the Lord of all. Both the king of Mithila and the Brahmana Shrutadeva invited Krishna along with the rishis accompanying him to be their guests at the same time. The worshipful Lord accepted the invitation of both, desirous as he was to bless them both at the same time. Assuming two forms, he went to the houses of both simultaneously, without the one knowing his presence in the other's house. On their arrival at his house, the king of Mithila seated these venerable guests on excellent seats, venerable personages whose names even were difficult to be heard by evil men. The emotion of divine love surging in his heart expressed itself through his eyes as a torrent of tears. Prostrating himself before the Lord, he washed his feet, and that world-sanctifying water he poured on the heads of himself and all the other members of his household. Then he worshipped him with ingredients of worship, like sandal paste, flower garlands, clothes, ornaments, incense, light, and with gifts of cows and oxen. Feeding the party to satiety and pleasing them with sweet conversation, he placed the feet of Sri Krishna in his lap, and while joyously stroking them, prayed. The Raja of Mithila said, O all-pervading one, thou art the Atman in all beings, the witness of all, and the self-revealing light of consciousness, the ultimate subject. Though unseeable as the ultimate subject, thou hast come before us assuming a form. Thou hast declared, neither Ananta, my brother, nor Shri, my consort, nor Brahma, my offspring, is as dear to me as one who is exclusively devoted to me. To vindicate this declaration of thine, thou hast appeared before our eyes. Which man will abandon thy lotus feet, knowing that thou dost make a gift of thyself to sages who have no wealth other than thyself, and who are at peace because they have no possession except thee? Born in the line of Yadu, thou hast by thy sportive activities spread thy holy and world-sanctifying fame everywhere, hearing about which men caught in the cycle of samsara might get release from it and attain salvations. Salutations to thee, Krishna, worshipful Lord, whose consciousness is never obscured by ignorance. Salutations to thee who, as Narayana, art absorbed ever in undisturbed samadhi. O all-pervading one, deign to live here for some days, along with the sages, and sanctify this line of Nimi with the dust of thy holy feet. Being thus employed by the king, the worshipful Lord, who ever promotes the world's welfare, spent some days in Mithila, bringing infinite good to the men and women of that country. When Achyuta reached his house, Shrutadeva too prostrated himself before him, and the Munis, as the king of Mithila did. Then he danced about in great joy, his clothes whirling about in his vigorous dance. Offering them straw seats and mattresses to sit on, he welcomed them and washed their feet along with his wife. That pious Brahmana sprinkled his holy water everywhere in his house, over its inmates and himself, and filled with joy thereby, he had the satisfaction of fulfilling the most cherished object of his life. He worshipped the Lord with fruits, incense, herbal water, fragrant substances, tulasi, kusa, lotus petals, and other such easily got ingredients, and fed him with a simple, pure, and wholesome meal. He cogitated in his mind how he, one consigned to the discarded well of the householder's life, could get this association with Krishna and the holy sages in whom he resides, and whose feet are sacred enough to sanctify even holy places. After doing hospitality in the proper way, he seated them comfortably, and along with his wife and other members of his family, began to stroke their feet. In the course of it, he said, Shrutadeva said, "It is not just now only that thou hast revealed thy presence to us. At the very outset, thou didst enter into the categories of creation which thy Shakti had brought forth. The sleeping man's mind, which is a part of thy power, Maya, projects in dream the dream egos and the objects experienced, and also interpenetrates them and shines through them. So dost thou shine in this universe, projected by Maya as the centers of consciousness, who are the experiences, and as the objects which are the experienced. Thou shinest specially in the pure hearts of these men, who always hear about thee, speak about thee, offer worship to thee, salute thee, and converse about thee. Though thou art in the hearts of all, thou art far off for those whose minds are distracted by the impressions of various actions. Thou canst not be grasped by the unaided power of the individual mind. Only a mind saturated with devotion can grasp thee. Salutations to thee, who revealest thyself as the Supreme Spirit to those who have the true knowledge of the Atman. Salutations to thee, who comest as death to those who fail to recognize themselves as the Atman and look upon themselves as separate individual bodies. Salutations to thee, who art embodied as Prakriti and its evolutes, the causal and manifested conditions of the universe. Salutations to thee, whose vision cannot be hidden by thy own Maya, but which causes ignorance in others. May thou of such greatness deign to instruct us, thy servants. Lord, how are we to serve thee? Man's troubles cease when he realizes thee. Sri Shuka said, to him For said like this, the worshipful Lord, who alleviates the sufferings of self-surrendered devotees, declined smiling, holding his hand in his own.
The Lord said, O learned one, know that these holy men, the rishis, accompanying me, have come here to bless you. They travel all over the world with me in their heart, sanctifying the region they travel with the dust of their feet. Only very slowly, in the course of a long time, do holy images, places of pilgrimage, and sacred rivers purify those who see, touch, and worship them. And even this power they derive from the sanctifying looks of holy men. O holy man excels others by birth because of the many auspicious and virtuous tendencies he brings with him. He becomes all the more so by austerity, learning, and contentment, and above all by installing me in the heart through devotion. This four-handed form of mine is not dearer to me than the holy man, for the holy man is the embodiment of all the Vedas, while I am only the embodiment of all the Devas, whose greatness is underwritten by the Vedas. People of carping and evil mentality, without understanding this truth, become confirmed in the worship of images, while slighting holy men who are the teachers of men, who are my own self and who constitute the Atman of all. The holy man remembers always that this whole universe in its gross and causal condition constitutes my form, because of the enlightenment received through my intuition. Therefore, O learned one, adore these divine sages with the same strength of faith that you have in me. That indeed is my true worship, not the worship with costly offerings in the images. Sri Sukha said, thus instructed by the Lord, the Brahmana and the king of Matila adored the sages and Krishna with the conviction that they are one and attain to liberation. O king, in this way the worshipful Lord, demonstrating himself to a devotee of his own devotees, taught these two aspirants the path of spiritual evolution revealed in the Vedas. He stayed with them for a few days and then returned to Dwaraka. The hymns of the Vedas. Raja Parikshit said, O enlightened one, the Vedas, being constituted of words, can only describe entities coming within the scope of the three gunas of Prakriti. How can they really reveal Brahman, the absolute being, who is not included in the gunas of Prakriti, who cannot be defined or described as an object before us, and who is beyond the relation of cause and effect? Sri Shuka said, the all-powerful Lord created faculties like intellect, mind, senses, and prana in the jivas, in order that they may enjoy sense contacts in the world, may perform works, gain the felicities of heaven in the hereafter, and attain the liberation from samsara. It is not proper to doubt the efficacy of the Vedas, for it is the ignorance-shattering science ending in the knowledge of Brahman, accepted as such by the most ancient wise men from endless time. A man accepting it with deep faith and sincerity and living a life of renunciation attains to the blessedness of abidance in the Supreme Spirit. In order to make this clear, I shall narrate to you an episode relating to sage Narayana. It is a conversation that took place between Narada and Rishi Narayana. Once in the course of his peregrinations all over the universe, Narada, the beloved of the Lord, went over to Badarishbrahma to see the Rishi Narayana, who is engaged during the whole kalpa in austerity constituted of dharma, righteousness, jnana, knowledge, and sama, practice of samadhi, for the material and spiritual good of the men inhabiting Bharatavarsha. Narada put this very question to sage Narayana, who was sitting there surrounded by rishis living in the village of Kalapagrama. The worshipful Narayana narrated to Narada what took place during a seminar on Brahman at a sacrificial ancients. The worshipful Narayana said, O son of self-born Brahma, it was in Janaloka, under the auspices of the mind-born sons of Brahma, who are long-life celibates, and amidst the residents of that region, that this Brahma Sutra, or prolonged discussion on Brahman, participated in by a large number of savants and self-controlled sages took place. You have gone to Swetadvipa at that time to pay obeisance to its lord, Aniruddha. When this assembly for the discussion on Brahman took place in Janaloka, the question investigated then was the very question you have now raised. Though all these sages were equal in learning, austerity, character, and even-sightedness towards friends, foes, and neutrals, they made one among themselves, Sanandana, the speaker, while the others heard him with deep attention. Sadhanada, the speaker, said, in order to awaken a sleeping emperor in the morning, the minstrels attached to his court come and proclaim his glorious deeds in praise of him. In the same way, in order to awaken the Lord at the end of the pralaya, from the cosmic slumber into which he had entered with previous kalpa, had ended, withdrawing into himself the whole universe and the powers connected with it. The Shrutis, the Vedas, recited a hymn recalling all his distinctive majesties. Maya functions as ignorance in Jiva and as power in the Lord. The Shruti said, Hail, hail unto the Supreme Master, unconquerable. Withdraw thy Maya, constituted of three gunas, from covering the knowledge of all jivas, moving and unmoving with the pall of ignorance. But in thee, the controller of Maya, Maya is not the veil of ignorance as it is in the jiva, but thy inherent puissance of divine majesty. The Vedas reveal thee as sometimes manifesting thy inherent power of Maya, and at times of subsisting in thyself with all powers quiescent. The whole universe of experience is ultimately thyself alone, for it is known to the Vedas and the Rishis that thou alone remainest when everything is dissolved to the subtlest state, just as the appearance and disappearance of all effects like pots take place in their material substance clay. So do the origin and vanishing of the universe take place in thee, their material cause. But there is this difference, that unlike clay, thy substance is not in the least affected by the creation and dissolution of the universe out of thee. as everything that is conceived by thought and touched by the senses are only thy manifestation, and therefore thyself. The various deities and forms of worship described in the Vedas really relate to thee only, though indirectly. The steps we place on any object on the ground, though they may appear to be placed on that object, are in the final sense placed on the earth only. As the earth supports all objects, so too do all the words and teachings of the Vedas point towards thee, though they may appear to deal with deities. O Master of Prakriti, knowing this, that all the divine manifestations and incarnations are really thyself, great sages dived into the ocean of the world sanctifying accounts of thy sportive actions as such divine incarnations and manifestations, and through that assuage the heat of all their sufferings. O thou, the Supreme One, it is then needless to say that those who overcome the limitations of space, time, and mental modifications, the intuit, thy being, will overcome all sufferings and be established in thy state of unbroken bliss. Only if he adores thee. Otherwise, he is merely a pair of bellows, a breathing machine. For thou art the power that activates the insentient cosmic categories and enables them to take the shape of the universe, including man. In the human personality so formed, thou as the Purusha permeatest 5 sheaths or bodies, koshas, the Annamaya, the Pranamaya, the Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, and Anandamaya. Interpenetrating all these and taking their shape, thou art described also as transcending them as their support. Brahman is the tail, the support. The one remaining is the unsublatable and ultimate residue when all the distinctions of cause and effect are eliminated. Among the followers of the path of the rishis, those are most gross-minded meditate on thee in the stomach region, that is the center in the navel called Manipura, probably including also Muladhara. Others, more subtle-minded, called Arunis, meditate on thee in the spiritual dimension, in the heart region called Dahara. From the heart, Shushumna, the spiritual conduit, leads to the head, the highest region where thou art intuited, in the Sahasrara, or the 1,000-petaled lotus. There is no more birth and death for those attaining this. Though thou art already present in those divine creations of thine, as their material cause, still it looks as if thou hast entered into them again after the creation of the bodies, manifesting identification with their shape and character. Just as the fire takes the shape and nature of the fuel it is burning. Therefore, men who are endowed with a dispassionate mind and who have renounced all self-centered values recognize these as the enduring spirit in these transient bodies. The Purusha, the Jiva, abides in the bodies created by the karmas performed by himself, without his spiritual nature being effaced by anything within or without in the midst of the cause and effect relationship. He is described as a part, amsa, of thee, and thou as the whole endowed with infinite puissance and excellences, arriving through discrimination at the spiritual origin and destiny of man, Wise men adore thee with deep faith and devotion, having accepted the Vedic teaching that thou art the center for dedicating and depositing all one's actions, and that devotion to thee can secure one's release from samsara.
O Lord of all, in order to reveal the spiritual nature of man, which is difficult to comprehend, thou dost body thyself forth as divine incarnations. There are some who enter into the vast nectarine ocean of thy deeds and excellences revealed through the sportive actions of these, thy incarnations, and exclude all other forms of spiritual striving. They leave their homes and all worldly attachments and join that community of all renouncing men who constitute the swans, Paramahamsas, ever sporting with delight at the lotus of thy feet. They reject even apavarga, moksha, or liberation, which is generally considered the fourth and the highest purushartha, or value of life, and prefer the fifth purushartha, consisting in the absorbing divine service of prema bhakti. This human body, so well suited for thy service, is now readily available for one like a bosom friend or a dear relative to be used for devotional purposes. So also thou, who art the soul of one soul and benevolent, art eager to bless the devotee. But alas, heedless man shows no interest in thee because of his indulgence in sense objects of a degrading nature. By this neglect of devotional life, he becomes a killer of the soul. By the force of tendencies developed through a life of attachment to this body, he roams about in inferior bodies in this terrible maze of samsara. Through remembrance, thou antagonists attain to the same spiritual goal as the sages who had established complete control over their vital forces, mind and senses, and meditated on thee in the heart. To thee, we, the Shruti Devatas, who look upon thee as equally present everywhere, and ever commune with thy lotus feet, and the women, the Gopikas of Vrindawana, who longed for the embrace of thy arms, powerful and handsome like Adishesha, are of equal worth. Whatever the nature of the passion that moves the devotee, if it makes him intensely think of thee, thy grace falls on him. Thou art the primeval being prior to whom, or by whose side there was none else existing. Lo, how can any of the others who came from thee and after thee, and who are bound to dissolve into thee, know thee? From thee the creator Brahman arose, and from him the two types of divinities. And when thou enterest into thy cosmic slumber, drawing everything into thyself, there is nothing left to be known as gross or subtle or a combination of both. No movement of time, no scripture. How can anyone therefore know the subtle truth about thee unless instructed by thee? So, to practice devotion to thee and win thy grace is the easier way of salvation for man. Different philosophers have different theories of reality.
arise from a previous state of non-existence. Naiyayikas have the theory that existent entities perish. The Sankhyas contend that the spirit is many and therefore different in each body. The Mimamsaka ritualists find the truth in the fruits of ritualistic work. All these theories are guesswork based on misconception. So also the materialist's theory that man is a product of the three gunas of Prakriti, and that every being is therefore a separate and perishable individual, is a theory based on the ignorance of thy nature. For thou, pure consciousness, in whom ignorance has no place, is the ultimate truth. The universe of three gunas, a mental projection, and the individual self or the jiva are sat, something non-existent in themselves, but become sat or derive existential value because of thee who art the substance behind them. The knowers of the self therefore recognize all this as sat, or existing, because all form an expression of thyself. A product of gold is not rejected as illusory, because it exists in identification with its substance, gold. Having manifested the universe, thou dost indwell it as its substance, as gold abides in all products of it. Those who adore thee as the soul and substance of everything overcome death, planting their feet on his head, as it were, with utmost contempt. The others who are averse to this truth are bound by thee to the life of samsara, like animals with a rope of Vedic ritualism, even though they be great scholars. Those who love thee purify the worlds, not the other who put on a garb of spirituality without love of thee at heart. Though thou, the self-luminous and self-conscious one, be without limbs and sense organs, thou art the power that supports the sense faculties of all creatures. Dominated by thy Maya, all the devas and creators like Prajapatis offer tribute to thee as subordinate kings do to their suzerains, and they in turn subsist on what men offer them as sacrificial offerings. Out of fear of thee, all the devas perform their appointed tasks. O unfettered one, when thou, the transcendent being, desirest to sport with thy yoga maya and castest thou glance at her, then the powers and tendencies of jivas that had become latent in thee at the close of the cosmic cycle are roused up, and as a consequence, jivas, with bodies moving and unmoving, come into being. These differences noticed in the nature and the power of the jivas are due to their own karmas and not of thy making. For to thee, who art the highest of all beings, who art the same towards all, like Akasha, beyond mind and words, and extremely subtle, there is no such difference as the favored one and the disfavored one. All beings are alike to thee, and the differences noticed in them are only due to their own karma. O eternal being, if embodied beings, jivas, are countless in number, and are also eternal and all-pervading, they cannot come under thy control, as each would be its own absolute authority and could go on his own way. They can be under thy control only if it is otherwise. If the jiva is a manifestation of thyself through an adjunct, then thou, as their causal substance, will be permeating them in all their transformations through their adjuncts, and would be their controller without losing thy own original nature as the Supreme Being. But the all-pervading and ultimate seer, that thou art, thou canst not be an object of knowledge like other noble things. To say that the ultimate seer can be seen will be an absurd doctrine. A living being, jiva, cannot be a product of prakriti, matter, alone, or of purusha, consciousness, alone. For both these are eternal, whereas living beings come and go. They are therefore the product of the mutual superimposition of both into a complex unit, in which their separateness cannot be understood or experienced. They may be compared to bubbles, in which air and water particles combine. And when all those jivas dissolve in thee, the existence, knowledge, bliss, either in deep sleep or in liberation, then all their separateness disappears, with this difference, that in sleep the mergence is still in combination with the adjuncts in the subtle forms as of flower nectars of various kinds in honey, while liberation is absolute mergence as of a river water in the ocean. Knowing that it is due to the delusion caused by thy maya that the jivas are subject to birth after birth in the transmigratory cycle, samsara, wise men adore thee, the granter of release from samsara, with intense devotion. How can there be samsara for one who serves thee? For thy wheel of time, with its rim of 3 parts, past, present, and future, on which the life of transmigration is mounted, causes fear only to those who do not take refuge in thee. O birthless one, even though a person might have gained control over his senses and the pranas, if he has not surrendered himself at the feet of the Guru, all his effort to discipline the extremely fickle mind, which is like an uncontrolled horse, will result only in the pain and trouble of striving, and he will be overwhelmed with deep sorrow because of failure. His condition will be like that of a party of merchants in the mid-ocean without a helmsman to direct the boat. When thou, the essence of all bliss, art available as his very self to one who has resigned himself to thee, what further use will he have for such objects as relatives, sons, body, wife, wealth, house, lands, life and properties, like chariots, etc.? And what joy can a man derive who, without knowing thee, the bedrock of reality, goes after the joy of sex life and other enjoyments of the world that are ephemeral and doomed to destruction by their very nature. Though these devotees, who are free from the pride of narrow egotism, hold thy lotus feet in their heart, and have within themselves that all-sanctifying stream of devotion flowing from those feet of thine, still they resort to holy centers of spiritual living, and thinking during their life in the world, abandoning hearth and home. For even those who have but once seriously bestowed their mind on the ever-blessed Atman, which is thyself, can never feel happy in their self-centered life, of the home in which is a baneful effect on the spiritual essence in man. Not only that, by their visit to such holy spots, they sanctify them and enhance their holiness.
It is contended that all this world has arisen out of Sat, a really existent cause, and therefore it must also be real. This, however, is not acceptable to reason. First, it is not universally applicable to all cases of cause and effect, as in the case of father and son. The son has a different identity from that of the father, and cannot be reduced into the latter's form, as a pot can be reduced into mud. Next, sometimes an effect may be a mere appearance on a real cause, as the snake is on a rope in an illusory perception. In both such types of instances, the rule that the effect is as real as the cause is not found to fit. At the most, from the point of view of practical efficiency, it may have some relevancy, even as a wrong idea blindly accepted on the ground of a transmitted tradition is found to work in practice, or as a false coin passes for a genuine one undetected. The permanency for the fruits of Vedic rituals based on thy words, the Vedas, is only the wishful thinking of dull-witted persons who are not able to comprehend the Vedas with their continuity, implications, suggestions, and many-sidedness. Vedic rituals may bear fruits which may last long, but are not really eternal. This universe was not existing before creation, and will not exist after the cosmic dissolution also. So its existence in thee, the Sat, Chit, Ananda, during the interval can only be in a phenomenal sense, without any substantiality. It is therefore compared to the ornaments and pots, which are the modifications of gold and mud, respectively. Ignorant people mistake these temporary formations of the mind to be permanent. Prompted by Maya, the creative power, the Jiva embraced the ignorance aspect of that power and got established in the feeling that he is a body-mind complex. Consequently, he lost his blissful nature and became subject to birth and death in the transmigratory cycle. But thou, who art established in thy spiritual glory, hast shed ignorance, like a snake its slough. the and shinest in thy unlimited majesty, exhibiting the sixfold powers. O Lord, if renouncers, yatis or sannyasins, do not root out the desire for enjoyments from their hearts, then thou, though present in their hearts, dost not reveal thy presence to those hypocrites. Just as a jewel does not reveal itself to its wearer who has forgotten its presence on his neck. The ascetics who are after sense enjoyments have to stand misery from two sources, from death, who is sure to visit them, and from thee, who dost not reveal thyself to them. O thou Lord of countless glories, in one who is illuminated with thy knowledge, the bond of self-centered life, egoity, is broken, and therefore he is oblivious of, becomes free from, thy laws regarding merit and demerit, enjoyments and sufferings, the scriptural injunctions pertaining to men who are body-centered become meaningless for him. For he is then established in the bliss of spiritual freedom, which is thyself, who has entered into the hearts of men through the glorious devotional traditions transmitted in every age by great men through a succession of teachers and disciples, even leading divinities like Brahma do not find the limits of thee, for thou art the unlimited, and the unlimited by its nature cannot be fully comprehended. For the same reason, even thou dost not know thy limits. Within that infinite and incomprehensible being of thine, countless Brahmandas, universes, each with its 7 expansive external coverings, whirl about together under the propulsion of time, like clusters of dust in the air. So the words of the Veda, unable to describe thee positively, arrive at thee only as the final residue left after negating all conceivable entities. The worshipful Narayana said, the great sages, born of the mind of Brahma, heard this exposition of the truth of Brahman by Sanandana with great attention, and then saluted that rishi, their hearts illumined by the knowledge of the Atman. Thus was the quintessence of the Vedas, Puranas, and Upanishads, and others, who move about from sphere to sphere in the universe. O thou inheritor of Brahmic bliss, thinking with deep faith over this message productive of renunciation in the minds of men, you may freely move about in the worlds. Sri Shuka said, O king, the sage Narada, who had perfect control over his mind and who observed strict celibacy in his life, heard the teachings of Sri Narayana with deep faith and receptivity, and became filled with joy, thinking over it again and again. Sri Narada said, salutations to thee, the divine incarnate, a manifestation of the Supreme Lord Krishna. of holy flame, who comes down as glorious incarnations for the welfare of all creatures. Paying homage to Rishi Narayana, the first and foremost of sages, and to his worthy disciples, Narada went to the ashrama where my father Vyasa dwelt. Received respectfully by Vyasa, Narada took a seat and narrated to him what he had heard from the mouth of Sri Narayana, and I learned it from my father. Thus have I answered, through the account of the above conversation, your question how Brahman, who is beyond the gunas and not within the scope of description by words, can be grasped by the mind. Meditate always on Hari, who, as the Creator, designed this universe for the benefit of the jivas, who as its material cause remains unaffected as its substratum during its creation, sustentation, and dissolution, who is the Lord and Director of matter and the jivas, who, after creating the categories, enters into his creation along with the jiva as the indwelling spirit and directs its evolution into various world systems and bodies of living beings, who governs the jivas, providing them with food and other conditions for higher evolution, who through instruction as the guru enables the jivas who take refuge in him to abandon identification with the body even in the waking state as in the state of sleep, and who, being ever established in the bliss consciousness without the slightest trace of ignorance, is capable of giving complete freedom from fear to all beings.
Skanda 10, chapter 88. The story of Brihashura and Rudra. Raja Parikshit said, "It is generally found that among celestials, men and asuras, those who worship Parameshwara, who is an ascetic living in unclean places like the cremation ground, become wealthy and are given to worldly enjoyments. Whereas it is not so with regard to worshippers of Hari, even though he is the consort of Lakshmi, the goddess of prosperity herself." Here we have a grave doubt. We want to know why there is this paradox, that the followers of these two types of masters with opposite features obtain results that are contrary to the characteristics of the masters. Sri Shuka said, Shiva, who is always associated with Shakti, has three aspects, in each of which in his eye sense is covered by the adjuncts of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, respectively. From these three types of eye sense arose the mind, the 10 senses, and the 5 elements, respectively. He who worships Shiva associated with any of these three adjuncts derives powers and enjoyments pertaining to all the aspects. But Hari is nirguna, not associated with any of the gunas of Prakriti. He is pure spirit, transcending Prakriti. He is only the pure witness of all transformations of Prakriti, with no eye sense associated with them. One who adores him transcends all the three gunas. His reward is pure bliss, and not any of the powers and enjoyments derived from Prakriti. After your grandfather, Yudhishthira, had finished his Ashwamedha sacrifice, he was hearing from the worshipful Lord an exposition of dharma. In the course of it, he put to the Lord the same questions you have now raised. The worshipful Lord Krishna, who was none but the Supreme Being incarnated in that form in Yadu's line for the good of all beings, was very much pleased with the question and answered him as follows. The worshipful Lord said, "He on whom I am going to bestow my grace, I slowly deprive him of all his wealth. When his wealth is gone, his friends and kith and kin desert him, making him sink into the utmost sorrow and despair. And when his further efforts to gain wealth also fail, thanks to my will, he becomes filled with dispassion and gets association with my devotees. On such a one, I bestow my grace. For this reason, people do not adore me, the Supreme Brahman, who is extremely subtle, being of the nature of pure existence, consciousness, bliss, unlimited, and impossible to be conceived with an impure heart. Men therefore adopt usually the worship of other deities. As a consequence, they obtain soon from those easily propitiated deities kingdom, wealth, and such worldly blessings, and become so filled with arrogance and infatuation thereby that they forget themselves to the extent of disregarding and becoming oblivious even of the deity who favored them. Sri Shuka said, Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara are competent to bless and to curse. Of these, Brahma and Shiva may become quickly gracious, and curse too with equal quickness. As an illustration, great men narrate an ancient legend showing how Shiva fell into trouble by giving boons to Vrikashura. A wicked Ashura by the name of Vrika, the son of Sakuni, once met the sage Narada on the way and asked him who among the three deities, Trimurti, is most quickly propitiated. Narada replied, "You adore Rudra. Then you will get the fruits of your worship very quickly. He, Rudra, is quickly propitiated, and he is also offended with equal quickness. On the 10-headed Ravana and Banasura, who praised him as minstrels do, he bestowed untold wealth, and thereby he brought suffering on himself." Thus advised by Narada that Asura performed a sacrifice at Kedara, offering the flesh taken from his own body in fire, conceived as the face of Rudra. Disappointed at not getting that deity's favor, even after 7 days of worship, he was sacrificial fire. The merciful Lord Shiva thereupon emerged from that sacrificial fire, assuming a body brilliant like fire itself, and as men do, held the hands of the Asura to prevent him from cutting off his head. The touch of Rudra healed all the wounds on the Asura's body and made him whole again. Rudra said, O noble one, enough of austerity. Seek whatever boon you want of me. I shall grant it. I am pleased even with the offerings of water made by devotees adoring me. It is not proper that you torture your body like this. Thereupon the Asura said, Let any being on whose head I place my hand perish. Such a boon of terrible consequence to living beings was sought of the deity by that wicked Asura. O scion of Bharata's line, hearing this, Rudra felt uneasy at heart and laughed, but nonetheless granted him that boon, which was like giving milk to a serpent. Being thus blessed, that Asura immediately decided to abduct Gauri, the consort of Rudra. So he thought of testing the boon on Shiva himself and was about to place his hand on the head of Rudra, causing in him terrible fear about the consequence of his own action. Not that Shiva was afraid of his life. His concern was about the other lives that the Asura might endanger. He therefore began to run, followed by the Asura. As if frightened and shivering, he ran everywhere to the ends of the earth, the sky, and the quarters, and then proceeded northwards. This was only to ensure that the Asura did not go after anyone else. Brahma and the leading celestials kept mum, not knowing how to save Rudra. Rudra now ran towards Vaikuntha, which is beyond all darkness. In that Vaikuntha is manifest the supreme Narayana. It is the highest goal of all renouncing sannyasins, established in peace. Attaining to that, none returns to the inferior realms. Seeing from a distance the predicament in which Lord Shiva was placed, the worshipful Narayana, the redresser of all woes of all, assumed the form of a brahmacharan by employing his yoga maya and approached that asura, equipped with girdle of grass, deerskin, staff, and rosary, and shining like fire itself. He went holding some kusha grass in hand and greeted the asura in all humility. The worshipful Lord, as Brahmacharan said, O son of Sakuni, you seem to be very tired, having traveled such a long distance. Please rest a while. After all, the body is the means for obtaining all desirable ends. It should not therefore be strained in this way. Sir, kindly tell me what you are at, if you think that it could be told to me. People generally attain their objectives with the help of well-wishers. Sri Sukha said, the words of the Lord acted like a shower of nectar on Vrikashura. His exhaustion abated. He narrated all that happened in the reminiscent mood. The worshipful Lord rejoined, if it be so, I warn you that the words of Rudra are not to be taken seriously. By the curse of Daksha Prajapati, Sri Rudra had been reduced to the state of a Pishaka, a demigod of evil propensities, with ghosts and goblins as his followers. O the greatest of Asuras, O dear one, if you still have faith in the bona fides of Sri Rudra, the so-called master of the world, you'd better test the truth of his words by placing your hand on your own head rather than exhausting yourself like this by running. O mighty Asura, if you find Sambhu's words untrue, then the time to kill him so that he may not play hoaxes like this anymore. That evil-minded fellow, deprived of his common sense by these clever and persuasive words of the worshipful Lord, placed his hands unwittingly on his own head. Immediately he fell down dead, with his head split as if struck by a thunderbolt. Voices from the high heavens cried, "Hail!" offered salutations, and exclaimed, "Well done, well done." And when the sinful Rikashura perished, Devas, Rishis, Kritis, and Kantharvas showered flowers, and Lord Shiva was saved from a sore predicament. The Supreme Being, Mahavishnu, now said, addressing the liberated Lord of the mountains, "O Lord Mahadeva, he has been killed by the weight of his own sins. Who can hope to remain happy doing injury to holy personages? Much less can it be so in the case of those who do sacrilegious offenses to a divinity and teacher of these worlds. He who narrates or hears this account of the rescuing of Sri Rudra by Hari, the Supreme One, the soul of all souls, the reservoir of all powers and glories, the one beyond mind and words, he will gain freedom from the cycle of births and deaths, as also from all enemies." The recovery of Brahmana's children. Sri Shuka said, "O king, on the banks of the river Saraswati, some rishis had started a satra, a sacrifice of very long duration. Among them, a dispute arose as to who among the Trimurti, the Trinity of Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara, is the greatest. O king, to investigate and find out the answer, they deputed Brikhu, the son of Brahma. Brikhu went to the celestial assembly of Brahma. In order to test the innate constitution of his mind, Brikhu did not prostrate himself before Brahma, nor recite any hymn in praise of him. At this, the worshipful Brahma was all anger and blazed in his natural brilliance, enhanced by his irate mood. He, however, restrained his anger at his son's conduct by means of his discriminative power, just as the flames of fire are extinguished by water, which is itself an evolute of fire. Next, Brikhu went to Kailasha and abode in Maheshwara. On seeing Brikhu, Maheshwara got up from his seat and in great joy advanced to embrace him like a brother. Brikhu, however, did not allow himself to be embraced, declaring that he, Rudra, was a traducer of social conventions and Vedic injunctions. Sri Rudra was extremely angry at this And with eyes burning in anger, he was about to strike Bhrigu with his trident.
But Parvati, the consort of Paramashwara, fell at his feet and pleaded with him not to strike at Bhrigu. The sage then left for Vaikunta, where Janardana Mahavishnu resides. Bhrigu gave a kick at the chest of Vishnu, who was then lying with his head resting on the lap of Sri Devi. The worshipful Lord Vishnu immediately got up and coming down from the bed with Sri, prostrated before the sage and said, "O great sage, welcome to you. Please take rest on this seat for a while. It behoves you to pardon us for not being immediately aware of your arrival. O beloved sage, your feet are very tender and my chest very hard and likely to injure your feet." Saying so, he began to stroke the feet of the sage with his hands. The Lord further said, "Deign to purify me, the worlds residing in me, and their guardian deities, by the washing of your feet that sanctify even holy places by their contact. O worshipful Sir, I am from this day the permanent residence of Sri Devi, for on my chest, sanctified by the contact of your feet, the goddess Shri will always dwell. This is the Shri Vatsa mark on Mahavishnu's chest." Sri Shuka said, "When the Lord spoke like this, the sage Bhrigu was steeped in bliss and felt perfectly fulfilled to hear his highly dignified and meaningful words. He stood there silent, overpowered by devotion and shedding profuse tears. Bhrigu then returned to where the Munis, versed in the Vedas, were performing the Satra and informed them all of what he had experienced. Wonderstruck at what they heard, the Munis became free from all doubts and concluded that Mahavishnu is the highest deity, the fountainhead of all tranquility and fearlessness. From him has originated the pure Dharma, wisdom, renunciation based on proper understanding, the eightfold powers, and the fame for the holy deeds which purify the minds of men. Great men say that he is the supreme goal of sages who do not exploit others, who are at peace with all, who have unruffled equanimity of mind, who own no possessions, who are endowed with universal benevolence. He loves to reveal himself in a form of pure sattva. Holy men are dearest objects of worship. People who are without worldly desires, who are established in peace, and who are endowed with discrimination, adore him. Maya, with its three gunas, has evolved for his manifestation in three types of forms: the Rakshasa forms, the Ashura forms, and the Deva forms. Of these, only the forms of pure sattva are the means for the attainment of holiness and purity. Sri Shuka continued, For the removal of men's darts, the rishis assembled on the bank of the Saraswati, thus investigated and arrived at this conclusion. Through the adoration of him, they attained him as their goal. The sutta said, the traveler on the road to samsara will get complete relief from exhaustion if he imbibes through the cup of his ears this holy and fear-destroying nectar. The narrative of the Lord's sportive activities flowing from the lotus-like mouth of Sri Shuka, the son of Vyasa. Sri Shuka said, O king of the Bharatas, in those days at Dwaraka, an infant born of the Brahmana's wife died immediately after birth, the very moment it contacted the earth. The grief-stricken Brahmana took the dead infant to the door of the assembly hall at Dwaraka, and laying the dead body there, began to lament as follows. My child has died because of the misdeeds of Kshatriyas, who persecute holy men, who are evil-minded, covetous, and given to licentiousness. Poverty and irremediable misery are the fate of the subjects of a king who is oppressive, wicked, and devoid of self-control. The Brahmana's second and third infants, also born dead, were of mine. I shall enter into fire as expiation for the sin of not helping a holy person like you. The Brahmana said, neither Balarama nor Krishna, neither the great archer Pradyumna, nor the irresistible Aniruddha has been able to give us relief. How are you going to accomplish what these divine personages could not do? It is mere immaturity that makes you think you could do it. So we do not take you seriously. Arjuna said, true, I am neither Balarama, nor a Krishna, nor a Pradyumna, nor an Aniruddha, but I am Arjuna, the wielder of the famous weapon, the bow Gandiva. O learned one, do not belittle my prowess, which evoked wonder and admiration even in Sri Rudra. Even conquering the Lord of Death, I shall restore your issue to you, O hero. Thus assured by Arjuna, that Brahmana put trust in what he heard from him about his own powers and went home satisfied. When the time for the next delivery of his wife came, the Brahmana, apprehensive of danger, approached Arjuna for protection. Arjuna thereupon did the initial purificatory rite with water, made prostrations to Parameshwara and salutation to the divine weapons, and stood in readiness with his bow strung. Arjuna converted the lying-in room into an arrow chamber, fencing it with divinized arrows around, above, and below. An infant was born to Brahmana's wife in due time, but after crying a few times, it disappeared bodily into the sky. Thereupon the Brahmana spoke insultingly to Arjuna in the presence of Krishna. How stupid I was to have believed the boastful words of this eunuch of a fellow. What neither Aniruddha, nor Pradyumna, nor Balarama, nor even Krishna could protect. Where is another capable of protecting? Fie upon Arjuna, given to breach of promise. Fie on the boastful man's bow. It is only his perversity that has made him offer to bring back what destiny has destroyed. Abused in this way by the Brahmana, Arjuna, utilizing his mastery of occultism, went to the Samyamini, where the worshipful Yama, the ruler of the dead spirits, dwells. Not finding the Brahmana's child there, Arjuna, bow in hand, went to the realms of Indra, Agni, Niriti, Soma, Vayu, and Varuna, and to Rasatala, Swaga, and many other regions. He could not find the Brahmana's child in any of these places, and was now guilty of breach of faith. To fulfill his vow, he now made ready to throw himself into the fire, but was prevented by Krishna, who said to him as follows: I shall show you all the children of the Brahmana. Do not condemn yourself. Those who now condemn us will perpetuate our good name afterwards.
Saying so, the all-powerful Lord Krishna ascended his divine chariot along with Arjuna and started in a westerly direction, passing through the 7 continents with their 7 boundary mountains, crossing the 7 seas separating them, and climbing past the Lokaloka mountain. They entered into the intense darkness that extends beyond it. O leader of Bharatas, there is that darkness the 4 horses yoked to the chariot, Saibhya, Shukriva, Maghapushpa, and Valahaka, lost their tread. When he saw this, the worshipful Lord Krishna, the rewarder of all yogis with the fruits of their practices, sent his divine discus, having the brilliance of 1,000 suns to lead the way. like the arrows of Rama shot into the midst of the army of the Rakshasas. The discus, Sudharsana, equal to the mind in speed, cleared that dense and awesome darkness, shattering it with all its brilliant rays. Through that passage of light made by the forward movement of the discus, Arjuna had a glimpse of the limitless and expansive light of the spirit beyond all darkness, struck by which his external senses, like the eye, became indrawn. Going further, the chariot passed through an expanse of water crowned by huge waves raised by powerful winds. On the surface of that water was an imposing and attractive edifice, supported by innumerable bejeweled columns. Then he saw Adishesha, a huge and awe-inspiring serpent, luminous with the countless gems on his 1,000 hoods, set with 2,000 gleaming eyes, in size equal to a mountain of sparkling crystal, and gleaming with blue necks and tongues. On the body of Adishesha, he saw seated the Supreme Lord, the transcendented Mahavishnu, blue like a thundercloud, dressed in yellow cloth, and having a serene face and attractive long eyes. He saw him with numerous curls illuminated by the luster of his diamond-studded crown and all ear ornaments, with 8 long and well-formed arms, with the Srivatsa mark on his chest, with the jewel Kaustubha on his neck, and with the floral wreath surrounding his frame. He was being served by his attendants headed by Sunanda, by his weapons like the discus that had assumed forms, by his majesties like strength, prosperity, fame, Maya, and the eightfold friends. Achyuta made obeisance to himself in a different form. As a part of his divine play, Arjuna prostrated himself before him with great excitement born of his vision. The Supreme One, the Lord of all divine manifestations, said as follows, smilingly, in his majestic voice to the 2 outstanding before him with folded hands. I brought the sons of the Brahmana to my realm in order that I may meet you both. You are both parts of me born on earth to relieve her of the burden of evil men. Having accomplished that mission, come back quickly to my realm. You leaders of men are the incarnations of the rishis Nara and Narayana. Though you have no desires of your own to achieve, perform your duties in the world for the good of the society and the maintenance of dharma. Commanded thus by the worshipful Lord, they both agreed to abide by his instruction. Then they saluted him and gladly returned with the children of the Brahmana. Arriving at home in as perfect a condition as they left, they gave all the children to the Brahmana, checking their correctness by form and age. By this experience of the supreme abode of Vishnu, Arjuna learned wisdom from the wonder it produced, and came to the settled conclusion that all the success that man appears to achieve through self-effort is only by the operation of the Lord's grace. Displaying his divine prowess in many such ways, the Lord lived as man, enjoying the things of the world and performing many yajnas for the good of the world, just as Indra brings rain in proper time. The Lord provided all the wants of his people in plenty and became great in their eyes. He destroyed many of the unrighteous kings himself, and many he destroyed through Arjuna and others, and through Yudhishthira and the like. He brought the laws of dharma to operate smoothly. The city of Dwaraka. The Lord, the consort of Lakshmi, lived happily in the city of Dwaraka, which was inhabited by the leaders of the Vishnu clan and was noted as a center of plenty and prosperity. There one could see women with the grace of blooming youth, immaculately dressed, of a complexion brilliant like lightning, and playing golden embellishments. The city had numerous parks and gardens, beside lines of flowering trees from which the hum of honeybees and the warblings of birds could be heard on all sides. There the Lord resided. In the garden city, the Lord sported in the splendorous homes of his 16,108 consorts, the single husband of all these ladies, living with them at the same time in their different mansions, assuming as many forms as they were in number. In these palaces there were tanks and lakes whose waters were fragrant with the pollen of blooming aquatic flowers like Kalhara, Utpala, Kumuda, and Kamala, and wherein various types of birds fluttered chirping. Krishna, of imposing majesty, with his body smeared over with the saffron powder from the breasts of the woman, entered into these lakes for water sports along with the women folk. The sound of musical instruments like mridaga, clay drums, kettle drums, and veena were sounded by musicians, bards, minstrels, and heralds as they recited panegyrics on Krishna. Achyuta, sporting with those smiling women, syringing water mutually, looking like the lord of the Yakshas, sporting with so many Yakshis. These women with their thighs and breasts visible through their drenched clothes, and with their long tresses loosened and flowers dropping therefrom, approached Krishna and struggled with him in a tight embrace under the guise of pulling off the syringe from his hands, and in the process shone with their faces, lustrous by excitement caused by Cupid's festivity. Wearing round his neck a floral wreath smeared with saffron from the breasts of these ladies, and having his enmeshed locks loosened by the movement of the game, Krishna sported like an elephant king amidst his cows, syringing water profusely from his consorts, so that they in turn doing the same towards him. Krishna and his consorts gave away as present the ornaments and clothes they wore for the sport to all the songsters, dancers, instrumentalists, and the other artistes. In the course of these sports, the minds of these women were entirely captivated by Krishna, by his various amorous dalliances, by speech, laughter, jokes, jests, and embraces. For a while they remained silent, their minds absorbed in him who grants liberation to all jivas. Then, with thoughts about him revived, they indulged in senseless love-born prattle like inebriated people. Hear from me a sample of what they said. The madness of spiritual love. The consort said, O osprey, the Lord, withdrawing his senses and mind, is in deep sleep, but you are crying all through the night, disturbing his sleep. Is it right for you to do so? Perhaps you too are in the same predicament as ourselves, your heart rent asunder by the lotus-eyed one's playful sidelong glances, rendered all the more charming by his smiles. Why, O Chakrawaki, are you crying piteously with your eyes closed at night? Is it because you are missing your husband? Or is it because you too long to be a handmaid of Achyuta, like us, and wear on your braids the flowers that have been offered at his feet? O ocean, Why are you crying day and night without a wink of sleep? Is it because just as we, in the course of his amorous dalliances with us, have been deprived of Mukunda, of all our cherished bodily decorations, and collyrium from our eyes, saffron from our breasts, and flowers from our hair? You too have been reduced to the same critical situation by his taking possession of your precious assets, like your awful majesty, and your wealth like the jewel Kaustupa and the conch Panchajaya. Janya. Oh, you moon, you seem to be a victim of consumption, for so weak you look, your rays being hardly able to remove the surrounding darkness. It seems to us that you too are standing stunned and speechless like us, trying to recall what Mukunda had confidentially spoken to us. Oh, Malaya breeze, what harm have you done? What harm have we done to you? Why are you aggravating the love torture of our hearts, already pierced by the long side glances of Govinda? O rain cloud of attractive hue, to you the lord of the Yadavas most surely be dear, very dear, and you too, like us, must be constantly thinking of that one with the mark of Srivasta on his chest. For unless you are bound to him by bonds of love and feel great anxiety and sorrow on account of constant thought of him like ourselves, why should you be shedding such profuse tears in the shape of rain? His very thought produces poignant grief. Why then this continuing attachment for him? O sweet-throated Kokila, your charming and melodious sound capable of reviving even dying people like us, makes us feel that we are hearing the very voice of that one of most enchanting speech. Tell what compensation we can give you for this. O mountain, you do not move or speak. You must therefore be engaged in some deep thought. But beware, if you are longing to have Vasudeva's son to place his feet on your peaks, your fate will be the same as ours, who have been longing to bear them on our breasts. O rivers, consorts of the ocean, just as we feel our hearts are vacant and our bodies emaciated for want of the loving looks of Madhu's Lord, are you too become lean by drought and deprived of the lotus blossom that used to enhance your beauty? For lack of a view of your husband, the ocean, as rain or liaison officer between you two, has failed to do his duty. Welcome, O swan. Drink a little milk. Tell us about Suri Krishna. We understand that you are his messenger, he the unconquered and unconquerable one. Is he in good health? Does he of fickle love remember all the confidential talks he had with us once? If so, O messenger of that worthy one, why should we wait on him at all? If he wants us, you may ask him, the fulfiller of all our longings, to come here. But note, without Sri Devi, among women is she the only one solely dedicated to him? No, we all are. By virtue of this kind of love bestowed on Krishna, the greatest of all, endowed with yogic powers, the consorts of Krishna attained to the highest spiritual state. He, the Lord Krishna, attracts the minds of women who have heard of him even once. Then what to speak of those who have been constantly seeing him, the object of great hymns and song? How holy were those ladies who, looking upon him, the Lord and teacher of the whole universe, as their husbands stroked his feet and performed intimate services for him. The glory of this form of austerity consisting in divine service cannot be adequately described. The Lord, who is the goal of all spiritual aspirants, observed the duties of a follower of the Vedas and demonstrated in his life the state of the householder, in which the three ends of life, dharma, artha, and kama, are realized.
Krishna, who observed the dharma of the householder, had 1,108 consorts. Of these ladies of his household, the name of the first 8 wives, beginning with Rukmini and their sons, have been already stated. The Lord begot 10 offspring in each of his wives. This is no matter for wonder in the Almighty Lord, whose will is law. Among these sons of Krishna, 18 were famous personages and Kekar warriors of high prowess. Hear from me their names: Pradyumna, Aniruddha, Diptiman, Shrutadeva, Banu, Samba, Madhu, Rihad Banu, Vrika, Aruna, Pushkara, Vedabahu, Sunandana, Chitrabahu, Virupa, Kavi, and Nyagroda. All these were recognized as experts in the chariot warfare. Of these, Pradyumna, the son of Rukmini, was the foremost, and he was equal to his father in all respects. That great car warrior, Pradyumna, married the daughter of Rukmini and had a son named Aniruddha, who had the strength of 10,000 elephants. Aniruddha, the son of Rukmini's daughter, married a granddaughter of Rukmini and had a son named Vajra, who alone survived the fratricidal slaughter among the Yadavas in connection with the iron pestle incident. Of Vajra, Pratibahu was born, of him Subahu, of him Santasena, and of him Satasena. None born in this line of the Yadus was poverty-stricken or issueless or short-lived or devoid of devotion for holy men. O king, even in 10,000 years, it is not possible to describe the number of the famous and heroic princes born in the line of the Yadus. We have heard that for the education of the numerous children of the Yadavas, 3 crores and 8,800 teachers were engaged. No one can calculate the number of the crores and crores of Yadavas who resided in the Dwaraka, over which King Ugrasena ruled. The large number of fierce Asuras who were born on earth as men became a menace to the people. In order to destroy these evil persons, the Devas were ordered by Hari to be born in the line of the Yadus. There were 101 sub-clans among them. The all-powerful Hari was born as their leader and set the standard for them, and all the Yadavas who abided by his example prospered. These Yadavas had their minds so absorbed in the Lord that they had very little body consciousness when engaged in such physical activities as lying, sitting, walking, talking, playing, and bathing. O King, Krishna, that center of holiness and spiritual excellences, has eclipsed the sanctifying efficacy of the Ganga, the holy water flowing from his feet, through his sportive actions as the divine incarnate, the accounts of which are easily available for one to hear and are very efficacious in purifying the mind. He absorbed into himself all who came to him with intensity of feeling, whether it was through love or antagonism. His invincible majesty received the humble attention and service of Sri Devi, whose favor all devas seek. His name effaces the sins of all who chanted or hear he chanted. He promulgated the multifarious Vedic Dharma through the clans of various rishis. All these achievements are not to be wondered at Krishna, who wields the mighty wheel of time as his weapon. It is just a trifle for him. Obeisance to Lord Krishna, who is both the abode and the indweller of all beings. Though reputed as born Devaki, he is really the eternal and ancient one. Surrounded by attendants of the Yadu clan, he destroyed the forces of unrighteousness by the prowess of his arms. He redeemed all beings, animate and inanimate, from their sins. By his beaming and smiling countenance, he inspired divine love into the hearts of the women folk of Raja and Mathurapuri. A person who desires to serve Krishna, the Supreme Being, and attain to his feet should listen to the narratives of the Lord's actions in all his sportive manifestations, especially in the incarnation as the leader of the Yadava clan. Actions appropriate to his mission and destructive of karmic bondage of devotees, and undertaken by him for the preservation of the Bhagavata Dharma, the path of spiritual redemption established by him. By constant and continuous practice of hearing, singing about, and remembering the glorious deeds of the Lord, man's devotion to him grows day by day, and by virtue of it, he attains to the state of the Lord, overcoming the otherwise irreversible and inevitable approach of death which engulfs all beings. It is seeking that state that kings go to the forest, abandoning their kingdoms.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Vaisikyam Ashtadasha Skanda Ashtadasha Sahasrayam Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Uttararde Shri Krishna Charit Anuvarnam Nama Navatitamo Adhyaya Iti Dashama Skanda Samapt. Hari Om Tat Sat. Shrimad Bhagavatam Ekadasha Skanda Atha Prathamodhyaya.
Sermon of the Navayogis. Sri Sukha said, O great king, the sage Narada, in his eagerness to serve Krishna, would often sojourn long at Dwaraka, which was under Sri Krishna's protection. Ever threatened with death as men are who among them with even a modicum of understanding will not adore the feet of Mukunda, the giver of moksha and the object of worship for the immortals even. Once the sage Narada went to Vasudeva's house. After welcoming the honored visitor with offerings and seating him comfortably, Vasudeva asked him as follows with due respect. Vasudeva said, O worshipful sir, the arrival of parents is for the welfare of their children. The arrival of devoted holy men at the place is for the relief of men.
Yeah, we skip that chapter.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This, I'll just make the announcement. Apologies for that. We started at the wrong page. We're resuming again at Skanda 11, chapter 1. Thank you.
The curse of holy men on the Yadavas. Sri Sukha said, Krishna and Rama, utilizing their large following of Yadavas, effected the destruction of Asuras masquerading as kings. Then they created a bitter, internecine feud among the Yadavas themselves, resulting in their destruction. Thus, they relieved the earth of its burdens. The Lord, making instruments of the sons of Pandu, who were provoked to great anger and vengeance because of the repeated outrages on them by their enemies. The Kauravas, like the deceitful game of dice, insulting behavior, humiliation of Panchali, poisoning, and incendiarism, created a war between the two parties, which resulted in the destruction of all the kings and their followers who had joined on either side. Thus the Lord lessened the earth's burden. Besides, he relieved the earth of its burden, wicked kings also with the help of Yadava armies under his own lead and protection. The inscrutable Lord now taught. The earth's burden has no doubt been very much reduced in a way, but not to the indesirable extent. For there yet remains the power of the Yadava clans, whose might is irresistibly by anyone. These Yadavas who depend upon me and who have untold military resources that can be easily misused can never be defeated by any other power. So just as bamboo groves are destroyed by the fire ignited by internal friction, I shall instigate an internecine quarrel among the Yadus leading to their destruction, and then I shall withdraw from the scene of action to my abode of peace. The Lord, whose will always come true, resolved thus, and brought about the destruction of his own Yadava clan through the curse pronounced by the some holy man. By the charming beauty of his form that excelled everything called beautiful in the world, he attracted the looks of all towards himself. By sweet words he attracted the minds of all who remembered them. By the imprints he left on life, he inspired noble actions dedicated to him in all who noticed them. For the good of posterity he spread all over the world the fame of his holy deeds. Considering these to be sufficient to help people overcome the darkness of ignorance, he concluded his sport as the incarnate and went back to his eternal realm. The Raja said, how could there be any occasion for the incurring of a holy man's curse by the Yadavas, whose minds ever rested on Krishna, and who were noted for their devotion to holy men and elders, for their liberality, and for their readiness to serve? O great one, what occasioned that curse? What exactly was the nature of the curse? How did quarrel arise among the Yadavas who were noted for their unity? Please tell me about these matters, Sri Sukha said. Endowed as he was with a form that was concentrated essence of everything beautiful, performing various work contributive to world welfare, through himself self-fulfilled and free from all desires, the Lord of holy fame, who resided at Dwaraka demonstrating the ideals of a householder's life, felt nonetheless that there was a part of his mission that still remained unfulfilled, the destruction of his own clan. In the course of his life at Dwaraka, engaged in works that were holy, joy-giving and purifying, the Lord, who was now in the destructive role, once invited some sages for the performance of certain rites. After the ceremonies were over, he sent the sages to a place of pilgrimage called Pindaraka. Among them were Vishwamitra, Asita, Kashyapa, Vamadeva, Atri, Vasishta, Narada, and several others. Some playful youths, dear members of respectable Yadava families, approached those sages with a show of respect and asked them a question. They had dressed Samba, the son of Jambavati, like an expectant woman, and showing him, asked the sages, O sages of unerring insight, here is this young woman, beautiful and expecting. She is too bashful to ask you directly, so she is asking you through us, what will be the sex of the child to be born to her? She is keen to have a boy. O king, the sages felt extremely angry at this insulting behavior of the young man and said, O fools, she will deliver a pestle, and that will be the ruin of your clan. Frightened by the curse, the young man immediately dismantled the made-up abdomen of Samba, only to find within it an iron pestle. What have we unfortunate fellows done? What will our people say on coming to know of this? Lamenting thus, and confused and agitated, they went back to their home, carrying the pestle with them. With faded faces, they made a clean breast of everything to King Ugrasena in the assembly of the Yadavas. The matter was not, however, brought before Krishna. O king, hearing about the unfailing curse of the holy man and seeing the iron pestle, the residents of Dwaraka were both immensely astounded and terrified. Ugrasena, the Yadava king, had the pestle powdered, and along with the residuary bit of iron, had the whole thing thrown into the sea. Now a fish in the sea happened to swallow that bit of iron, while the fillings were all washed ashore by the waves, where they all miraculously grew into a kind of grass called miraka. The particular fish that swallowed the iron piece was caught among the others in the net cast by fishermen into the sea. He took the iron piece from the stomach of the fish and forged it into an arrowhead. Though the Lord knew all these details and was capable of counteracting their evil effects, he did not care to do so. Being himself the time spirit, all these events had indeed his approval.
Sri Shuka said, O great king, the sage Narada, in his eagerness to serve Krishna, would then sojourn long at Dwaraka, which was under Sri Krishna's protection. Ever threatened with death, as men are, who among them, with even a modicum of understanding, will not adore the feet of Mukunda, the giver of moksha, and the object of worship for the immortal even. Once the sage Narada went to Vasudeva's house, after welcoming the honored visitor with offerings and seating him comfortably, Vasudeva asked him as follows, with due respect. Vasudeva said, O worshipful sir, the arrival of parents is for the welfare of their children. The arrival of devoted holy men at a place is for the relief of men suffering from the travails of samsara. In the same way, your peregrinations are undertaken for the good of the whole world. The ways of the celestial are sometimes the cause of good and sometimes of suffering. But the ways of sages like you, whose minds ever rest in the Lord, are always for the good of men. Devas, who are under the regulation of karma, favor their devotees exactly as and to the extent the devotees have made offerings to them. Just as a shadow moves exactly as the shadow-giving object moves. But holy men sympathize with all sufferers, irrespective of any such consideration. O Holy One, be that as it may, I wish to know from you those devotional disciplines, Bhagavata Dharma, by following which the Lord became gracious to you. I believe, by hearing it with faith, man is freed from the fear of the cycle of life and death. Long ago, being under the infatuation of divine Maya, I adored the infinite Lord, the granter of liberation, for getting an issue, but not for freedom from samsara. It struck me how, by my association with you, I can quickly attain liberation from this samsara, which is full. Sri Shuka said, O king, questioned thus by the wise Vasudeva, the Devashi Narada, whose mind was aroused to devotional heights by the thought of the Lord's excellences, spoke as follows, with great joy. Sri Narada said, O noble Yadava, your eagerness in putting a question of this kind is highly commendable, for it relates to Bhagavata Dharma, devotional doctrine, which sanctifies the world. By hearing this holy doctrine, by extolling it, by meditating on it, by respecting it, and by propagating it, even great sinners stand purified. By your question, you have intensified my remembrance of the worshipful Narayana, the Lord of all, the most auspicious one, the sanctifier of all, who take his name and excellences. There is the tradition of a conversation that took place ages ago between the sons of Rishabha, known as the Nawa Yogis, the group of 9 yogis, and Janaka. wherein the doctrines of the Bhagavad Dharma are well expounded and illustrated. Swayambhuva, Manu's son, was Priyarata, his son, Agnidra, his son, Nabi, and his son, Rishabha. Rishabha was said to be a part of Vasudeva, the Supreme Lord, incarnated to spread the devotional doctrine among mankind. He had 100 sons, all well versed in the Vedas. Among them, Bharata, the eldest, was wholeheartedly devoted to the Lord Narayana. It is noteworthy that this country, known originally as Ajana Bhavasha, came to the reputed under the name of Bharatavasha, after the great king Bharata. Having enjoyed this world for some time, he abandoned hearth and home, resorted to the seclusion of the forest, devoted himself entirely to meditation on Hari, and after 3 births attained to him. Of his brothers, 81 became Brahmanas, devoted to Vedic ritualism, while 9 of the remaining became rulers of 9 provinces of Bharatavasha. The still remaining 9 became contemplators and philosophers, ever engaged in the quest of the Atma. Established in the sense of being the Atma, they went about unclad, Kavihari, Antariksha, Prabudha, Pipalanya, Avihotra, Drumila, Chamasa, Karabhajana. These were the well-known 9 yogis, Nawa yogis, who roamed over the world, established in the experience of the whole universe, in its subtle and gross aspects, as the form of the Lord, non-different from him, the universal self. Free from the limitations of the body, and moving about everywhere they liked, with no obstacle restricting them, they had their peregrinations through the realms of all species of beings, Devas, Siddhas, Sadyas, Gandharvas, Yakshas, Manushyas, Kinnaras, Nagas, Munis, Charanas, Bhutanatas, Vidyaharas, birds and beasts. Once they happened to arrive by chance at the Brahma Satra, a prolonged sacrificial festival of scriptural discussions that was being conducted by a large number of rishis on behalf of King Nimi in Ajana Bhavasha. Seeing those great ones, luminous like the sun himself, all of them here, sacrificing, sacrificial fire deities, and the priests got up from their seats, recognizing them to be the Nawa yogis, the great devotees of the Lord. King Nimi honored them with comfortable seats and due worship. Overjoyed and with great humility, the king spoke to those Nawa yogis, whose self-luminous forms made them look like Sanaka and the other Kumaras. King Videha Nimi said, I look upon you as the attendants of the Supreme Lord Mahavishnu himself. It is well known that Vishnu's emissaries track all the worlds in order to purify them. Human birth is very rare, and even when attained, a man's life is of short duration. Meeting exalted devotees of the Lord is still rarer. O holy men, I would therefore like to ask you what it is that constitutes the ultimate good of man. In this life of transmigratory existence, even a moment in holy company is like obtaining a great treasure. Please tell us about the Bhagavata Dharma, the path of devotion. It is said the Lord is extremely pleased with one following it, and that he bestows his very self on him. Sri Narada said, O Vasudeva, questioned in this way by King Nini, those great men, the Nava yogis, congratulated him, and addressing him, the sacrificial priests and the members of the sacrificial assembly said as follows. Kawi said, for man suffering from the agonies of the life of samsara, springing from the identification of the Atman with the body, the worship of the feet of Achyuta, the immortal being, is the only way to attain the state that is free from fear and suffering. For one attaining him, the fears of samsara end forever. For the easy attainment of the truth of the Atman by persons who are uninstructed, the Lord has himself directly revealed a way. Know that to be the Bhagavata Dharma. O King, no obstacle can stand in the way of one adopting this Dharma. He will not slip or fall down while running on the highways of samsara, even if his two eyes are blindfolded, even if he is without the knowledge derived from the two types of scriptures, Shruti and Smriti. Whatever actions there are that a person does with his body, word, and mind, and all other sense organs, by the prompting of tendencies generated by one's past, karma, all that should be dedicated to Narayana in respect of their fruits and agencies. This is the essence of Bhagavata Dharma. For one whose mind is turned away from the Lord, there will be no awareness of his own true self. As a consequence, he will feel identified with the body. From such identification will rise hankering and attachments for bodily objects, and from it, fear of their loss and of death. All this arises from the functioning of his Maya, which none can overcome except by his grace. So, let a wise man serve the Lord through a wholehearted devotion, recognizing his presence in the Guru, in the deities, and in all beings. The objective world, second existence, distinct and different from the subject, seems to exist, but it has no such separate existence in reality. Such existence as it has is like that of the contents of a dream or of a reverie, which are entirely based on the dreamer's mind and do not exist apart from that mind. So, let a wise man control the movements of the mind, which is projecting itself through images and cogitating over them at the promptings of desires. In order to gain such control, let a person move about in the world without attachment for anything, constantly hearing about the sanctifying incarnations and the sportive actions of the Lord, and chanting without any bashfulness his holy names, indicative of his attributes and sportive actions. In an aspirant devoted to this discipline of chanting the beloved Lord's name constantly, There develops intense love that melts his heart. As a consequence, he laughs and cries in ecstasy, chants the names of his Lord aloud, and sings about his deeds and excellences, and sometimes dances like one inebriated and entirely oblivious of the external world. Sky, air, fire, water, earth, celestial luminaries, living beings, waters, trees, rivers, oceans. In fact, all such features of nature should be recognized as the body of the Lord and greeted with prostrations in a mood of intense devotion to him. The efficacy of the practice of the Bhagavad Dharma is wonderful. Just as to one eating, every bowl of rice gives pleasure, strength of the body, and freedom from hunger at the same time, so does the devotee who has surrendered himself to the Lord obtain simultaneously three things: intense devotion to the Lord, experience of him, and detachment from all objects of the world. Thus, O King, an aspirant who is engaged in the constant service of Achyuta comes to have devotion, detachment, and realization of him at the same time. Afterwards, he attains to the supreme peace of moksha.
The Raja said, "Now be gracious to tell me all about a Bhagavata, one devoted to the Lord. What way of life does he follow? What distinguishes him among men? How does he behave? What are the characteristics that make him dear to the Lord?" Hari said, "He who sees the Atman in all creatures as a glory of the worshipful Supreme Lord, and sees all creatures as grounded in the Lord, the soul of all, he is a Bhagavata Ottama, the best among the devotees. He who has love for the Lord, friendship to his devotees, kindness to ignorant people, and indifference to his antagonists, he is a devotee of the second grade. He who worships the Lord with devotion in images alone, but shows no consideration to his devotees and other fellow beings, he is the third grade bhakta, the lowest. A person who, while contacting the objects of the senses with their respective senses, does not react with revulsion or with joy, but remains absolutely unperturbed, seeing the whole sensate world as Vishnu's Maya, power. He is indeed a Bhagavata Ottama, the best of devotees. He who, due to the continuous experience of Sri Hari, is never overpowered and confounded by birth, death, hunger, fear, greed, weakness, and other failings natural to a soul in this transmigratory existence, arising as they do from the functioning of the body, senses, vital forces, mind, intellect, etc. He is indeed a Bhagavata Ottama, the best of devotees. He in whose mind there is no place for desires, their resultant actions, and their residuary tendencies, who has Vasudeva alone as his support. He is indeed a Bhagavata Ottama. He who entertains no egoistic sense in this body accruing from high birth or great deeds, or from one's social status or spiritual elevation, he is the one dearest to Sri Hari. He who has no feeling of I and you, or mine and his, with regard to his body and wealth, who feels the presence of the Lord everywhere, and who is ever peaceful He is indeed a Bhagavata Ottama. That person, confirmed faith and experience, is the greatest among the devotees of Vishnu, whom all the wealth and resources of the three worlds will not detract even for a trice from his firm grasp of the holy feet of his Lord, which is yet only a distant aspiration, even for celestials seeking it. How can patience prevail again in the heart of a devotee, which has once been cooled by the moonlight of the peace radiating from the toenails of the all-powerful being, meditated upon him in the heart? How can there be the heat of the sun when the moon has once arisen? Hari destroys all the accumulated sins of those who take his name, even once in a distressed state. No wonder then that a devotee who ties himself to his lotus feet with the cords of love never misses him from his heart. Such a devotee is the greatest among the Bhagavatas we have been speaking about. Skanda 11, chapter 3, Sermon of the Navayogis. The king said, "We desire to know more about Maya, the divine power of the Supreme Lord Mahavishnu, which can delude the minds of others. Speak to us on this theme, O worshipful masters." I do not feel satisfied in the least with the nectar of Sri Hari's excellences flowing from your lips to one like me, who is afflicted by the grueling heat of samsara and ever threatened with death. Your nectarine words on Sri Hari form the best antidote to misery. Antariksha said, "O heroic king, the supreme being, the soul of all and the first cause, formed out of the primordial categories which he himself had projected, the bodies of beings high and low, so that with these bodies they might have the enjoyments and sufferings due to them by virtue of their karma, and also that those who are devoted to him might attain release from samsara. That power verily is the Lord's Maya. Having formed the bodies of beings with the five elements, he enters into them by virtue of his power, and diversifying himself as the mind and the 10 senses, provides the jiva with objects for enjoyment with the senses. This verily is the Lord's Maya. The jiva, who is really the Prabhu, the master of the body, or the Lord of all, enjoys the sense objects with the senses manifested by the inner ruler. The Lord is the pervader, and in the course of it, comes to think of the body as his self, and gets irrevocably attached to it and suffers from the travails of samsara. This is verily the Lord's Maya. The embodied beings performs work with the organs of action, generating new tendencies and wonders in the transmigratory existence, assuming body after body to enjoy the pleasant and unpleasant fruits of actions performed earlier. This is verily the Lord's Maya, performing fruit-producing works with his organs of action and enjoying the pleasurable and painful results accruing from them. The jiva is subjected to repeated births and deaths in the transmigratory cycle until pralaya, the dissolution of the created worlds. When the dissolution of the fundamental categories is due, time, the limitless, withdraws the whole universe, both in its gross and subtle aspects, from the manifested to the unmanifested state. This is verily the Lord's Maya. Then there will be 100 years of terrific drought without a drop of rain, and the sun of the epoch of dissolution will burn the worlds with his intense heat. This is verily the Lord's Maya. From the base of Patala, the netherworld, will spread the rising flames of fire emitted from the mouth of Adisesha, augmented by burning wings. This is verily the Lord's Maya. Then will the clouds of the deluge rain, spouts of water of the girth of an elephant's trunk for a full 100 years, dissolving the whole universe. This is verily the Lord's Maya. At that time, O King Brahma, who has been identifying himself with the manifested universe, will abandon that identification and enter into the unmanifested like the flames of the fire that have consumed all the fuel. This is verily the Lord's Maya. When the element earth is deprived of its specific property of smell by the action of the wind of the epoch of deluge, it resolves into causal condition of water. And water, when rid of its specific quality of taste by the wind, is in turn reduced into its causal state of fire. This is verily the Lord's Maya. Fire, when it is deprived of its specific quality of luminosity by the darkness of the epoch of dissolution, gets dissolved into air. When air is deprived of its specific quality of touch by Akasha, it dissolves into Akasha. And Akasha, deprived of its specific quality of sound by time, dissolves into its cause, the tamasa aspect of Ahankara. This is verily the Lord's Maya. O King, the senses and the intellect on the one hand, and the mind with its presiding deities on the other, dissolve in the Rajasika and Sattvika aspects of eye sense, Ahankara, respectively. And this three-pronged eye sense of Sattvika, Rajasika, and Tamasika, nature and their objects, dissolve in Mahatattva, the fundamental category. That Mahatattva resolves in the Prakriti. This verily is the Lord's Maya. Sat is the Lord's Maya, the cause of creation, preservation, and dissolution, having its three aspects of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. I have finished describing it. What else do you want to know? The Raja said, O great sage, tell me the way by which even men of gross intellect may quickly get over this Maya of the Lord. Maya, which is ordinarily difficult to cross for persons who have not conquered the senses. Prabhupada said, men who have entered into the married state and who therefore engage themselves in actions calculated to give them happiness and to prevent unhappiness are generally found to reap only contrary results. Wealth brings sufferings to man in the beginning, middle, and end. It is difficult to produce, and when produced, it is liable to cause total ruin. What joy can therefore the possession of plenty of these ephemeral resources consisting in cattle, houses, and children yield? One should understand that all the heavenly realms attained hereafter as a result of karma performed now are likewise impermanent. These heavenly regions are all relative, like the principalities of petty chieftains, equaled by many and excelled by others, and all are liable to destruction alike in the end. Therefore, one who cares for his own spiritual teacher, who is versed in scriptures, who has a direct knowledge of Brahman, and who has attained to tranquility should, through sincere and loving service of the Guru, looking upon him as dear as his own self and as venerable as deity himself, learn at his feet the Bhagavata Dharma, by the observance of which Sri Hari, who is the soul of one's self and who gives his own self to the sincere devotee, is pleased. First, he should learn to give up attachment to the objects of the senses and cultivate attachment to holy company. He should cultivate kindness, friendliness, and humility towards others as befits their situation in life. He should observe purity of mind and body. perform his duties, be patient and avoid vain talks. He should study scriptures, be straightforward, observe continence, and practice harmlessness to creatures and sameness in happiness and suffering. He should learn to see the presence of the Supreme Being everywhere as the Lord of all and as the Jiva, and habituate himself to live in solitude, to live without caring much for a house of his own, to carry on with a cloth enough to cover his nakedness and feel content with whatever he gets.
He should learn to have firm faith in the scriptures concerning Mahavishnu and at the same time have no cavilling attitude towards the sacred texts of others. He should learn to control the mind, speech, and body through pranayama, silence, and desirelessness, respectively. He should be truthful and have control over the mind and the senses. He should hear and sing about and meditate on the excellencies of the Lord, of wonderful deeds, about his incarnations and his sportive actions. He should learn to dedicate all his actions to him. He should offer all that is his to the Lord. His sacrifices, charity, japa, good conduct, objects liked by him, his wife, children, houses, and even his own life. He should have friendship with holy men who look upon Krishna as the soul and master of all, and he should see his manifestations of the Lord, all the moving and unmoving beings, especially men, and among them those of righteous conduct and saintly life. You should learn from him, the teacher, how to get absorbed in conversations with like-minded devotees on the sanctifying deeds and excellences of the Lord, and thereby generate intense joy, satisfaction, and detachment in all the participants. Parabhakti, or the supreme devotion, constantly remembering Hari, the destroyer of ignorance, and conversing about him with other devotees. He should pass through bhakti as a discipline to its mature state of spontaneous and loving devotion, parabhakti, which would fill him with thrills of bliss, manifesting as continuous horripilation. Such an advanced devotee with prema bhakti, which is loving devotion, sometimes weeps out of the agony of separation from him. Sometimes he laughs, thinking how the Supreme Lord is dominated by his devotee. Sometimes he is full of bliss. Sometimes he utters words of divine significance, which others cannot understand. Sometimes he dances and sings in the exuberance of joy. Sometimes he enacts the sportive actions of the Lord, and sometimes he remains silent in joyful absorption in the supreme divine. Instructed by the teacher in this Bhagavata Dharma and aided by devotion generated by its practice, the devotee of Narayana goes across the divine Maya, so difficult for others to cross. The Raja said, "May you, the greatest of Brahma knowers, please to tell me what constitutes the nature of Brahma, the infinite, of Paramatma, the supreme spirit, who is again called Narayana, the divine person." Vipalayana replied, "Narayana, O king, is the supreme truth, who constitutes the cause of the origin, sustentation, and dissolution of the universe. Himself causeless, he is the unchanging entity that manifests himself as all the changing states, waking, dream, and sleep, but at the same time keeps his identity separate and unaffected by them. He enlivens and activates the body, senses, prana, and the mind. Know him, O king, to be the truth supreme, indicated by the expressions Narayana, Brahma, Paramatma, indicating each of the above mentioned aspects. Just as sparks coming from a fire do not illumine or burn that fire, the entities born of him, like the mind, words, eyes, buddhi, prana, senses, cannot reveal that being. Even the Vedic sentences, the basic source of Atman knowledge, reveal him not directly, but only by implication through their negative stance. For without an indirect implication of a positive background, an ultimate negation is impossible. But that ultimate ground is not a nihil, but a Brahma of infinite power, who comprehends in himself everything in the form of cause and effect, and what is beyond that. What is non-dual Brahman at first, that verily is afterwards Pradhana, with the three gunas of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. He is himself what manifests as Sutraman, representing the power of action, and as Mahat, representing the power of knowledge. He is again the Ahankara, the I sense, which constitutes the adjunct of the Jiva. He, the supreme truth, shines as the Devatas, senses, their objects and experiences. Thus, that which shines as everything requires no proof for its existence. The inadequacy of the human faculties to apprehend him cannot be trotted out in sufficient reason to deny the existence of him, who is implied through all perceptions. The Atman has never been subject to birth. He never grows, he never weakens or dies. He is the continuing witness of all the changing conditions of the body. He is the unchanging, pure awareness, present always and everywhere. He is seen as many and momentary only when he is reflected in the modifications of the senses. It is therefore these modifications that come into being and perish, and not pure consciousness as such. It is comparable to the prana, the vital force of a jiva that continues through all the different embodiments of the jivas. In embodiments in various species, born of eggs, womb, seeds, and sweat, wherein the jiva gets different types of bodies. The same prana pursues the jiva. When the senses and the ego are dissolved in deep sleep, the Atman remains as pure consciousness, changeless and without any adjunct. Consciousness then does not become a nihil, because one coming out of sleep has the memory of a blissful subject-objectless experience in which one knew nothing else than the sense of bliss. Unless there was an experience of that type in deep sleep, there could not be a memory of it. Only because of the obstruction by ignorance and its non-objectiveness, it is not very clear. By the growing delight in the service of the Supreme Mahavishnu, who holds the world lotus at his navel, powerful devotion develops from strength to strength and destroys the impurities of the heart generated by the life of the body and the senses. When the heart is purified, the truth of the Atma shines in it, just as sunlight is apprehended by eyes that have, through proper treatment, been cured of cataract or other diseases causing blindness. The Raja said, "Please tell me about what is known as karma yoga, by means of which man is able to gain purity of mind and afterwards abandon works at the earliest and take to the discipline of knowledge characterized by worklessness." Long back, I put this question to Sanaka and his saintly group in the presence of my father, but the sages gave me no reply. Why is it that they gave me no answer? Avihotra said, "Ordained action, prohibited action, and non-performance of ordained action, what these are has to be settled by Vedic authority only. They cannot be settled by any worldly means like custom, observation, or reasoning. And Veda, being divinely inspired and not composed by any human agency, is difficult to understand, even for great scholars. The words of the Veda have often indirect and mystifying meaning, just like the attractive speech of parents to persuade their children to take medicine. The Vedic sentences imply an indirect purpose and not the heavenly felicities they seemingly offer. As a medicine is given to cure a disease, so the karmas are ordained in the Vedas in order to free man from karma and not to continue indulgence in them. If an ignorant man of uncontrolled senses fails to perform the works prescribed by the Veda, he will be guilty of the sin of negligence of ordained duties, and will go from death to death again and again, entangled in the transmigratory cycle. If the Veda ordained karmas are done non-attached and in the spirit of dedication to the Lord, karma eventually will lead one to Naish karmya, or the state of Atman consciousness. The promise of worldly felicities are only an incentive offered to the dull and the ignorant. If a person desires to quickly cut asunder the knot of eye sense which binds the divine spirit to the body, let him worship Kesava according to the rites laid down in the Tantra, in addition to observing the Vedic ways of life. With the blessings of the Acharya, let an aspirant receive from him instruction in the ceremonial worship of the Mahapurusha, Mahavishnu. Let him worship any form of his that is to his liking. After bath, let him sit facing the image of any representation of the Lord. Purify his body by pranayama and bhuta suddhi. Protect himself by rites like nyasa, and then worship Hari. After preparing the floor, flowers, and the other ingredients of worship, and doing prakshana, by sprinkling water on the seat of the aspirant. The aspirant should worship the image of the deity in a mood of great devotion with all available ingredients, as he may do mental worship to him, installing him in the heart. Making ready the vessels for holding the water for Arghya and Tadya, one should concentrate on the deity intensely in the mind and then transfer the divine spirit into the holy image. He who should first do Nyasa, protective placement of mantras relating to the heart and other parts of the body, as also with the Mula mantra, then worshipping with the Mula mantra.
Uttering the Mula mantra, one should adore one's chosen ideal as a whole, as also all parts of his body, his weapons and attendants, with aragya, padya, and bath, with ceremonial presentation of cloth and ornaments, and with offerings of sandal paste, garlands, unbroken grains of rice, flowers, incense, light, and food items. One should then chant hymns in praise of Hari and prostrate before him. Let the holy image of Hari be worshipped, feeling oneself enfolded by him. One should then put on one's head the remnants of worship, like flower and sandal paste, and transfer the Lord thus adored back to his place, to the heart, as the last item of worship. He who thus worships Achyuta, the Supreme Lord and the soul of all, installing him in the fire, sun, water, or one's own heart, that pious man will soon be liberated from samsara. Skanda 11, chapter 4, Sermon of the Navayogis. The Raja said, whatever descents avatars Sri Hari made out of his own free will in the past, and whatever actions he performed in such descents, whatever he is now performing and would perform in future, please tell me about all that. Drumila said, it is puerile to try to make an exhaustive enumeration of all the glorious attributes of the infinite Lord. It may perhaps be possible with great difficulty in the course of a long period to exhaust counting the particles of dust on the earth, but not the glories of the infinite being, who is the home of all powers and majesties. The original being, Narayana, having projected the 5 elements and making the body of the Virat, or the cosmic whole with it, entered that body himself by a part and came to be known as the Purusha. This cosmic whole into which he has entered constitutes his body. The organs of knowledge and of action of all living beings have their source in his organs. So also the knowledge of created beings has its origin in his inherent consciousness, and their physical and mental strength, power of senses and of will, arise from his prana. Through the gunas of Prakriti like Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, he is the ultimate source of preservation, creation, and dissolution of the worlds, from whose power of Rajas arose Brahma at the start of the creative process, from whose Sattva aspect rose Vishnu, the grantor of the fruits of all yajnas, and the protector of the worlds, holy men and dharma, from whose tamasa aspect came Rudra, for the dissolution of the universe. He is that original being, Adya Purusha, who through Brahma, Vishnu, and Rudra effects the creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe. He incarnated himself as Nara Narayana, the son of Dharma Prajapati by his wife Murti, the daughter of Daksha Prajapati. He was the most noted among the rishis for being established at the summit of peace. He taught the knowledge that puts an end to karma and demonstrated it in his life too. For the good of the world, he still abides in spiritual absorption at Badari, adored by the rishis. Indra grew afraid that this rishi Narayana was aiming to wrest away his own position by the power of his tapas. So, with a view to distract him from his austere disciplines, Indra sent Cupid, Kama, with his following of heavenly damsels, spring season, pleasant breeze, to Badarikashrama, where Nara Narayana was performing austerities. Without knowing the greatness of the incarnate Lord, they sent volleys of shafts constituted of women's glances at him. Unknowing that the Lord had understood these attempts of theirs on him to be inspired by Indra, Kama and his followers lost self-confidence and became terror-stricken from fear of curse. But the Lord said to them, smiling, O great Kama, O mild breeze, O heavenly damsels, do not be afraid. Accept our hospitality and let this hermitage be honored. O king, to him the giver of shelter to all, who spoke this wise, the celestial emissaries of Indra, with head bent in humiliation and looking pitiable, said, O Lord, this mercy and impassivity are not to be wondered at in thee, who art beyond the pale of Maya, unaffected by nature, and so holy that thy feet are always worshipped by self-absorbed saints. Those who are devoted to thy service have to face many impediments on their way caused by the devas, who feel jealous to see them surpassing their own heavenly regions and attaining to thy supreme state. This does not happen to those who offer the devas their share of sacrificial offerings in yajnas and continue to remain as their slaves. But when thou art there as their protector, thy devotees overcome these obstacles, placing their feet squarely on their head. There are some who with difficulty cross the vast and formidable ocean constituted of obstacles placed by us, devas, through intermediary factors like hunger, thirst, inclemencies of weather, arising from cold, heat, rain, and wind, as also through enjoyments offered by tongue and sex. But lo, having done so, they get drowned in impotent anger. Just a small puddle of a calf's hoof mark, and as a consequence, lose the fruits of the austere practices they performed with great effort. To them who were thus extolling him, the great one, Nara Narayana, in order to humble their pride, showed some of the well-decorated women with explosive beauty who were in attendance on him. On seeing these women, who were like Sri Devi embodied, the emissaries of Indra found all their own grace and charm drowned in the abounding splendor of their beauty and felt infatuated by the fragrance proceeding from their bodies. To these agents of Indra, who lay before him in prostration with their pride humbled, Narayana, the Lord of Lords, said smiling, you may take from among these beauties any one who will not be too much of a surprise to the inhabitants of heaven by her splendor, but who nonetheless will be the beauty queen of heaven. Accepting the proposal, these heavenly attendants prostrated themselves before the Lord, and selecting Urvashi, the most noted among Apsara women, went their way with her at their head. In the heavenly assembly, in the hearing of all the celestials, they with due humility reported to Indra all about the greatness of Narayana. Indra was both frightened and wonderstruck to hear their words. Incarnating in the form of a swan, Achyuta revealed the spiritual truth. For the good of the world, he again incarnated by a part of himself as Datta, as the Kumaras, and as Rishabha, our father. In the incarnation as Hayagriva, he recovered the Vedas through the destruction of the Asura named Madhu. In the incarnation as fish, he saved King Satyavrata, the earth, and vegetation from the destructive deluge. In the incarnation as the cosmic war, the Asura, Hiranyaksha, was destroyed and the earth lifted up from cosmic waters. In the incarnation as the tortoise, he supported on his back the sinking Mandara mountain, which was being used as the churning rod for churning the milk ocean. Incarnating as Hari, he saved the lordly elephant who took refuge in him, squirming in the grip of a crocodile. He saved the ascetics known as the Balakilyas of minute size, who prayed to him for rescue from the puddle made by a calf's hoof, which was to them like an ocean. He saved also Indra, who was overpowered by the darkness of sin, Brahmahatya, as a result of killing Vritra. He freed the helpless celestial women who were shut up by Asuras in their homes after they defeated the Devas. He destroyed the great Asura, Hiranyakashipu, in the incarnation as the man-lion, in order to give protection to the pious, especially Hiranya's son Prahlada. In each Manvantara, allying himself with the Devas in the conflict between them and the Asuras. He destroys the Asura chiefs for the protection of the worlds. Born of Aditi as Vamana, he got possession of the earth from Mahabali, the son of Diti, through the ruse of begging for a favor. Born as Parasurama, the firebrand of the Brighu clan, who lit the conflagration that consumed the dynasty of Hehaya kings, he effaced the Kshatriya clans from the earth in 21 campaigns. As Rama, the consort of Sita, he built the bridge across the sea and destroyed the 10-headed Ravana residing in Lanka. And thereby he reigns supreme in the minds of men, purifying the whole world by his holy fame. Though birthless, he will be born among the Yadus for ridding the earth of her burden of evil men, and will perform deeds that are impossible even for Devas to accomplish. Born as the Buddha, he will confound by arguments the Asuras who have taken to Vedic rites but are unfit for performing them. At the end of Kali Yuga, he will appear as Kalki and destroy evil men who masquerade as rulers. O Mighty One, in this way, numerous and far famed are the incarnation and the exploits of the Lord, the masters of the universe. What is recounted here is only an insignificant part of it. Sermon of the Nava Yogis. The Raja said, O enlightened ones, what is the fate of those who do not adore Sri Hari at all, but lacking in the mastery of the senses, ever seek to fulfill their insatiable desires? Chamatsa said, from the Supreme Person's face, arms, thighs, and feet originated along with the 4 ashramas, the 4 varnas of Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaisya, and Sudra, distinguished on the basis of the dominance of nature's dispositions, gunas in them. In the Brahmana, Sattva is dominant. In the Kshatriya, Rajas in combination with Satya. In the Vaishya, Rajas is in combination with Tamas. And in the Sudra, Tamas. Those among them who, in spite of being endowed with knowledge, do not adore the Supreme Lord, their source, and support or despise him out of pride, fall down from the high place in evolution that they have attained.
But ignorant persons, like women and the Sudras, who have had no facilities to hear about the Lord's excellencies and take his name, deserve to be pitied and helped by personages like you. There are, however, Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, and Vaisyas, who by birth and education have full qualification and facility to adore Sri Hari, but fail to do so, being taken up with the eulogistic declarations of the Vedas concerning rituals and heavenly felicities to be acquired through them. Though without real skill in karma, which consists in performing them without being bound by them, these pseudo-scholars are too proud and vicious even to make inquiries of knowing ones about these matters. Taken up entirely with the eulogistic passages promising heavenly felicities, they go about making attractive speeches on the pleasures attainable through rituals. Owing to the dominance of Rajas, their resolutions are of a cruel nature, given to sexuality and ferocious like serpents. These hypocritical and arrogant people of sinful nature cavil at devotees so dear to Achyuta. Women of the deity they worship, their homes are for them abodes for lustful satisfaction. They spend their time in talking with like-minded people on their worldly plans and pleasures. Further, they make a mere show of doing yajnas, but these are done without proper procedure, gift of food or dakshinas, sacrificial presents, without any awareness of the sin in a slaughter. They kill animals merely for their own consumption, under the guise of sacrificial rites. Blinded by overweening pride, arising from wealth, power, high birth, learning, gifts, beauty, strength, work, etc. These cruel-hearted men heap insults on the divine Mahavishnu and his votaries. These senseless people do not heed to the great teaching of the Veda on the Supreme Being, who exists in all embodied beings as their self and as their inner ruler, pervading everything, like the sky, unaffected and unattached. They perversely interpret the Veda as a means for the satisfaction of their sensuous desires. In this world, all are instinctively prone to sexual indulgence, meat eating, and alcoholic drinks. No Vedic commandments are required to prompt them in such indulgences. Whatever Vedic sentences are there on these subjects, they are not commandments, but only permissions given to regulate and to control these desires with a view to eliminate them gradually. Such are the permission to marry and have union with one's wife, to take meat offered in yajna, and to drink at the Sotramani sacrifice. Their object is gradual abstinence through restricted indulgence. The only purpose of wealth is to enable that way of righteous living by which one gains knowledge and enlightenment, which brings about immediate peace. But alas, man spends it only for worldly purposes, for supporting one's home and for enjoyments. In the midst of his worldly entanglements, he does not perceive the inevitability of death. In Sutramani Yaga, which is ordained, is only smelling of liquor. What is ordained is only smelling of liquor, not its drinking. In the same way, in a yaga, which is allowed, what is allowed is killing of animals according to procedure and mantra, and not practice of cruelty for purposes of eating. So also, sexual intercourse is allowed to the householders for the sake of offspring, and not for unrestricted indulgence. These evil men have no understanding of this sacred duty, Swadharma, inculcated by the Veda. Proud, self-righteous. These men, without caring to understand the truth, slaughter animals without any compunction, and are in turn eaten by these animals in hell. Passionately attached to this corpse-like body and to those who are related to it, they persecute others and thereby their own higher self. Sri Hari, who resides in all, degradation and downfall are the fate of such people. This tragedy of degrading themselves is the fate of those who restlessly follow the three worldly values, without having attained enlightenment on the one hand, but having crossed the gross animal-like state of ignorance on the other. These restless persons destroy their own spiritual potentialities through their mistaken notion that Vedic ritualism is the summit of wisdom, and they come to grief when they find at last that time has brought all their castles in the air into ruin, and that they have failed to achieve their ends in life. People are absolutely alien to devotion for Vasudeva, find themselves ultimately forced by time to abandon their hard-acquired wealth, house, properties, friends, and children, and they attain to regions of darkness much against their wish. The Raja said, "Tell me in what different forms and colors, and with what different procedures and names, the Supreme Lord is worshipped by men in different ages." Karabhajana said, "In the different ages of Krita, Treta, Dwapara, and Kali, the Lord is adored in different forms with different complexions and following different procedures of worship. In the Krita Yuga, the Lord is worshipped in the form of Brahmachari, fair in complexion, four-armed, wearing matted locks, tree bark, antelope skin, and sacred thread, and holding in his hands beads, staff, and a water pot. Then men are serene in temperament. There is no mutual antagonism among them. Universal friendship and equality prevail. The way of adoration then consists in meditation, accompanied by the practice of control of the mind and the senses. Devotees then extol him, addressing him by such names as Hamza, Suparna, Vaikunta, Dharma, Yogswara, Amala, Ishwara, Purusha, Avyakta, and Paramatma. In Treta Yuga, he is worshipped as red complexion, golden haired, four-armed, and wearing a girdle of 3 strands. His form is constituted of the Veda, and he is worshipped holding in his hands the paraphernalia for Vedic rituals, like the sacrificial ladle and utensils. Then men who are given to righteous mode of living and learned in the Vedas worship Sri Hari, who is the embodiment of all the divinities, the eradicator of men's miseries, and the center of abundant brilliance, with the yajnas described in the Vedas. He is extolled in that age with names like Vishnu, Yajna, Krishnagarbha, Sarvadeva, Urukama, Rishkapi, Rishakarpi, Jayanta, and Urugaya. In the Dwapara Yuga, he is worshipped as having a form of blue complexion, dressed in yellow cloth, armed with his own weapon, the discus, Sudarsana, carrying his distinctive marks like Srivastha, and bedecked with ornaments like the jeweled Kaustuba. O king, in that age, spiritual aspirants adore him with all the emblems of royalty, like the ceremonial umbrella and the like, and using the rituals and procedures of both the Veda and the Tantra. Salutations to thee, Vasudeva. Salutations to thee, Sankarsana. Salutations to thee, the worshipful Lord, as Pradyamna and Aniruddha. We salute thee as Rishi Narayana, as the Supreme Spirit ruling over all, as the Lord of all the worlds, as the all-inclusive whole, and as the indwelling Spirit in all. O King, the Lord is extolled in this manner in the Dwapara Yuga, and know now how he is worshipped with various tantrika rituals in the age of Kali. The wise ones then adore him as black in complexion, but brilliant like sapphire. He is worshipped with all his limbs, decorations, weapons, and his attendants. Recitals of his excellences and chanting of his names form the principal part of the worship. Devotees pray to him thus: I salute thee, O universal being, O protector of the devout. Thou art the one fit to be meditated upon always, the savior from humiliation, the fulfiller of all prayers, the source of all holiness, the redresser of the sufferings of devotees, the ship for getting across the ocean of samsara, and the object of adoration for even Brahma and Shiva. O universal being, I salute thee, who because of thy righteous nature didst abandon a prosperous realm, coveted even by celestials, and went into the forest to redeem thy father's promise, and to chase the fictitious deer in the forest, to carry out thy consort's desire. In this way, people of each yuga worship Sri Hari, the Lord of all progress and prosperity, in forms and with names that are appropriate to that age. Great men who see into the heart of things and understand their good sides look upon the age of Kali with greater favor than the other ages. For in this age, man attains to his goal merely by extolling his names and excellences. For Jiva is entangled in the transmigratory cycle. There is no better means than taking the Lord's name and singing his praise, the attainment of peace, enlightenment, and liberation.
O King, many of them who are born in earlier yugas long to have embodiment in Kali. For more devotees of Narayana are born in Kali than in other ages, especially in some parts of the Dravida regions of the country through which the Tamraparni, Kritamala, Payashwani Palar, and the very holy Kaveri and the great west flowing Mahanadi Periyar have their course. Devotees of the Lord will specially abound. O King, those who drink the waters of these rivers will become purified in mind and will generally develop devotion to Vasudeva, the worshipful Lord. He who, abandoning the sense of agency and the consequent notion of difference, throws himself heart and soul in resignation at the foot of Mukunda, the one supremely suited to entrust oneself with, has no longer any debt or obligation to devas, rishis, elementals, relatives, pitris, or anyone else. He is the servant of none else but the Lord, and in being so, he fulfills the obligations to all and is free from the sin of failure to his duty. Such a devotee who has taken shelter at his feet completely, abandoning all other loves but the Lord, is so dear to him, the Supreme Lord Sri Hari, that by his mere presence in the devotee's heart, he erases the effects of whatever prohibitive acts he might have done in the past. Narada said, Nimi, the king of Mithila, was very much delighted to hear this exposition of the Bhagavata Dharma, and he, along with his Acharya, adored the Nava yogis. Then, while the people present were looking on, those yogis who had great psychic powers disappeared from the sight of men, and King Nimi, following the instruction, attained the supreme goal. O Great One, you too can attain that supreme goal if you observe these instructions regarding Bhagavata Dharma with great faith, control of mind, and non-attachment. The world is filled with the reputation of you two, Devaki and Vasudeva. For Hari, the worshipful Lord and the master of all that exists, has been pleased to be born as your son. You who love Krishna as your son have had your mind purified by all kinds of intimate contacts with him, like seeing, touching, and conversing, besides sleeping with him, eating in his company, sitting with him. Shishupala, Paundraka, Salva, and other rulers got attracted to him, though in a mood of confrontation, by constantly meditating on him, his gait, his sports, his gaze, and thereby attained to oneness with him. Then what need is there to speak about the destiny of those who do all this in a mood of love? Do not entertain the idea that Krishna is merely your son. He is the Lord and the soul of all, the supreme being unaffected by any change, who has appeared now as a human being hiding all his divine majesties by his power of Maya, born as the Lord incarnate to protect and enhance the spiritual interests of the pious, and to relieve the earth of the burden of evil kings of Asuric origin. He has spread his holy fame all over the world to help devotees attain supreme bliss. Sri Sukha said, hearing all this, the high-souled Vasudeva and his fortunate wife Devaki were thrilled with wonder, and they overcame the ignorance of their heart. If a man hears this extremely holy narrative with one pointed mind, his ignorance will be dispelled here itself, and he will attain to the realization of the Supreme Spirit. Kanda 11, chapter 6, Krishna on the eve of his ascension. Sri Sukha said, after this, Brahma, accompanied by his offspring like Sanaka and the other Kumaras, and also the Prajapatis and celestials, came to Dwarka one day. Bhava, Sri Parmeshwara, who could know the past and the future, also came to Dwarka with his following of demigods and elementals. Prompted by their keen desire to see Krishna of world enchanting form, whose holy and sin-destroying fame had flooded all the worlds, there came to Dwarka a host of other celestials too, including the Maruts, Indra with the other sons of Aditi, the 8 Vasus, Ashwini Devas, Vibhus, Angirasas, Rudras, Vishvedas, Sathyas, Gandharvas, Apsaras, Nagas, Siddhas, Charanas, Guyakas, Rishis, Pitris, Vidyadhyaras, and Kinnaras. In that city of Dwarka, a seat of plenty and prosperity and resplendent with riches of every kind, they saw the wondrous form of Krishna, at which they looked unsatisfied for long with unwinking eyes. After almost covering that noblest one of Yadu's line with heaps of garlands made of celestial flowers, they began to extol him, the Lord of all the worlds, with a hymn noted for his beauty of expression and meaning. The Devas said, O Lord, the devotee seeking liberation from the bondage of karma can only meditate with devotion on thy lotus feet in thy hearts. But lo, we have been allowed to adore them in truth and in reality with our senses, vital forces, mind, intellect, and words. O unconquerable Lord, remaining as the inner controller of thy Maya with its 3 gunas, thou art creating, preserving, and dissolving in thyself this universe of unimaginable vastness and mystery. Still thou art not in the least bound by these works, because thou art ever established in thy inherent bliss, uncorrupted by passions. O praiseworthy one and the Lord of all, men of impure mind, striving through meditation, learning, charity, austerity, and rituals, fail to attain that purity of mind generated in the minds of saintly persons of powerful faith that takes shape in their hearts and gathers strength there by listening to recitals of thy sportive deeds and excellences. Towards this end art thou engaging thyself in works, providing materials for devout contemplation. Thy feet, which are meditated upon with a heart melting in love by contemplatives for the attainment of salvation, which are worshipped by sattvatas, devotees, in one or the other of the 4 Vyuyas, as Vasudeva, Sankarshana, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha, for the attainment of equality with thee in divine glories, which the knowing ones adore at the 3 sandhyas, juncture periods of time, for surpassing all the heavens of the celestials. May those feet become the fiery, destructive force for the annihilation of all our sins. May thy feet, which Vedic ritualists contemplate upon in their sacred fires, holding oblations in hands and uttering the Vedic mantras as laid down, which yogis, desiring the 8-fold powers, meditate upon according to the instruction of yoga scripture, which are worshipped with love by the highest devotees, having no worldly desires. May those feet become the fiery destructive force for the annihilation of all our sins. Just as a woman gets annoyed with a co-wife occupying her place, Sri Devi is much concerned to see her seat, thy chest, occupied by the garland of wild flowers, the offerings. But unconcerned by the Devi's attitude, thou dost continue to retain that old floral wreath and receive more of them joyfully, showing that thy concern is more for devotees than even for Shri. May thy feet, decorated with a floral wreath, become the fiery destructive force for the annihilation of all our sins. O worshipful Lord of unlimited powers, may our sins be effaced and ourselves purified by thy feet, which covered all the worlds in 3 strides, the feet that form a veritable standard of victory, having the Ganga of triple strands as banners, giving encouragement to the armies of Devas and fright to those of Asuras, and working for the enhancement of the good and the downfall of evil. May our welfare be wrought by the adorable feet of thine, the transcendent being, Purushottama, the Lord of Purusha and Prakriti, whose hands control the destinies of all these mutually conflicting embodied beings from Brahma down, even as cattle keepers control cattle by their nose string. Thou art the material cause in which all the worlds rise, remain in manifestation, and then dissolve. The Vedas speak of thee also as the instrumental cause that directs Prakriti, Purusha, and Mahatattva. Thou art the 3-navel wheel of time too, which revolves with incredible speed, driving all to their destruction. Thou art therefore verily the Purushottama, the spirit transcending and ingathering all. The Purusha, the cosmic being deriving his powers from thee, bears in association with Yogamaya, the Mahatattva, which is the universe in embryo. With continuing association with Maya, the Purusha projects the embryonic universe, the cosmic shell, brilliant and covered with a shelter of sheaths. O Rishikesha, Lord of all senses, all the experiences, joyful and otherwise, that the play of Maya pours on thee through sense contexts, fail to involve and bind thee. Even when thou art in the enjoyment of these objects, they do not affect thee in the least, whereas others, even while keeping themselves aloof from them, live in constant dread of their influence. Thou art therefore the master of the whole universe, moving and unmoving. No wonder then that all thy 16,000 and more wives could not produce even the least excitement in thy mind by all those volleys of Cupid's shafts, consisting of charming sidelong glances, accompanied by ravishing smiles, which were fortified by mystic formulae of love, and shot from their arching eyebrows, conveying messages of love. dharma in the minds of men who venerate truth. Thou hast also spread thy sanctifying fame all the world over. Born in the line of Yadu, with a form of unparalleled beauty, thou didst engage thyself in various sportive actions for the good of the world. O Lord, by hearing and singing about these divine and sportive actions of thine, men in the age of Kali would get purified and easily overcome in the darkness of ignorance. O Lord, thou supreme being, it is now 125 years since thou incarnated thyself in the line of the Yadus. O thou, the support of the universe, thou hast now accomplished all the purposes of the Devas, and there is nothing more for thee to accomplish. By the curse of the holy men, even the clan of the Yadus is on the verge of extinction. So if thou thinkest it fit, may thou be pleased to come back to thy transcendental abode. Protect us, thy servants appointed as guardians of the world. The Lord said, O Brahma, leader of the celestials, I have already decided upon the course you have suggested. I have fulfilled all your wants, and I have lightened the burden of the earth. Now there is this Yadava clan, proud and domineering because of their plentiful wealth supported by strength and courage. They would have overrun the whole world had I not been holding them within bounds as the shore halts the advance of the sea. If I go away leaving behind this powerful and overbearing clan of Yadavas, they will ruin the society by their unrestrained excesses. Their destruction has already started with a curse pronounced on them by the sages. After their annihilation is completed, I shall come to your abode at Satyaloka while returning to the Vaikuntha. Sri Sukha said, being thus told by Krishna, the Lord of the universe, Brahma and the celestials prostrated themselves before him and departed to their respective abodes. Afterwards, portents foreboding evil began to appear in Dwarka, and to the elders of the Yadava clan, who went to him to report about this, the Lord said as follows.
The Lord said, Alas, though these evil portents are appearing everywhere here, and we have the sage's curse hanging over us, threateningly. O respected sirs, if we love our lives, we should not stay here any longer. We should immediately go to the holy place of Prabhasa. It was by bathing there that the moon, cursed by Daksha Prajapati to be affected by Preetis, got over the effects of the curse and had all the digits restored. We shall bathe in these waters, offer libations to the mains and the divinities, feed brahmanas sumptuously, and give liberal gifts to worthy men. With these as our lifeboat, we shall cross the ocean of this misfortune. Sri Shuka said, O king, directed by the Lord in this way, the Yadavas decided to start for Prabhasa and got ready their chariots, harnessing horses to them. Witnessing all these terrifying portents and hearing the words of the Lord, Uddhava, who was his constant attendant and follower, approached Krishna in solitude and, making due prostrations, spoke to him with joined palms. Uddhava said, O thou Lord of all divinities, thou master of yoga, whose holy flame is a blessing to those who hear about it, thou art making ready to quit this world after bringing about the destruction of this clan of the Yadus. For, though capable of warding off the curse of the holy men, thou didst nothing to neutralize it. O Kesava, my lord, to remain even a minute without thee is impossible for me. Therefore, deign to take me also to thy realm with thee. O Krishna, hearing about thy holy and auspicious deeds, a veritable ambrosia for the ear, even common people have begun to feel everything else as insipid. How then can we, thy devotees, bear separation from thee, whom we have been serving for the whole life, while sitting and lying, while walking and standing, while eating and playing? We, thy servants, are sure to get over thy Maya through thy service, putting on ourselves the remnants of what thou hast used of sandal heads, flower garlands, clothes and decorations, and eating the remnants of the food of which thou hast partaken. There are other ascetics having the quarters alone as their wearing cloth, ever engaged in spiritual disciplines and practicing unbroken continence. These pure, serene, and all-renouncing sannyasins attain to thy realm, the Akshara Brahman. O thou, the greatest of yogins, as far as we, who are wandering in the paths of wood, are concerned, we shall cross this impenetrable darkness of ignorance through absorption in conversations with other devotees on thy deeds and excellences, remembering and extolling thy ways in human embodiment, thy deeds, speech, and teachings, thy world-enchanting gait. We shall easily get over the impenetrable darkness of ignorance. Sri Shuka said, O king, being appealed to in this way, the worshipful Lord, who had taken birth as the son of Devaki, spoke as follows to his dear servant and wholehearted devotee, Uddhava. Skanda 11, chapter 7. Krishna's instruction. Our Dutta sermon on his teachers. The Lord said, what you have said about my intention to depart from the world to my abode is indeed true. Brahma, Parameswara, and other divinities too are desirous of this. I have accomplished all the purposes of the Devas, for which, at the request of Brahma, I incarnated in part. This clan of the Yadavas, doomed by the fire of the holy men's curse, will perish through mutual strife among its members. And this city of Dwaraka will be inundated by the sea on the 7th day from now. On my ascension, this world denuded of its good fortune will be subject to the sway of Kali, the spirit of the evil age. After I have left it, do not stay in this land, for in the age of Kali that is to follow, men will all be unrighteous in their outlook. Abandoning all attachment for your own people and relatives, resign yourself to me and wander over the world, recognizing my presence in everything. Know this world, grasped by the mind, speech, eyes, ears, and other senses, to be insubstantial and transitory, being like mental projection in a magic show. For the man of uncontrolled mind, there is the erroneous perception of multiplicity. A person with such perceptions is subject to the notion of good and evil. And for one with that notion arises the distinction between ordinary action, inaction, and prohibited action. Therefore, with the mind and the senses controlled, you must see the world in the Atman, and that all-pervading Atman in me, the Supreme Lord, one who is endowed with the knowledge of the scriptures and with enlightenment, who feels as one with the Atman in all, and is full of the joy of the Spirit, meets with no obstruction from any source.
even when one has transcended the distinction between the harmful and the favorable. He avoids the harmful not because of the compulsion of Vedic injunction, nor does he promote the favorable because they are advantageous. His reactions are spontaneous and unmotivated, like those of an infant. Illumined, peaceful, and established in universal benevolence, he sees the Lord as the essence of the world, or recognizes the whole of the manifested existence as ensouled by him, and becomes free from the travails of samsara. Sri Shuka said, being thus addressed by the worshipful Lord, Uddhava, the great devotee and aspirant for the knowledge of truth, said to Achyuta with due prostrations. Uddhava said, O thou bestower of the fruits of yoga, O thou the wealth of yogans, O thou who revealest thyself through yoga, O thou, the originator of yoga, thou hast, for my spiritual welfare, instructed me in abandonment of all attachments through sannyasa. Of all powerful one, this abandonment of all objects of desire is very difficult for those who are in the midst of enjoyments. I think it is well nigh impossible for those who have no devotion to thee, the soul of all. The ignorant fool that I am, Maya has bound me with the feeling that I am the body, and all those connected with it are mine. O worshipful Lord, instruct me, thy servant, how I could soon achieve that abandonment of all attachments commanded by thee. There is none except thee, even among the divinities, who is capable of instructing me about that Atman, who is the self-effulgent and self-conscious truth. For, as far as this subject is concerned, all embodied beings, including Brahma, are confounded owing to thy Maya, which makes them feel that what is external alone is true. Therefore, buffeted by the difficulties of worldly life and thereby filled with disgust for the same, I seek refuge in thee, Narayana, the friend of the Jiva. Thou who art pure, infinite, all-knowing, and the Lord of all, and art established in the eternal Vaikuntha. The worshipful Lord said, generally speaking, persons endowed with the capacity to investigate the truth of things lift themselves from the evils of instinctive life by their own discriminative power. They need no teacher for this. While even all lower creatures are to some extent capable of looking after their own welfare, man, who is endowed with intelligence and discriminative power, can surely be his own teacher. For, by observation and inference, he is able to understand what contributes to his ultimate good. When a jiva obtains a human birth and becomes proficient in the path of knowledge and devotion, he comes to clearly understand me, the spirit endowed with all powers. Many are the types of bodies created, some with 1, 2, 3, or 4 legs, some with many legs, and some with no legs at all. Of all these, the human body is dearest to me. Unable to find me, the pure spirit, by sense perception, earnest spiritual aspirants seek me in this body through presumption and inference. The presumption is that the buddhi and other instruments functioning in the creation of knowledge are, in themselves, lifeless. The display of consciousness in them can be explained only by accepting a consciousness behind them. The inference
is that as the buddhi and the senses are in the nature of instruments, they must be functioning for the purposes of an intelligent agent.
Avadhuta questioned by Yadu. The illustration of this great men cite an ancient anecdote in the shape of a conversation between Dattatreya, the Avadhuta of blazing spiritual power, and King Yadu. King Yadu, a knower of Dharma, once met this Avadhuta wandering everywhere, fearlessly as he chose. He was young and bore the signs of the highest enlightenment. King Yadu said, O Holy One, though possessed of great wisdom, you are found merely to roam about in the world like a young boy. How then did you, who do not do any work, cultivate this outlook, which requires great training? Men are found to engage themselves in the observance of duties and in the pursuit of wealth, pleasure, and moral values. In all this, they are motivated by their desire for longevity, fame, and prosperity. You are strong, learned, capable, handsome, and eloquent, but you show no desire for anything, nor do you care to do any work. You merely wander about, sometimes like a senseless man, sometimes as one inebriated, and sometimes like one possessed. While all men are being burnt in the fire of sexual craving and greed, you remain unaffected by it, like an elephant that has plunged into the waters of the Ganga. O Holy One, kindly tell me what it is that fills your heart, always with joy, though you are without any object of sense enjoyment and are companionless and alone. The Lord said, being thus questioned after due prostrations and in all humility by King Yadu, who was highly intelligent and devoted to holy men, the Avadhuta said to him as follows. The Avadhuta said, O King, I have several gurus whom I have mentally accepted as such. Learning many lessons from them, I have become free from desires and bondage and am roaming on the earth at large. Hear about those gurus. There are 24 gurus whom I have resorted to. From their ways and characteristics, I have learned the lessons I need. These 24 are the earth, air, sky, water, fire, sun, moon, kapota, python, ocean, river, moth, honeybee, elephant, honey gatherer, deer, fish, pingala, the courtesan, purara, maiden, arrowsmith snake, spider and wasp. O grandson of Nahusha, hear now from me which Guru taught me what and how. A man of self-control should not move away from his chosen path, even when attacked by beings under the sway of their primordial tendencies, knowing it to be due to their own destiny. This lesson I learned from the earth. Further, a spiritual aspirant should learn from the mountains of the earth and the trees on them to strive unselfishly for the good of others and find the meaning of his existence in such striving. Becoming a disciple of trees, he should live for others. The sage should be satisfied with as much of food as he is required to maintain his prana, to keep his knowledge bright and the faculties of his mind and senses intact. He should not crave for tasty food, even if the yogi happens to be in the contact of sense objects of various descriptions. He should remain like the air, untouched by the good and the bad effects of such contexts. A yogi who is established in Atman consciousness, even if he is embodied in a material body and performs the various functions appropriate to such a body, is never affected by the sense objects as air is not by the smell it carries. Identifying himself with Brahma, the sage should realize that the sky, the self, the Atman, is uncircumscribed and unaffected by the body, because the self indwells all beings, moving and unmoving, and because he is an invariable presence everywhere in all beings. Just as the clouds wafted by the wind do not affect the sky, so the Atman is not tainted by abidance in the body, which is a combination of the various elements like fire, water, and earth, into which the gunas of Prakriti evolve when stirred into activity by time. Pure, holy, and naturally loving and sweet, the sage exercises a sanctifying influence over men in which respect he resembles the holy waters of the Ganga, which purify men by sight, contact, and praise. Impressive and replenished by the fire of tapas, inviolable in this greatness, having no possessions, not even a bowl, but only his stomach as a receptacle for food, eating anything and everything. The sage who is ever in communion with Brahman remains unpolluted like the all-consuming fire, sometimes hiding his identity, sometimes revealing it as worthy of worship by those desiring their own welfare. The sage consumes the food offered by donors in order to burn up their past and future sins, as fire does with all matters put into it. This world, which is of the nature of cause and effect, has been created by the all-powerful Lord, by his power of Maya. He has entered into it and is manifesting himself in different forms through the adjunct of the body-mind, just as fire does, residing in the fuel. The changes that time, the inscrutable brings on an individual from the time of conception to the events at the cremation ground affect only the body and not the Atman, just as the waxing and waning of the moon are only of its digits and not of the moon itself. The torrential speed of time is every moment affecting the birth and death of the bodies that the Atman assumes, but the changes involved are not noticed at the time, just like the emergence and subsidence of tongues of flames in a raging fire. Just as the sun absorbs water with his rays and releases it in proper time as rain, so the yogi accepts objects of the sense with the senses, not for his own enjoyment, but to release them to needy people at the proper time. When the Atman abides in himself, no difference is experienced. When he abides in adjuncts, gross-minded people think of him as many. It is just like the one sun reflected in different adjuncts, like pans of water being looked upon as many and diverse. One should not have intense love or attachment to anyone. Otherwise, he will be subjected to excruciating suffering like the afflicted bird, Kapota, of the story. On the branch of a tree in a forest, a Kapota had built its nest and had been staying in it with his wife for some time. Following the ways of householders, the Kapota couple were bound together by intense love. their eyes, limbs, and thought being closely united, every inseparable in lying, sitting, moving about, standing, playing, and eating. They merrily spent their time in sporting amidst the trees without the least suspicion of any danger overtaking them, catering to his pleasures and loved by him, the female bird and all the needs fulfilled even under difficult circumstances by her husband, the male Kapota, who, for want of self control, was a slave to her. When the time came for the faithful female bird to lay eggs for the first time, she did so in her nest, in the presence of her husband. In due time, thanks to the workings of the mysterious power of Sri Hari, lovely fledglings with charming limbs and feathers came out of those eggs. The fond parent birds brought them up with proper care, lost in love on hearing their chirpings and indistinct twitterings. Those parent birds derived the highest delight to see their fluttering soft wings, their sweet sound, their immature movements, and their eager advance to meet them when they returned to the nest. Infatuated by the Lord's Maya and bound together by strong bonds of love, they anxiously nourished their offspring. One day they had gone out into the forest to collect food for their fledglings and were away for a long time from their nest. A fowler who was moving about in the forest happened to see these chicks fluttering about their nest. He thereupon cast his net and caught them in it. Now the kapota and its wife, ever enthusiastic about nourishing their offspring, returned to their nest with food for feeding the infant birds. Seeing her young chicks crying and tangled in the fowler's nest, the female bird rushed to them, screeching in great distress. Bound by cords of love by the Lord's Yogamaya, the sight of her endangered offspring made her doubly desperate with sorrow. Forgetful of the danger posed by the net, and in spite of seeing her children's condition, she rushed in only to be entangled in the net. Seeing the perilous condition of his wife, whom he loved as much as himself, and of his offspring who were dearer to him than life, the male bird began to bemoan his fate. He said, "Alas, look at the great danger that my luckless, unfortunate self is in. I am not yet satisfied with the enjoyments of life, nor have I gained the means of my spiritual welfare in the hereafter. And now my home, which is the means to attain virtue, wealth, and pleasure, is threatened with total destruction. When my wife, so well matched, obedient, and faithful, has chosen to leave me alone in an empty house in order to go to the heaven with her dear offspring, why should I live alone and grief stricken in an empty nest devoid of wife and children?" Seeing them all entangled in the meshes of the nest and struggling in the throes of death, that male bird, senseless and piteous with grief, threw itself also into the net. Having thus got all the birds, the father, mother, and the fledglings, the cruel fowler went home with them fully satisfied. Thus a householder whose senses are uncontrolled and mind restless, who is always entangled in the concerns of the family, runs the risk of perishing with the whole family, like the Kapota parents and their fledglings. A person who, having attained to human birth, in which the doors of the mansions of Mukti lie open for him, still continues to be wholly attached to his home and worldly concerns, like the birds mentioned above. It looked upon by great men as one who falls down into a bottomless abyss after attaining to a great height.
Skanda 9, chapter 8. Awaduta's sermon on his teachers, 2. The Awaduta said, just as the heaven affords sensuous pleasures to creatures, so does the hell too, along with the sufferings predominating it. So a wise man should not hanker after sense enjoyments. Whatever food comes to one by chance, irrespective of whether it is tasty or not, adequate or inadequate, one should assume it like a python, without making any effort to obtain it. If he fails to get any food sometimes, the aspirant should not make any effort for it. Recognizing it as one's prarabdha, he should lie quietly in a place like a python, making no search for food. Though endowed with full powers of the senses, mind, and body, the aspirant should not engage them in action, but lie quiet in a place, his mind awake and vigilant in respect of his ultimate objective in life. The Muni should be like the ocean, still and calm, but deep and profound, unfathomable, inviolable, boundless, and unperturbed. The sage whose mind is absorbed in the contemplation of Narayana is neither exhilarated by the plentiful supply of objects of enjoyment, nor dejected in their absence, just like the ocean that keeps its bounds, neither overflowing nor shrinking, irrespective of whether water flows in or evaporates. At the sight of woman, the Lord's instrument of delusion, man of uncontrolled senses, who is attracted by her charms, falls into the blinded darkness of ignorance, just as the moth attracted by the glow of fire falls into it and perishes. Women, gold, ornaments, clothes, etc., the creations of Maya, offer attraction to man as objects of enjoyment. The infatuation deprives him of his discriminative vision and generates in him intense attachment to them. He thus falls a victim to the sense objects as moths to fire and perishes. Following the way of the honey-gathering bees, the sage may collect small quantities of food from house to house, just enough for the upkeep of his body, and even that without being a burden on the householder. An intelligent man should seek the essential teachings of all scriptural texts of varying importance, just as a honeybee sucks the essence of all flowers. An ascetic should not store food, got as holy alms, for the evening or for the next day. His palm should be his receiving plate and the stomach the preserving vessel. He should not accumulate like the bee. A mendicant should not store anything even for the morrow, for if he accumulates, he is likely to perish like the bee along with the accumulated property. An ascetic should not allow even his feet to contact a young woman. He should not allow it even in the case of a wooden image of a woman. By such contact, he will get bound, as a bull elephant is entrapped through physical contact with a cow elephant. A wise man should not go for intimacy with a woman, as she may prove death to him at the hands of a more powerful rival, just as in the case of an elephant competing with another for a female. The wealth accumulated by a miser without himself enjoying it or making charitable gifts of it is knocked away by someone who knows about it, just as the honey gathered by bees is taken away by the honey collector. The first portion of what a householder cooks with things procured with great difficulty for his household purposes is consumed by ascetics, just as the honey gathered by bees is first consumed by the honey gatherer. For it is the duty of the householder to give the best portion of what he cooks as bhiksha to ascetics. An ascetic need not therefore worry about his food. A forest-dwelling ascetic or sannyasin should not listen to vulgar music, lest he should thereby get entangled. This he should learn from the example of the deer, which is captured through the hunter's imitative cry of the doe. The rishi Rishyashringa, the son of Rigi, was enslaved by women and became a mere tool in their hands because of witnessing their sensuous dances and listening to their songs and instrumental music. Just as fish perish by swallowing the angler's baited hook, so do men perish through the attraction of the palate, which causes intense excitement in the mind. By abstinence, wise men conquer all the senses except the palate, whose craving only becomes intensified by much abstinence. Even if a person has gained mastery over all the other senses, he cannot be called a conqueror of the senses until he has subdued the palate. If the palate is conquered, all the other senses are as good as conquered. O Prince, once there lived a well-known courtesan named Pingala in the city of Videha. I learned a great lesson from her. Listen. Once dressed in all her finery, this libertine of a woman stationed herself outside her door, ready to receive any lover who wanted her service in privacy. Viewing the passers-by, that greedy woman thought that some among them, beautiful and capable of paying her handsomely, would come seeking her. Potential clients came and went away, as that woman, whose livelihood came from purveying sex, expected the arrival of some men still more wealthy and capable of making her still more handsome payment. Motivated by greed, she waited outside, went in, and came out again, thus foregoing sleep till midnight. To her, thus despondent and downcast with unfulfilled greed, a great feeling of revulsion against worldliness came, making her thoughtful and full of peace. Hear from me the song that Pingala sang at the dawn of renunciation, showing how dispassion proves to be a sword that cuts the bonds of desire in man. O King, just as one without illumination will not abandon the sense of I and mine, so also a man without dispassion will not give up, nay, even desire to give up, the feeling that he is the body and nothing but the body. Pingala said, Alas, see the enormity of ignorance of a woman of uncontrolled mind like myself. Under its promptings, I, the stupid woman that I am, have been seeking satisfaction for my passions through unworthy creatures looked upon as lovers. Lo, giving up the delight-giving and bounteous lover seated closest to me in the heart, I, an ignorant woman, have been running after petty creatures who cannot fulfill my wants, but only purvey sorrow, fear, worry, and delusion. Alas, vain and vile has been my struggle in life to gain a livelihood through prostitution, a most detestable way of life, in which by selling my body to lustful, miserly, and despicable males, I hope to gain wealth and pleasure. Who else but a fool like me would approach as a lover this hutment of a male body, having a bony ridgepole of a spine, rafters of ribs and pillars of limbs, roofed with a mantle of skin, hair, nails, rent with 9 perpetually leaking bodily orifices, and filled with excreta, urine, and other dirty things. In this holy city of the Weda house, I, an impure woman, am the only fool who has been after objects of love other than the Supreme Lord Achyuta, who gives himself over to those who are devoted to him. The Supreme Being, Achyuta, is the friend, the innermost essence, and the dearest of dear of all beings. I shall dedicate my body, mind, and soul to him, and just like his consort Rama, seek delight in him. The delights of sex life, as well as the men and the devas through whom these satisfactions are derived, are subject to origin and decay, and are at the mercy of hustling time. What pleasure or protection have beings of this type conferred on women who become their wives? By virtue of some good and pious work done in the past, the Lord Vishnu has now been gracious to me. Otherwise, how can I, who have been greedy and vicious, now attain the spirit of non-attachment and renunciation, which has conferred on me great joy? If I were really an unfortunate woman, devoid of the Lord's grace, this misfortune of not getting income would not have befallen me, generating renunciation. It is through renunciation that man breaks the bonds of home, wealth, relatives, etc., and attains to supreme peace. Accepting the great blessing he has conferred on me, I give up here and now all my hankerings for sense pleasures and take refuge in him, the Lord of all. Satisfied with whatever I have, and having unfailing faith in the Lord, I shall delight in the company of this lover, who is none but the Atman. Who else except the Supreme Lord Mahavishnu can lift up and save the jiva that has fallen into the deep pit of the transmigratory existence, with his eyes of discrimination blinded by sense objects, and himself caught in the jaws of the serpent of time? One should realize that this whole universe is in the jaws of the serpent of time. When, with this awareness, man becomes alert to his real situation in life, he develops renunciation. Then his own higher self, the Paramatma, becomes the savior of the jiva. The Avaduta said, resolving like this, Pengala gave up her perverse desire to attract lovers and went to sleep with a peaceful mind. Desire is the source of the most poignant of sorrows, and desirelessness of the most intense delight. Here is the example of Pingala for this, how, on giving up her desire for lovers, she could sleep happily. Skanda 11, chapter 9. Awaduta's sermon on his teachers. 3. The Awaduta continued. The more a sense object is considered desirable and sought after by men, the more is it a source of sorrow and suffering for them. A man who knows this and owns nothing attains to infinite joy. An osprey that was in possession of a piece of meat was attacked by other powerful birds who had no meat. When it gave up that piece of meat, it was at peace, being free from such attacks. I care not for honor or insult, nor have I the worry of family men possessing houses and children. Like a boy, I roam about, having my sport and joy in the self only. These two alone are free from worries and immersed in joy. The child, thoughtless and without any purposive effort, and the sage who has gone beyond the three gunas of Prakriti.
In a certain place, some people arrived in a house with marriage proposals for a girl of that house. As all the elders of the house had gone out somewhere, the girl herself received the visitors. O king, for extending proper hospitality to them, the girl now began to husk paddy in a solitary place. While doing so, the conch bangles in her arms made a loud clanging sound by mutual impact. The intelligent girl now felt ashamed that the sound of the conch bangles would betray the poverty of the house. So she broke those bangles one after another, except a pair on each arm. Even these pairs of bangles on the arms produced noise while she continued husking. So she broke one more bangle on each arm. Then there was no sound, there being only the one bangle on each arm. Wondering as I do to learn truths directly from life in the world, I learned the following lesson from that girl. If too many people live together, quarrel will be the result. If there are only two, even then, time will be taken with mutual conversations and not contemplation on the Atman. So I would travel alone, like the single bangle on the girl's arm, conversing with none. After gaining mastery over a sitting posture and the vital energy, one should try to fix the mind on a single object of meditation. Through dispassion, one should check all the outgoing tendencies of the mind, and through the practice, its tendency to lapse into sleepy absorption. The mind should thus be held to the object of concentration with great vigilance. The mind should be concentrated on that being by getting absorbed, in whom all tendencies of work get gradually eliminated. Further, such meditation enhances sattva, leading to the elimination of rajas and tamas, which cause agitation and inertia in the mind. When this is accomplished, the mind subsides like the fire that has consumed its fuel. This state of mind is comparable to that of a smith making an arrowhead. His mind being fully concentrated on the arrowhead, he is forging. He is unaware even of a king with his retinue passing by. Even so, the sage whose mind is absorbed in the Atman as pure self-awareness is without any experience of inside and outside and of objects pertaining to them. Like the serpent, the sage should be a lone wanderer, homeless, always vigilant, residing in caves, difficult to recognize by externals, solitary, without assistance, and reserved in the mode of speech. With the lifespan of uncertain, it is a folly to undertake the painful task of building a house. Look at the serpent. It makes no home, but goes into the holes made by other creatures and rests there happily. So should a yogi have no home for his own, but rest in other people's homes temporarily. At the end of the creative cycle, Narayana, the soul, reality, destroys by means of his power of time the whole universe which his own Maya has created. When time, his power, has thus brought sattva, rajas, and tamas, the three aspects of Prakriti, into equilibrium, he exists in the whole, in the soul reality, being himself, his own support, the residual base of all, and the master of both Prakriti and Purusha, transcending all relative existence, high and low. He exists as boundless freedom and the ocean of pure consciousness bliss. When the creative cycle begins, time, which is but his will, agitates his own Maya, constituted of sattva, rajas, and tamas, and manifests the Sutratman and pervading spirit, known otherwise as Mahatattva. He, the Sutratman, formed of the three gunas, is looked upon by great men as the creator of this multifarious universe. His whole universe is threaded on him, and the jiva transmigrates because of him. Just as a spider brings out its web from within itself through the mouth, sports in it for some time, and then withdraws into itself, so does the Supreme Being create, spread, and withdraw the universe all by himself. On whatever objects a person concentrates his mind, whether it be from love, animosity, or fear, that person attains the state of that object. The worm placed in a hole by the wasp and continually frightened by its buzzing sound turns into the shape of the wasp, even without giving up its old body. These are the lessons I learned from teachers. Now hear what I learned from my own body. This body has been the teacher from whom I learned the lessons of dispassion and discrimination. Through repeated births and deaths, with incessant misery as its fruit, it has taught me dispassion. It is with the help of the body that I am able to reflect on truth and then practice discrimination. But I go about unattached to it, as I know that this body belongs to the others, namely the dogs and the jackals that might feast on it after death. Man supports his wife, sons, cattle, servants, dependents, and relatives with hard-earned money in order to nurture this body. In the end, this body, nurtured with such great difficulty, perishes, leaving behind, like a tree, the seeds of future bodies in the shape of the effects of karma. As a householder is harassed by the divergent pulls of each and every one of his wives, man is attracted by each and every one of his senses to their respective objects, by the palate of tasty objects, by thirst to water, by the sexual urge to consorting with the opposite sex, by the skin to objects with pleasant touches, by the stomach to edibles, by the ear to pleasant sounds, by the sense of smell to fragrance, by the fickle eye to objects of beauty, and by all organs of action to their respective objects. In the early stages of the creative cycle, the Lord brought into existence by his power various types of beings, trees, serpents, animals, birds, insects, fish, etc. Not being satisfied with any of these forms, he felt pleased when he brought into existence the human body, endowed with the type of intelligence suited for intuiting Brahman, the Supreme Being. The human body, which is attainable only after countless births in various species, is a very rare blessing that one could get. In spite of its impermanence, it is very precious, as the knowledge of the supreme truth, as also the other great values, can be had only through it. A wise man should therefore strive as long as the body lasts for the attainment of the ultimate good, namely liberation from the transmigratory cycle to otherwise be a great loss for sense enjoyments as are possible in other bodies too. Learning many lessons in this way from several gurus, this passion has dawned on me and I have obtained the light of discriminative intelligence. So I am wandering in this world, established in the Atman, devoid of any attachments and without any sense of I or feeling of agency and possession. With one Guru alone, knowledge may not be firmly and completely established. So while there are one supreme Guru, there may be Upa-gurus or subsidiary teachers for instructing on various aspects of spiritual doctrine and practice. For the subject is so profound that this very non-mutual Brahman has been presented very differently by various rishis in the scriptures as a cosmic and as cause of all causes. The Lord said, so saying and much pleased, that sage Dattatreya of deep understanding took leave of King Yadu after receiving the latter's respectful obeisance. As he came by chance, so he went away without any particular destination. Instructed by the sage in this way, Yadu, the ancestor of my clan, became completely free from all attachments and established in equanimity. Skanda 11, chapter 10. The Lord said, ever careful in the observance of the Bhagavata Dharma revealed by me and depending on me, one should follow the traditions and practices of one's Varna ashrama and Kula without personal motives. A man of purified understanding should always reflect on how the actions of sense-bound people, working always with an eye on the fruits of actions and an assumption of their ultimacy, bring only contrary results in the end. Happiness which they seek never comes never comes while suffering which they want to avoid do occur. The experiences of the sleeping man and of the daydreamer are without any substance because of their unstable variety. The same is true with regard to the changing diversity of the objects experienced by the senses in the waking life. One devoted to me should perform works conducive to renunciation, which consists in the daily and periodical rites of an obligatory nature, and works that form one's duty and those that serve charitable purposes. He should avoid other rites, rituals, and works for the fulfillment of selfish ends. One who has firmly set his foot on the path of inquiry for realization need not care for the Vedic commandments on works. The moral disciplines called yama should always be practiced, and the rules of external conduct called niyamas to the extent possible under varying circumstances. One should seek a guru who has realized me and is full of peace, and serve him as myself in essence. A person, while serving such a master, should be humble enough to do all service, devoid of quarrelsomeness, dexterous in all undertakings, devoid of personal possessions and attachments, having cordial and loving relations with the teacher, calm and deliberate in his ways, keen in his quest for truth, free from jealousy and controlled in speech, the Atman being the same in all. It is meaningless to think of any particular person or object as one's own. Realizing this, a person should become detached towards his wife, children, house, lands, relatives, wealth, etc. Just as fire, because it has burning and lighting property, is different from the fuel it burns and illumines, so also the Atman, the self-luminous seer, is different from all objects seen, including the gross and the subtle bodies, forming its instruments of perception. Just as the fire with which the fuel is lighted assumes all the conditions and properties of the fuel, like origination, dissolution, smallness, brightness, manifoldness, etc. In the same way, the spirit within the body, though different from the letter, assumes through identification with it all the changes the body undergoes. The jiva's involvement in samsara, consisting in recurring births and deaths, arises from his identification with the subtle and gross bodies generated by the gunas of Prakriti. So the knowledge of the real nature of the Atman will put an end to the jiva's entanglement in samsara.
Therefore, through inquiry, one should understand that the spirit within is distinct and aloof from the body. Understanding this, one should deny the identification with the gross body, subtle body, one after another. The teacher is the lower fire stick, and the disciple, the upper one, the churning stick introduced between them for producing fire is the instruction. And the fire produced, when churned, is the blissful illumination of knowledge arising from the instruction. The pure fire is spiritual illumination. Thus imparted to the disciple, effaces all the bondages caused by the gunas of Prakritis, as well as the gunas themselves. Before it subsides like the element fire that has exhausted the fuel, the mind, including that of knowledge, subside, and then there exist only pure consciousness, unmodified and without subject-object relationship. There is a plurality of jivas doing karmas and enjoying their beneficent and baneful fruits according to the nature of the karmas performed. The worlds, time, the Vedas, and the jivas are eternal. The objects of enjoyment that can be had are also eternal through their unending recurrence as a stream. Just like all entities, consciousness too is ridden by plurality. As each apprehension comes into being, changes and perishes with each of the objects of perception. So moksha, the natural state of the jiva, can only be one of inertness, consciousness being only a derivative quality during sense context. Transmigratory state is therefore more desirable than the inertness of moksha or liberation of the jiva to its natural state. Even if this view of the Purvami Mamikasha is accepted, all jivas have to be subjected to repeated births and deaths, as they have to get repeated embodiments from time to time in order to have continuous consciousness. This philosophy therefore only justifies the doctrine of renunciation, advocating the stopping of the recurring process of samsara with its implication of an unending series of deaths to the jiva. According to this doctrine, the jiva performs karma and reaps the fruits yielding enjoyments and suffering, is without any freedom. For each act is determined by the earlier ones, and complete determinism is the consequences. What joy can there be for a slave? Even wise men are not found happy sometimes, nor are ignorant persons always happy. Thus, it is in the nature of things to have both happiness and misery in the embodied state. Vain, therefore, is the boast of the Vedic ritualists that by their rituals they can have pure happiness in an embodied state. Even if they claim that they can secure joyous experiences and avoid painful ones is accepted, there still remains the fact that they do not know how to ward off death. How can wealth or pleasures make one happy when one knows that death is near at hand? How can a condemned criminal who is being led to the hangman's scaffold feel joy in pleasurable things? The heavenly states we hear about as attainable hereafter are vitiated by the same evils of this world: mutual antagonism, jealousy, surpassability, and finality. Besides, like agriculture, its fruit are uncertain because of many obstacles, and even when obtained, they are not worthwhile, as they are time bound. Now hear from me how Vedic rituals, even if done without any obstructions or breach of procedure, yield only perishable results. Performing a yajna by way of worship of deity in this world, a Vedic ritualist attains to heaven, and like a celestial, he enjoys there the heavenly felicities for which he has made himself eligible by the performance of Vedic rituals. By virtue of the merits he has acquired, he finds himself in a brilliant mansion full of delightful objects, all enjoyments and sports there amidst a bevy of handsomely dressed celestial damsels and the music of Gandharvas singers. Sitting in that aerial vehicle, having innumerable mini bells and capable of carrying one wherever one wants, and steeped in and excited by the joy of amorous indulgences with celestial women, the jiva lives oblivious of the imminent downfall that is in store for him. He can enjoy felicities of heaven only till the exhaustion of the effects of the meritorious actions making him eligible for the same. Immediately the merits are exhausted, he will be forced down to inferior regions, even against his will, by the forces of time. There are other jivas who give themselves up to unrighteous living due to the influence of evil company. They become enslaved to the senses, filled with desires and dominated by greed and sexuality. They turn into persecutors of living beings. They make sacrifices of animals against scriptural commandments to elementals and ghosts. Such jivas helplessly go to the purgatory where they undergo punishments and are then reduced to the state of trees and vegetations where their consciousness is absolutely covered with the darkness of tamas. Performing with one's body actions that bear evil fruits, one gets new bodies generated by those evil actions for undergoing the sufferings due to them. And with those bodies, the jiva again performs actions with the same consequences. What happiness can there be in this way of life, leading to death again and again? All the worlds and the protecting deities with a lifespan of a kalpa live in fear of me as time. Even Brahma, with a life lasting 2 paradas, lives in such fear. The senses, which are the products of the gunas of prakritis, performs action, and it is also the gunas that prompt the senses to action, not the atman, the embodied being. The jiva enjoys the fruit of actions by identification with the products of the gunas, like the body and the mind. Only as long as these evolutes of gunas, like the eye sense, the body, etc., exist, there is experience of plurality for the Atman. And it is only so as long as there is this plurality that the Atman experiences bondage. So long as there is absence of freedom resulting from the perception of multiplicity, Ishvara, perceived as time, the consumer of all, is a terror to the jiva. So the followers of the philosophy of ritualistic actions who emphasize the plurality of jivas are bound to be obsessed with sorrow and fear arising from death. when the creative cycle starts with the unsettling of the balance of the gunas. I am known in several aspects under different names such as time, Atman, scriptures, the world, nature, Dharma. Uddhava said, O Lord, the Atman may be without any adjuncts or coverings in himself, but how can it be maintained that he is not bound when he is actually engaged in actions in identification with adjuncts like the body and senses? If he is naturally without this bondage of adjuncts like the body, how and when did he come to be so bound? How can I recognize a being who is not bound and attached? And how does he live? How does he behave? How can he be distinguished? How does he eat, evacuate, lie, sit, and walk? O Uchate, thou art the most competent person to answer questions on such moot subjects. How can the same Atman be eternally bound and eternally free as seem to be taught? I am confused and confounded by such thoughts. Adeka Dasho Adhyaya. Chapter 11, Bondage and Freedom. The worshipful Lord said, the talk of bondage and liberation is in respect of body-mind, which forms a product of the gunas, and not the Atman himself. The gunas and their products are based on by my Maya. As the work of Maya does not affect me, there is no bondage or liberation for the Atman inasmuch as he is part of me or one with me. Such is my teaching, the final authority on the subject. Grief, infatuation, pleasure, pain, birth, and other experiences of the individual life are the projection of my Maya. Just like the illusory projections of the jiva in the dream state, they are not ultimately factual in respect of the Atman. O Uddhava, Vidya and Avidya, causing liberation and bondage to the jivas from the beginning of creation, are aspects of my Maya. They are my powers, O wise one. It is to the jiva, who is one with me and also a part of mine, that beginningless avidya causes bondage and vidya liberation. I shall first tell you about the difference between the jiva and Ishvara, the former bound and the latter free, of occupying the same residence, the body, but having conflicting attributes like sorrow and bliss. Two birds, namely Ishvara and the Jiva, both of the same order as consciousness, entities and both friends through eternity, reside by chance as it were in the same nest on the same tree of the body. Of these, one bird, the Jiva, eats the fruits of that tree, while the other Ishvara, though not eating the fruits, thrives splendidly on the same tree. Ishvara, who entertains no desire to eat the fruits of actions, knows his own nature and that of the other as Sat Chit Ananda. But the jiva who claims and enjoys the fruits of actions knows nothing, being engulfed in beginninglessness. Avidya, he is ever bound, while Ishvara, who is the nature of Vidya, is ever liberated. Just as a man who has awakened from sleep will have no identification with the dream body, so the illumined man, though still tenating his old body, will have no identification with it. So though he is in the body, he is not of it. But the ignorant man, though in truth he has no connection with the body, considers himself as one with it, just as the dreaming man does in regard to the dream body. When his senses, which are the products of Prakriti, grasp the objects which too are products of Prakriti. The illumined man does not feel identified with those contexts, as he understands that the gunas of Prakriti as senses are only contacting the very gunas as objects. He remains unperturbed. But the ignorant man residing in the body, which is a product of one's past actions, gets bound, thinking that what his senses are doing is being done by him. But the man of dispassion is not bound or affected, like the ignorant man, even while lying, sitting, walking, bathing, seeing, touching, smelling, eating, and hearing. Though his senses are functioning, he remains a mere witness. Though he is seen in a body, which is the product of Prakriti, he is unaffected by the bodily context, just like the sky, the sun, and the air. The sky, though all-pervading, is not affected by the object it pervades. The sun, though reflecting in water, is not affected by the attributes of the water. The wind, though moving everywhere, remains unaffected. With a powerful sword of insight sharpened by intense dispassion, the sage slashes away all doubts and rejects all concern with manifoldness, as an awakened man does with dream experiences. He whose vital power, senses, mind, and intellect assumes mode devoid of purposive motivation is free. Though having a body, he is free from the domination of bodily qualities and urges.
A knowing one is impassive if his body is persecuted by wicked men, or by chance adored by others. A sage will not lavish praise on persons who favor him by word or deed, nor will he be offended with others who do the contrary to him. A liberated sage is one who does not view experiences as favorable or unfavorable to himself, but remains even-sighted always. Doing nothing, speaking little, and devoid of reflections on worldly topics, good or bad, he goes about steeped in the bliss of the Atman, but looking like a senseless man to the worldly-minded people. A person may be an adept in Shabda Brahma, learned in the scriptures, but if his mind is not absorbed in Para Brahma, Supreme Brahma, through his spiritual disciplines, his efforts are futile, like those of a person who maintains a sterile cow, hoping to milk it. Sorrow over sorrow is the fate of a man who keeps a cow that has ceased calving, maintains a wife who is unfaithful, keeps up a body that is enslaved to another, has a son who is useless and unworthy, accumulates wealth that is not purified by liberal gifts, and is endowed with learning and with literary and artistic tastes which are never used in the service of the Lord. O friend, a wise man should never concern himself with such barren literary gifts, barren because they are devoid of references to, or not descriptive of, my glory expressed through creation, preservation, and dissolution, and through my various sportive incarnations. On the other hand, after eradicating the wrong perception of manifoldness in the Atman through proper investigation, an aspirant should withdraw himself from all other concerns and dissolve his purified mind in me, the all-pervading path of devotion. If you are not able to make your mind one-pointed in Brahman in the manner described, then perform all your actions in dedication to me without any self-centered motive. O Uddhava, hear with full faith the world-sanctifying accounts of my deeds, and sing about them in devotional hymns. Again and again, remember and ruminate in your mind over me and my deeds as the divine incarnate.
and imitate them in high emotional identification. Depending completely on me, convert all your worldly efforts, your pursuit of Dharma, Artha, and Karma as having my satisfaction as their goal. By this, you will gain firm, unwavering devotion to me, the eternal being. Those who adore me with devotion generated by association with holy men will easily attain to that spiritual goal revealed by wise men, the holy man and his ways. Uddhava said, O Lord of holy fame, what type of holy men, Sadhu, dost thou approve of? And what type of devotion has the approval of saints and is pleasing to thee? O thou, master of all divinities, O thou, Lord of all spheres, O thou, Lord of the universe, deign to explain these matters to me, thy prostrating and deeply devout refugee. Thou art the supreme Brahman, like the ether, thou art unaffected by anything. Thou art the Purusha, transcending Prakriti. Thou art now incarnate in a body, divine and auspicious, out of thy own choice, without any extraneous compulsion. Worshipful Lord said, O holy man, is one who is kind, never doing a bad turn to anyone, forbearing, fortified in truth, free from impurities of the mind, and unperturbed in happiness and suffering, and ever helpful to all to the best of his abilities. He is free from passions. He has mastery of the senses. He is pure, possessionless, non-attached, calm, firm, free from self-centered action, spare in eating, dutiful, and ever resigned to me. A holy man is ever awake, vigilant, and self-possessed. He is courageous in all situations. He has conquered the 6 weaknesses of the body. He expects no respect from others, but himself shows respect to all. He has inherent stamina. He is friendly and kind to all. He has true learning also. He who, knowing full well the merit of performing and the demerit of neglecting one's swadharma, duties, ordained by myself in the West, still abandons them for the practice of wholehearted devotion to me. He is the best of holy men. Irrespective of whether one has a knowledge or not of my infinity, my majesty, and my attributes, if a person worships me wholeheartedly with the feeling that I am his own and that he has no other support except me, he is the greatest of my devotees. Ways of devotion and worship. Seeing, touching, and worshipping my images and my devotees. Service. Praising, honoring, and extolling my deeds and qualities. Steadfastness in listening to accounts of my deeds. Meditating on me always, offering to me everything one gets, dedicating to me oneself, one's kith and kin, and all one's possessions in the attitude of a servant of mine. Extolling me and my deeds as the incarnate, observing days holy to me, holding celebrations in my temples to the accompaniment of songs, dance, instrumental music, and devotional gatherings, organizing processions and making great offerings on the occasion of the annual temple celebration, being initiated in my worship according to the Vedas and the Tantras, observing the disciplines connected with days holy to me, like Ekadasi, evincing zeal in consecrating temples and in installing my images and providing them with proper flower garlands, groves of trees, recreation grounds, sheds, shelters, etc., in combination with others or by oneself. Sweeping, cleaning, plastering, and decorating my temples in an attitude of humility and sincerity as a servant, eradicating in oneself pride, hypocrisy, and the tendency to advertise one's own pious acts. All these mentioned above are aids to the development of devotion. Already offered objects, be it even the light used in the light waving ritual, should not be offered again to me. Whatever is considered precious and most desirable by men in general, whatever is dearest and most precious to oneself, all that should be offered to me. By that, one would derive infinite good. There are 11 centers in which my worship can be done. These are the sun, fire, holy men, cow, devotee, sky, air, water, earth, one's own Atman, and the collectivity of living beings. In the sun, I am worshipped through the chanting of Vedic mantras. In the fire, with sacrificial offerings. In a holy man, through hospitality. In cow, by feeding with grass. In a devotee, I am worshipped by honoring him as one's dearest friend. In the sky of the heart, by meditation. In the air, by meditating on it as the life breath. And in water, through libation with prescribed materials and water. In the earth, I am to be adored with the nyasa, ceremonial placing of mantras in one's own body by legitimate enjoyments as offerings to me, residing in oneself, and in all beings by seeing me as the spirit residing in them all. In all these centers, one should meditate on my form, radiating peace, and having 4 arms sporting conch, discus, mace, and lotus, and should perform worship with a controlled mind. Whoever worships me in these centers with a concentrated mind, through ritual and charity, Ishtapurta, will get firm devotion to me. The association with and service of holy men is, however, the most potent cause of intense devotion, resulting in constant remembrance. There is no easier way to eternal bliss than the practice of devotion generated by association with holy men. For I am the sole support of the holy ones. This is a highly profound and esoteric subject. Listen to this attentively. I shall expound it as you are my dear and faithful servant and beloved friend. Atha Dwadashodhyayah, Skanda 11, chapter 12, Holy Association. The sanctifying power of holy association. The worshipful Lord said, there are various types of spiritual disciplines like practice of the 8-limbed yoga, philosophical reflection, virtuous conduct, inquiry, Vedic study, practice of austerities, performance of work without desire for its fruit, performance of Vedic rites and philanthropic work, gifts, observances of vows and fasts, performance of yajnas, visiting pilgrim centers, chanting of esoteric mantras, and control of the mind, yama, and of the body, niyama. None of these helps the devotee so much to win my favor and bind me to him as association with holy men, an association which eradicates all worldly attachments from the mind of men. In different ages, many beings with rajas and tamas predominating in them, asuras, rakshasas, beasts, birds, gandharvas, apsaras, serpents, siddhas, charanas, guyakas, vidyadharas, and among human beings, unqualified persons like women, vaishyas, sudras, and alkas, all have attained to my being by the power of holy association alone. Examples of these are Vitrasura, Prahalada, Rishaparva, Mahabali, Banasura, Maya, Vibhishana, Sugriva, Hanuman, Jambavan, Gajendra, Jatayu, Dharma Vyada, Kumja, the Gopikas, and the wives of the Brahmana ritualists. None of these had studied the Vedas, nor attended on Vedic teachers as students under them. They had not observed any spiritual discipline or austerity. But by the power of holy association alone, they attained to me. By devotion alone, generated through holy contact, many an ignorant being, the gopis, cows, trees, animals, serpents, and the like attain to me with ease. Me, whom aspirants do not reach even by putting forth great effort by way of practicing yoga, philosophical inquiry, charity, vows, austerity, sacrifices, Vedic studies, and formal renunciation, they attained through holy contact. Supreme example of the Gopikas. After Akrura took me and Rama from Vraja to Mathura, these Gopikas, who entertained intense love and attachment to me, were painfully distressed by separation from me and found nothing else in this world to give them solace.
O friend, nights which they passed like moments with me, the most beloved one, when I sported with them in Vrindavana, were now spent by them with the feeling that they were eons, just as name and form are lost by sages experiencing samadhi and rivers merging in the ocean. The intensely loving selves of the Gopikas lost in me their separate existence, lost the awareness of their kith and kin, whom one looks upon as one's own, lost even the consciousness of the very body with which one identifies oneself. Those women who did not know my real nature as the Lord of all were actuated by passionate sexual love and looked upon me as their lover, but still in their hundreds they attained to me, the Parabrahman, by the sheer power of holy association in the Vrindavana episode of my life. O Uddhava, therefore abandoning reliance on the scriptural injunctions and prohibitions, the ways of work of renunciation, what you have learned and what you yet hope to learn, surrender your entire being, body, mind, and soul to me, the all-comprehending one, the essence within all embodied beings. By that shall you be free from all fear through my grace. Uddhava said, O Supreme Yogin, hearing thy words, the doubts in my mind are not getting cleared. On the other hand, I am getting more confounded. Some time back you urged me to perform Swadharma. Now you ask me to abandon dependence on all these scriptural injunctions. You spoke to me about the knowledge of the non-dual self. Now you speak of loving the heart and soul as a devotee in some particular mood. The Lord said, the Supreme Spirit manifests himself through the psychic centers of the spinal column. In association with prana as sound, vibration, nada brahma, he enters the Muladhara as para, and then assuming the vibrations of thought, known as Pashyanti and Madhyama, in the centers, chakras, known as Manipura and Vishuddha, finally manifests as audible sound with matra, syllabic time, swara, accent, and varna, audible sound, when he is known as Vaikari. Through proper friction and the aid of wind, the heat latent in the space within the fire stick comes out as sparks, and afterwards, when the sacrificial offerings are poured into it, becomes a flaming fire. In the same way, the whole realm of sound forms an expression of myself. Just like the production of sound, the actions of the hands, feet, anus, and sex organ, as also the modes assumed by the sense organs, mind, the three gunas, and prakriti, are all my expressions. Ishvara, the soul of all, was in the beginning unmanifest and without a second. He, the support of the three gunas of Prakriti and the source of the word lotus, manifests as the many by the diversification of his power aspect under the influence of time. Just as a seed becomes a plant or a tree with many branches, when put in the soil, just as a cloth subsists in its spread out threads, so the world permeated by him, like the warp and the woof of a cloth, subsists in him only and has no being apart from him. Existing through eternity, this world tree of the nature of works has been yielding the flowers of worldly enjoyments and the fruit of liberation. This world tree has two seeds in the form of merits and demerits. It has numberless roots in the countless tendencies. It has three stems in the three gunas of Prakriti. It has five boughs in the five elements. It has five septs in the kinds of sense perceptions. It has 11 branches in the 10 senses of perception and action and the mind. It has two birds nesting in it, Ishvara and the Jiva. It has three layers of bark in the three humors of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. It extends up to the solar sphere. The vultures of the countryside eat one type of its fruit, causing sorrow and suffering. These are the worldly minded, prompted by greed and lured by sensuous enjoyments. They are the swans, the inhabitants of the forest, who eat another type of its fruits that brings happiness. These are men of renunciation and discrimination, who seek moksha. He who understands, through the instruction and blessings of his Guru, that the one Paramatman has by virtue of his Yoga Maya manifested himself as the many in various aspects, he understands the true purport of the Veda. Thus, through the one-pointed devotion developed by the service of the Guru, the axe of knowledge is sharpened. Cut open with it the eye sense, the prison house of the Jiva, without any wavering, and attain to the Supreme Purusha. After that, you can discard even that weapon, even the practice of these disciplines, the mental mode of knowledge with which ignorance has been overcome. Atha Trayodashodhyayaha, chapter Skanda 11, chapter 13, the Song of the Swan. The worshipful Lord said, the three gunas of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas do not belong to the Atma. They are the stuff of which the buddhi is formed. By making the sattva into a powerful mode of the mind, the modes of rajas and tamas can be overcome, and afterwards, sattva as a mode should be reduced to its modeless state, which is peace. When sattva becomes powerful in one, it manifests that disposition which generates loving devotion to me, the Atma. My association with everything that is of the nature of sattva, that disposition of sattva is augmented. From that, supreme devotion manifests. The dominance of the mode of sattva, which is the summit of human evolution, will destroy rajas and tamas. And when these are destroyed, the sinfulness that they generate will also disappear. Scripture, water, man, place, time, action, initiation, meditation, mantra, purificatory rites and practices. These 10 factors regulate the growth of the gunas of sattva, rajas, and tamas in man. Whatever wise men commend as spiritually beneficial should be understood as sattvika in nature. Whatever they condemn are to be taken as tamasika, and whatever they ignore as rajasika. For the development of sattva, man should associate himself with the 10 sattva developing entities and substances. From that will devotion and knowledge develop. Only then will the memory of one's spiritual nature arise and the bondage of matter get effaced. The fire generated by the friction of bamboos in the forest consumes the whole forest and then subsides. Just like that, the fire of knowledge kindled by the disciplines practiced by the jiva's body-mind, which is a product of the gunas of Prakriti, ultimately destroys that very body-mind, then subsides. Uddhava said, O Krishna, men generally understand that the pursuit of sense objects leads to dangers and unhappiness. Still, how is it that they follow them like dogs, asses, and goats, forgetting the sufferings involved and the dangers ahead? The worshipful Lord said, For the man of confused understanding, there arises the sense of absolute identification with the body. Where there is this identification, the mind, in spite of its origin in sattva, happens to be overcome by powerful rajas. When the mind is seized with rajas, it makes plans for ends to be achieved and the difficulties to be overcome. Such brooding over material objects and their attractiveness generates intense and irresistible desires in the mind of the perverse man. A man of uncontrolled senses, dominated by desires and infatuated by the fast flow of rajas, performs actions whose final end is well known to him to be misery. Supposing a man becomes subject to the agitation of the mind by rajas and tamas, even then, if he, without getting disappointed and dispirited, strives to perceive the evil of such sense slavery, makes an effort to control the senses, he will succeed with the help of added strength generated through reflection. Without carelessness and indolence, he should master posture and breath, and with patience direct his mind to me, and make it one-pointed in me. My disciple Sanaka and his group of sages were instructed by me that the highest form of yoga consists in drawing away the mind from all objects and concentrating it wholly on me. Uddhava said, O Keshava, when and in what form did you give instruction to Sanaka and others? I wish to know all about it. The worshipful Lord said, Sanaka and his group of sages, who were mind-born sons of Brahma, once asked their father about the very subtle aspect of yoga in its highest reaches. Sanaka said, the mind, drawn by desire, naturally engages itself with sense objects, and sense objects, by the force of tendencies, enter into the mind as impressions and tendencies. O Lord, how then can a spiritual aspirant, striving to overcome the senses, hope to wean the mind away from the senses? Though Brahma is the Lord of all divinities, the self-born and the creator of all beings, he could not grasp the real point involved in the question, as his mind was too much involved in his creative activities. Brahma thereupon thought of me in order to know the answer for that question, and I appeared to him in the form of a swan. Seeing me there, Sanaka and the other sages came near me and saluted at my feet, and with Brahma standing before us, questioned me who I was. What I said on being questioned in this way by those sages who were inquirers after the truth, you now learn from me. I said, O holy men, how is this question, who am I, relevant when the Atman in reality is not many? On what basis can I therefore answer your question? Even if the question is with reference to the body, it is meaningless. The bodies of all beings, including those of the Devas, are made of the five elements. These elements are not separate from their ultimate cause, Brahman. So too, all bodies are basically the same and cannot be distinguished from one another. Whatever is grasped by the mind, words, eyes, and other sense organs, all that is myself, know that there is nothing different from me.
O children, the mind enters into the sense objects, and the sense objects enter the mind as impressions. Both the mind and the body with which sense objects are contacted are only the adjuncts which apparently clothe the Atman, who is not different from me. The mind has, by repeated contacts, become bound with the sense objects, and the sense objects have entrenched themselves in the mind as sense impressions. Both these, the sense objects and the impressions, must be overcome by recognizing the identity in me. The state of sleep, dream, and waking are modes of the intellect only, and not the Atman. The Jiva is distinguished from them as the witness of these states. As long as the Atman is connected with the Buddhi by superimposition, so long will that connection involve him in the body, mind, and the experiences gained through them. This involvement in matter can be overcome by recognizing one's identity with me, the fourth, who is the witness of the three states. The bondage with sense objects established by ahankara, the identification with the buddhi manifesting as the I sense, detracts the Atman from the truth, causing infinite sufferings. The wise man would therefore cultivate this passion for this life of bondage and its experiences, and abandon all thoughts of them, dwelling in me, the fourth. So long as an aspirant has not overcome the sense of reality for the many through discrimination and reasoning, he is only a dreamer, though all the while he is apparently awake. His case is like that of a somnambulist who is asleep but behaves like one awake. All the entities other than the Atman are false. So the body and all the institutions, ends and practices based upon this false multiplicity, like the Varna ashrama, social order, the duties and the religious practices based on it, and the heavenly regions attainable through these, are equally false, like the object seen by a dreamer. He who enjoys through all the senses the perpetually changing gross objects of the external world during the waking hours, he who enjoys within the heart the subjective impressions of the same world in dream, and he who in deep sleep withdraws from all perceptions and is aware of nothing. He is the one unitary self, as proved by the continuing memory of all these states in the subject. He is the witness and master of all these movements of the body-mind, which is a product of the gunas. In this way, let an aspirant come to the conclusion that all these three states of consciousness are the manifestations of the gunas of Prakriti, brought about by my Maya within myself. Let him sharpen his sword of understanding by sound reasoning and the instructions of the wise, and with that cut asunder the very root of doubt, and resign himself to me residing in his heart. Know that this world experience is false, like the dream experience. It is as unstable as the ring of fire produced by a whirling firebrand. The one consciousness appears as the three states and their contents. This world of diversity produced by the evolution of Prakriti is only the projections of Maya, my mysterious power. Withdrawing attention from the false objective world, abandoning all ideas of enjoyment from any object of desire, and steeped in the bliss that is oneself, the aspirant should withdraw from all work and sit absolutely quiet. But the world of multiplicity, rejected by him, will be experienced now and then, owing to the strength of tendencies acquired in the past. But it will not attract and involve him in any way, as he has lost the sense of reality for it. The memory will persist, but only as of a dream, all through life. Such a man of realization is not even aware of the body with the help of which he has attained that state. Whatever happens to it by the power of prarabdha, whether it comes or goes, sits or works, just as a heavily drunken man knows not whether he is wearing cloth or is on or has fallen it, not knowing whether he is wearing cloth is on or has fallen off. So long as the prarabdha karma that led to the present embodiment lasts, the body will remain alive. But the knowing one who has attained the state of samadhi will view the body and the world connected with it only as an awkward man views the body and experiences of his dream. O learned ones, I have now given you the quintessence, the most hidden part of the teachings of yoga and Sankhya. Know me to be Yajna. Come here to instruct you in the science of the spirit. I am the goal, the support, the sustaining force behind all great endeavors and values. Sankhya, yoga, truth in its absolute and relative forms, luster, sublimity of beauty, fame, and self-control. All of the great virtues like equanimity, dispassion, etc., have the support in me, the transcendent, above the gunas of Prakriti, who depends on nothing else, who is the self of all, and therefore the dearest well-wisher of all. Sanaka and the other rishis of his group had all their doubts cleared in this way by me. They then saluted me and extolled me with great hymns. After they had thus worshipped and extolled me, I transported myself to my realm as Brahma and others looked on. Atta, Skanda 11, chapter 14, Bhakti as the supreme means of spiritual fulfillment. Uddhava said, O Krishna, the Vedic scholars speak of many means for the spiritual advancement of man. Are they all alike in efficacy, individually, or is there any one discipline considered the chief? O Lord, you have instructed that communion with thee through love, bhakti, in which one is to abandon love, attachment for everything else, and concentrate one's mind wholeheartedly and constantly on thee, is an independent path requiring the help of no other path. The Lord said, the Veda, which was lost at the time of Pralaya, was revealed by me to Brahma at the beginning of the creative cycle. It is the Veda that contains the Dharma, the way of life and disciplines for directing the mind towards me. Brahma taught it to Swayambhuva, his son and the first of Manus. Then Bhrigu and his group of 7 sages, known as the Saptarshis, learned the Veda from Swayambhuva. From these 7 rishis, their offspring consisting of Devas, Asuras, Guyakas, Manushyas, Siddhas, Gandharvas, Vidyaharas, Charanas, Kimdevas, Kinnaras, Nagas, Rakshasas, and Kimpurushas learnt it. According to the preponderance of the 3 gunas of sattva, rajas, and tamas in them, they were of very diversified dispositions. Because of this diversity of disposition, the form, character, and ways of beings varied very much. So, following their own nature, the interpretations of the Vedas too are divergent. Thus, because of the diversity of dispositions in beings, their ways of thinking also vary. Some of them, though not instructed in Vedic study and interpretation, hold to these views inherited from an ancestral tradition, while others, following their own nature, take to atheistic ways of thinking. O noble one, under the infatuation of my Maya, they speak divergently as to what constitutes the ultimate good of man according to their past karma and present tendencies. Dharma, fame, enjoyment, truth, self-control, prosperity, eating, evacuating, yajna, austerity, charity, vows, all these among the divergent human ends and means conceived by people according to their tendencies. All aspirations and endeavors in these directions will lead the jiva only to realms that are karma born, fleeting and productive of subsequent suffering. Founded in ignorance and yielding only pseudo bliss, they are bedeviled even at the time of enjoyment itself with defects like vindictiveness, jealousy, etc. O Uddhava, in the case of a devotee who is free from all worldly desires and who has offered himself heart and soul to me, I shine in his heart as his very self. The joy arising from this experience is something that a sense-bound creature can never realize. All the world is full of joy for one who is without any attachments, controlled in mind and senses, equipoised and even-sighted, and finding complete satisfaction in me. Apart from me, neither the position of an emperor nor the lordship of Rasatala, neither the state of Brahma, nor the attainment of all yogic powers, why, for that matter, not even liberation from the cycle of births and deaths, is desired by a devotee who has completely resigned himself to me. Neither Brahma, my offspring, nor Shankara, my own emanation, nor Balarama, my brother, nor Shri, my consort, nor even my own self is so dear to me as you are. I always follow the footsteps of a sage who desires nothing, who is always tranquil, and who has enmity to none, in order that all the worlds within me may get purified by the dust of his feet.
None else, including aspirants for moksha, can experience that state of desireless bliss attainable by those devotees who have no wealth except myself, who have deep attachment for me, who have universal love for all beings, and whose minds are free from the stain of lust. Though a devotee of mine might be under the domination of the senses at the start of his spiritual life, with the gradual growth of devotion, he is able to overcome them. Just as a flaming fire reduces all fuel to ashes, so does devotion to me destroy all sins, obstructing its development. O Uddhava, neither yoga, nor philosophy, nor karma, nor Vedic study, nor austerity, nor renunciation attracts me as intense. I'll start again. O Uddhava, neither yoga, nor philosophy, nor karma, nor Vedic study, nor austerity, nor renunciation attracts me as intense bhakti does. I, the very soul, and the dearest love of all holy men, can be attained through intense faith and unswerving and wholehearted devotion to me. Steady and deep-rooted devotion to me purifies and elevates even a man of ignoble birth in societies given to unclean ways of life. Any dharma, religion, or moral discipline learning, austerity, etc., fails to purify a mind that has no place in it for the cultivation of devotion to me. Where is bhakti without the liquefaction of mind expressed through horripilation all over and the flow of tears of joys from the eyes? And without this kind of intense devotion, how can a total purification of one's being be effected? He whose words falter due to excess of joy, whose heart melts due to the tenderness of love, who keeps from the grief of separation from me, who now and then loudly laughs at the thought of the mysterious workings of my Maya, who sings and dances in joy without any inhibition, thinking of my play in creation and as incarnation, a devotee exhibiting such characteristics of love verily purifies the worlds. Just as gold regains its natural brilliance on its impurities being removed by subjection to heat treatment, so too, through bhakti, a jiva is able to overcome all impurities and attain to me. As the mind becomes more purified by the discipline of hearing the holy accounts of my deeds and excellences, it becomes more and more capable of understanding the very subtle truth of the Atma, just as the acuteness of eyesight to see subtle things is enhanced by the application of collyrium made of powerful herbal medicinal herbs. The mind of a man who always thinks of sense objects becomes attached to such objects, while the mind that thinks of me gets dissolved in me. Therefore, concentrate on me. Your mind purified by the practice of devotion to me, abandoning all thoughts which are on a par with the contents of dreams and revelries, abandoning objects exciting the sexual passion and persons who indulge in them. Let a man sit drawn and resolute in a place pleasing and secluded, and meditate on me without lethargy. Nothing can make a man so spiritually bankrupt and wretched as sexual association with women and with persons addicted to such association can. Uddhava said, O lotus-eyed one, you ought to tell me how a spiritual aspirant should meditate on thee, in what form and with what attributes he should meditate. The worshipful Lord said, seated on a seat, not too elevated nor too low, with body straight and hand in the lap, eyes half closed and appearing to gaze at the nose. One should purify the path by which the prana is functioning by the practice of pranayama with 3 stages of inhaling puraka, retaining kumbhaka, and exhaling rechaka. After doing it first in the above order, it may be done also in the reverse order from the right to the left nostril. One must exercise control over the senses also. Like a fine thread of lotus stalk and like a continuous peal of a bell, the mystic sound Om is extending from the Muladhara up. By the regulation of the prana, this mystic sound should be raised to the heart and made clearly manifest there. Such a pranayama with a meditative content is called sagarbha. In this way, pranayama with pranava should be practiced 10 times during the 3 sandhyas, morning, noon, and evening. By practicing like that for a month, sufficient control over breath is gained. The aspirant should meditate on the lotus of the heart, which has been drooping on its stalk with its tip down, as now blooming upward with 8 petals and a pericarp in the center. In the pericarp, meditate on the sun, moon, and fire, as arranged one over the other. In the middle of the fire, let my form, so auspicious for meditation, be invoked. Let the form be meditated upon with the following features: having well-proportioned limbs, extremely calm and tranquil and beautiful, with 4 long and well-formed arms, set with a neck well-proportioned and handsome, with shining cheeks, illumined by a charming smile, bedecked with fish-marked pendants on well-matched ears, wearing a gold-colored cloth, blue like a rain cloud, and as the habitat of Shri and Srivatsa. Also as equipped with conch, discus, mace, and play lotus, and decorated with a wreath of wild flowers, and with shining anklets on the feet, and resplendent jewel kostuba on the neck, shining with diadem, wristlets, girdle, and armlets, lovely in every limb, heart-witching, and with eyes radiating peace and joy. The resolute aspirant should withdraw the senses from their objects into the mind, and the mind, directed by its controller, the buddhi, should be made to dwell on my complete form with all its parts. The mind that is thus made to dwell on the total form must next be made to concentrate exclusively on one limb or part, preferably on the face illumined by a smile. When the mind is fixed there, there is no need to think of the rest of the form. When the mind has thus got one pointedness, it can dwell on me as the unrelated and absolute being without any other thought. One who has thus ingathered and concentrated his mind will see me, the Supreme Self, Param Atman, in the Self, and the Self in that Supreme Self, without a difference, as when a minute point of light has merged in a very luminous light. For a yogi who strives assiduously to practice meditation will soon overcome the erroneous view of the absolute distinction between the seer, the seen, and the act of seeing. Chapter 15, Siddhis or powers. The worshipful Lord said, to the yogis who has thus conquered the senses, controlled the vital forces, attained steadiness of mind, and concentrated it on me, many psychic powers accrue. Uddhava said, O Achyuta, what type of concentration brings on what type of psychic power? How are they obtained? How many are they in number? Please be pleased to tell me about this, for thou art the one who bestows these powers on yogis. The worshipful Lord said, experts in yoga say that there are 18 types of psychic powers and 18 types of concentration for attaining the same. Of these, 8 are generated from me, while the other 10 arise from the dominance of the sattva aspect of Prakriti. Becoming very small, Anima, becoming very large, Mahima, and becoming weightless, Laghima. These 3 pertain to the body. The identification of the various senses with their presiding deities, and thereby gaining the capacity to enjoy objects through the senses of any other being, is called prapti or attainment. The 5th is called prakamya, which consists in the capacity to have intuitive enlightenment of any subject in the world or in others. The 6th, Ishita, is the power to control and direct objects in nature and the will of others. The 7th, Vasita, gives a man the power to remain detached and unaffected while tenanting a body and contacting objects of the senses. The 8th is the attainment of the highest limit of what one wants to achieve. All these 8 powers are innate to me. The other siddhis referred to are to be free from hunger and thirst, seeing and hearing things at a distance, traveling at the speed of the mind, assuming any form one likes, entering into and assuming another body, to die only at will, witnessing the sports of celestials, attaining anything according to one's desire, and unobstructed movement anywhere. Besides these, there are the 5 other subsidiaries powers spoken of. These are power to understand the past, present, and future, capacity to endure heat and cold and other pairs of opposites, reading the minds of others, overcoming the effects of fire, sun, light, water, and poisons, and invincibility. The above is a brief description of the powers attainable by yoga. Now hear from me what type of concentration leads to what type of siddhi and how they are attained. Concentrating on the Bhuta Sukshmas or Tanmatras, subtle aspects of the elements, as enlivened by me, the mind gets to the rarefied state of these subtle elements. Such a meditator on Tanmatra obtains the power of making the body very small. The siddhi called Mahima, to grow big in size, is obtained by concentrating on the Mahatattva with me as indweller. Meditating on me as the indweller of any of the Buddhas will help one attain to the vastness of these Buddhas. One who concentrates the mind on me as one with the Paramanu, the subtlest atom, of any of the elements will attain to the lightness of a unit of space measured by a Paramanu, or the smallest particle of time. Concentrating on me with the adjunct of Sattva aspect of Ahankara, the yogi will get the power called Prapti, which will enable him to identify himself with the sense of any creature and control them. If one meditates on me as Sutra Atman, the pervading spirit, as the energy working through everything, he will get my most superior manifesting power through the adjunct of Sutra Atman called Prakamya, whereby even distant objects shine clear in one's vision. Concentrating on me, Vishnu, the all-pervading, as the master of the three gunas, and as manifested in the form of time, one will obtain the power called Isitva, which gives the capacity to control and direct the body and soul of all beings.
Concentrating on me, Narayana, who is denoted by the expression Bhagavan, or the possessor of the sixfold divine majesties, and also called Turiya, or the fourth, who transcends the three aspects of Virat, Hiranyagarbha, and the first cause, the yogi obtains the power called Vasita, which keeps one unaffected and unperturbed like myself in all conditions. An aspirant who concentrates one attains the power of physically reaching any place where the mind reaches. By the power obtained by meditation on me, the yogi can assume any form he likes by impressing that form on the mind stuff. A siddha who desires to enter another body should first mentally think of himself as being in that body. Then his subtle body comes out, merges with the air, and as breath enters into the other body, as a bead transits from one flower to another.
pressing the anus with the heel, the subtle body, or the linga sarira, constituting the adjunct of the Atman, should be raised to the heart, chest, neck, and crown of the head, stage by stage. Then, passing out through the aperture at the crown, called Brahmarandra, the body must be abandoned and unity with Brahman attained. Those who desire to sport in heavenly gardens should meditate on Sudasattva, the undiluted divine substance. Then divine damsels who are formed of sattva will arrive in celestial vehicles and attend on him. When an aspirant who is completely resigned to me and dependent on me fixes his mind on me, the truth world, with any particular wish, that wish shall be instantly fulfilled. He who has become absorbed in me, the Lord and Master of all, the eternally free being, will not meet with obstruction anywhere. His resolves and commands will be accomplished like mine. He whose nature has become purified by bhakti and who knows the art of concentration can gain knowledge past, present, and future, including his own births and deaths in different bodies. The yoga-infilled body of a contemplative practicing meditation sedulously will not be endangered by fire, just as aquatic creatures are not adversely affected by water. One who meditates on my divine manifestations, having all my embellishments like Srivatsa, my conch, and discus, besides other paraphernalia like flagstaff, ceremonial umbrella, and chowries, will never meet with defeat. Thus, those who practice adoration on me according to the discipline of concentration described above will attain all the powers mentioned earlier without much difficulty. For a yogi who has controlled the senses and the mind, who has the mastery of the prana, and who knows to concentrate on me, what siddhi is there that is unattainable? Great men, however, say that these siddhis are obstacles in the way of a spiritual aspirant. For one who practices the highest yoga and aspires to reach me, they cause delay. All the siddhis that are found to accrue by birth, drugs, austerity, mantras, etc., can be had by the practice of the yoga described before. But these others enumerated cannot yield what is attained through yoga alone. I, the Almighty, am the source and master of all siddhis. I am also the source and protector of Sankhya, Yoga, Dharma, and Brahman knowledge. I am the indwelling self in all beings without in any way being limited by the bodies of beings. I am the transcendent too, just as the bhutas or the elements are within and without, the objects that have come out of them. So am I both within and without, transcending all limitations. Chapter 16. Uddhava said, Thou art verily the Brahman supreme without any limiting adjuncts, without a beginning and an end. Thou art also the cause of the birth, life, and preservation and death
of all entities that are of the nature of effects. The knowers of the Veda see and worship thee in all that is high and low. This is beyond the understanding of impure and immature minds. Deign to speak to me of all those aspects in which the great Rishi adore thee and attain to perfection. O Creator, thou, the all-pervading one, movest in all beings, unseen and unclear. Because of the clouding of their vision by thee, they do not see thee, the seer of everything. O thou rich in divine attributes, deign to tell me of whatever there are on the earth, in the heaven, or in Rasatala, occurring as thy far-famed glorious manifestations, which are specially fortified by thy power. My salutations to thy holy feet, the seat of all sanctity. The Lord said, O Uddhava, you are a clever questioner. This very question was put to me at the battlefield of Kurukshetra by Arjuna, where he had stationed himself in readiness to meet his enemies in battle. Thinking that the slaughter of one's own kith and kin in battle for the sake of a kingdom is sinful, he wanted to withdraw from the battle. For he was dominated by the ordinary ignorant man's idea. I am the killer. He is the killed. When I restored that hero's balance of mind by rational instructions, he puts me in that battlefield the same question that you have now raised. O Uddhava, I am the Atman, the well-wisher and the master of all beings. I am the all-formed. I am simultaneously the one from whom all creations spring, by whom all beings are sustained, and in whom they all dissolve. I am the power of movement in all moving creatures. I am time among all the forces that attract all. Among guna, I am sattva, and among the virtuous, I am their natural virtue. Of all the products of the gunas, I am the sutra atman, the spirit that runs as a thread through all, and of all comprehending entities, I am the Mahatattva, the primeval category from which all things have evolved. Of subtle entities, I am the Jiva, and of the unconquerable ones, I am the mind. Among the propagators of the Veda, I am Hiranyagarbha. Among the mantras, I am the sound symbol, Om, which combines in itself the three sound particles, A, U, and M. Among letters, I am the letter A, and among Vedic meters, Gayatri. Among Devas, I am Indra, and among the 8 Vasus, I am Agni, the transmitter of sacrificial offerings. Among the Adityas, I am Vishnu, and among Rudras, I am Nilalohita, the blue-throated one. Among Brahmarshis, I am Brigu. Among Rajarshis, I am Manu. Among celestial sages, I am Narada. And among cows, I am Kamadhenu. Among the master Siddhas, I am Kapila. Among the birds, Garuda. Among the Prajapatis, Daksha. And among Pitris, Manes, Aryama. Know, O Uddhava, that I am Prahlada among Daityas, Soma, their king among the stars, and the planets, and Kubera, their ruler among the Rakshas and the Yakshas. Among the great elephants I am Airavata, among dwellers of the water, Varuna, their lord, among the hot and brilliant bodies, the sun, and among men, the king. Know me to be Uchachaisravas among horses, gold among metals, Yama among disciplinarians, and Vasuki among serpents.
Among the great Nagas, I am Ananta. Among animals having horns and fangs, their king the lion. Among the various stations of life, I am the sannyasa. And among Varnas, the Brahmana. I am Ganga among the holy rivers, and the ocean among lakes. Among the weapons, I am the bow, and among wielders of the bow, Parameshwara, the destroyer of the Tripuras. Among places providing residence, I am Meru, and among the regions difficult to access, I am the Himalaya. Among trees, I am Ashwata, and Badi among cereal. I am Vashishta among priests, and Brihaspati among the knowers of the meanings of the Vedas. Among generals, I am Skanda, and among workers for righteousness, Brahma. Among the sacrifices, I am the sacrifice of Japa, and among vows, the vows of non-injury. Among purifying agents, I am the purifier in the shape of air, fire, sun, water, and the words of holy men. In ways of spiritual communion, I am Samadhi. In those who aspire for victory, I am policy based on proper deliberation. Among methods of investigation, I am the discriminative process by which the spirit is differentiated from matter. And among the theoreticians on the problem of truth and illusion, I am the persisting differences. Among women, I am Satarupa. Among men, Swayambhuva. And among munis, Narayana. And amongst celibates, Sanata Kumara. Among the virtuous ways of life, I am sannyasa. Among the means of happiness, I am the capacity to make the mind inward going. Among the means of keeping secrets, I am silence and sweet and careful speech. Among the couples of man and woman, I am Brahma, who was the first to assume the forms of both. Among the winkles and the vigilant, I am the year. Among the seasons, the spring. Among the birds, among the months, the Margarishi. And among the constellations, the Abhijit. Among yugas, I am Krita Yuga. Among the wise and firm-minded, I am Asita and Devala. Among the editors, I am the Dvaipayana, who rearrange the Vedas. And among the far-sighted, I am Rishi Sukra. Among those who deserve the appellation of Bhagavan, I am Vasudeva. And among those to be called Bhagavatas, devotees, I am yourself. Among Kim Purushas, I am Hanuman. And among Vidyadharas, Sudarshana. Among precious jewels, I am Ruby. Among the beautiful objects, the lotus. Among various kinds of grass, Pusa. And among materials for offering in yajnas, the cow's ghee. I am the wealth of the industrious. I am the deceit of the deceitful gambler. I am the fortitude of the forbearing, and I am the power of the powerful. I am the vigor and sustaining power of strong. I am the rites which the pious perform, and I am the first of the 9 forms of the deity that Vaishvanas worship: Vasudeva, Sankarashara, Pradyumna, Aniruddha, Narayana, Hayagriva, Varaha, Narasimha, and Vamana. Among Gandharvas, I am Vishwavasu, and among Apsaras, Purvachitti, I am the firmness of mountains and the subtle fragrance of the earth. I am the sweet taste of water. Among the heat-producing agents, I am fire. I am the shine of sun, moon, and the stars, and I am the unmodified sound of Akasha. Among those who revere holy men, I am Bali. Among heroes, I am Arjuna, and am the origin, sustentation, and dissolution of all beings. I am the functioning of the 5 organs of actions: walking, speech, evacuation, holding, and sexual intercourse, and also the functioning of the 5 organs of knowledge: touch, sight, taste, hearing, and smell. I am in all the senses the power that enables them to grasp their objects. The 7 categories consisting of subtle aspects of the 5 elements: the earth, air, sky, fire, and water, as also the eye sense, and the Mahatattva, the 16 categories including the 5 gross elements and the 11 indriyas, and also the jiva, the Vyakta, the 3 gunas, and the Supreme Being. All these categories, their enumerations, their understanding, and the determination of their true nature, all these I am. There is no existence other than me, the all-inclusive and the all-pervading being. Who am I? Ishvara. Who am Ishvara and the Jiva, the sustenance and the attribute. It may be possible for me to count the total number of the primary atoms in the course of the vast period of time, but even I cannot exhaustively count and estimate my powers and glories, for out of them crores and crores of world systems are always originating, thus setting no limits to them. Know that part of myself is present wherever you notice extraordinary manifestations of powers, prosperity, fame, lordliness, modesty, renunciation, attractiveness, luck, courage, endurance, and knowledge. I have in brief described to you my glories. They are only mental conceptions clothed in words to help man direct his mind to the Supreme Being. Control the speech, control the mind, control the vital energies, control the senses, and control the lower self by the higher self. If this is achieved, there is no more involvement in samsara. If a sannyasin fails to control his speech and his mind, the effects of his spiritual striving by means of vows, austerities, and acts of charities will all leak out like water kept in an unbaked pot. Therefore one who has resigned himself to me should control his speech, mind, and prana with his understanding soaked in devotion to me. That will lead him to life's fulfillment. Atha Saptadosho Adhyaya. Chapter 17, Vana Ashrama, Brahmacharya, and Grihastha. Uddhava said, in ancient times thou hadst given thy teaching to on Swadharma, the way of life by following which persons included in the 4 varnas and ashramas as well as others can attain devotion to thee. It behoves thee, O lotus-eyed one, to tell me how bhakti is generated by such actions known as swadharma. True in ages past, in thy incarnation as the Swan, thou, O Madhava, thou Lord of all, didst reveal to Brahma this Dharma, which is pathway to salvation. This, the passage of time has, however, dimmed it in the minds of men. O Achyute, even in this assembly of Brahma, where all the arts and science are present in embodied forms to present their teaching, thou art the only one competent authority to expound, put into practice, and protect Dharma. O Madhusudana, when thou, who art the promulgator, the protector, and the teacher of Dharma, hast left the world at the close of thy divine play as the incarnate, who will be there to revive this Dharma when it is lost by disuse. So, O knower of Dharma, in all its aspects, deign to speak to me about the Dharma that will augment devotion to thee, to whom this Dharma is ordained, and how they are to practice it. Sri Sukha said, being thus questioned by his servant, Sri Hari expounded the Dharma as follows, with great joy for the benefit of all mankind. Worshipful Lord said, O Uddhava, your question pertaining to Dharma will be very beneficial to the followers of Vanarashma Dharma, also to other righteous men, as it will help to promote their spiritual evolution. In the first Krita Yuga, after the beginning of the Kalpa, there was only one Varna known as Hamsa. That Yuga was called Krita, because all men then were actually Krita Kriyats, self-fulfilled and perfect. In that primeval age, the Veda was Pranava alone, and I was manifested as Dharma, having its four aspects intact. The worshippers then were pure and sinless, and their worship took the form of meditation. In the Treta Yuga, the Veda emerged from my heart, with prana as the medium. Thus I appeared as the yajna, with its three divisions represented by three priestly functionaries, Hota, Ad, Varyu, and Udgata. From the face, hands, thighs, and feet of the Virat Purusha, or Purusha, who is myself in my cosmic form, were born the four Varnas, the Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sudra respectively. They have their specific duties naturally laid down for them. The ashramas of the householders sprang from my hip, of the brahmacharyans from my heart, of the hermit from my chest, and of the sannyasin from my head. The nature of the members of the varnas and the ashramas was determined by the place of the origin in the Virat. Those who were born in the higher regions were endowed with nobler nature, and those who originated from the lower parts were of lower nature. Those of Brahmanical nature were characterized by control of mind, control of the senses, purity internal and external, contemplativeness, contentment, forbearance, integrity, devotion to me, kindness and truthfulness, impressiveness, strength, self-control, courage, endurance, generosity, enterprise, firmness, reverence for holy men, commanding power. These are the inborn characteristics of a Kshatriya. Faith in God and the Veda, charity, absence of arrogance, service of holy men, insatiable acquisitiveness. These are the natural traits of Vaishyas. the spirit of sincere service to all, the devas, holy man and other varnas, the cows, etc. Satisfaction with what he received for his services. These are the inborn traits of a Sudra. Impurity, duplicity, thieving, lack of belief in God and the Veda, went on, quarrelsomeness, lust, anger, and greed are the characteristics of people outside the Vanarashma. This is discipline. It is the common dharma of persons belonging to all varnas to be free from cruelty, dishonesty, thieving, lust, anger, and greed. Is also to do what is good and pleasing to all creatures. Brahmacharins are of two classes, upakurvanas and nishtikas. The duties of the former are as follows. A dvija, or a member of the first three varnas, should have undergone all the earlier prenatal and postnatal purificatory rites and attained to his second birth with the upanayana, or investiture, with the sacred thread which makes one eligible for Vedic study and rites. He should then live in a household of a guru, a highly disciplined life, studying the Vedas from him whenever the teacher calls him for instruction.
Dressed in deer skin, wearing a grass girdle and a sacred thread, having matted locks, holding in hand a staff, stringed beads for japa, and a water pot and some kusa grass, a brahmacharin should live without bestowing much attention on his physical appearance, dress, fashions, and personal comforts. He should observe silence at the times of bath, food, evacuation, sacrificial rites, and making japa. He should not pare his nails or shave off his hair, including those under the armpits and the private parts. A student who has taken the vow of a brahmachari should never consciously allow the ejaculation of his semen to take place. If it should take place naturally by itself, he should bathe, perform pranayama, and utter the Gayatri mantra, observing purity of body and mind, and bestowing deep attention. He should do service to the fire, sun, teacher, cow, holy men, elders, old people, devas, etc. At sunrise and sunset, he should sit in silence and repeat the Gayatri. He should look upon the Acharya to be myself, and not as a mere man. One should never insult him or revolt against him. For the Guru is the embodiment of all divinities. The brahmacharin should, morning and evening, go about for bhiksha and present whatever food material or other things he has collected as offering to the Guru. Restraining his own impulse to eat, he should take only such of those things as the Guru permits him to eat. He should serve the Guru like a servant, going behind him wherever he goes, sleeping near where he sleeps, shampooing his feet when he rests, and standing with joined palms nearby when he sits. Until his education is over, he should live in this way at the Guru's house, avoiding all luxury, following a code of austere disciplines and observing the vow of celibacy without compromise. Lifelong brahmacharin's duties. If the brahmacharin aspires to attain to Brahmaloka, he should make his vow of celibacy lifelong and dedicate himself to the Guru with a view to utilize his whole life for the study of the Veda. Such a lifelong celibate is called a Naishtika brahmachari, in contrast to the Upakurvana described earlier. A lifelong brahmachari, with his spiritual splendor augmented by Vedic study and a pure life, should meditate on me as manifesting in the fire, in the Acharya, in himself, and in all beings, in an attitude of non-separateness. Accepting the householder, The others should not indulge in sexually motivated behavior towards women, like viewing, touching, holding homely conversations, joking, etc. They should avoid also the sight of animals and birds copulating. The Naistika should, along with members of all other ashramas, practice the following universal disciplines: cleanliness, sipping water ceremonially, achamana, bathing, performing sandhya vandana, being straightforward, visiting holy places, doing japa, avoiding contacts, food and associations that are degrading, habituating to feel my presence in everyone, and control of mind, speech, and action, etc. A Naistika brahmacharin who follows this intensely austere way of life will shine like fire. His mind, with all his tendencies, will be purified in the fire of knowledge. He will consequently develop intense devotion to me. Brahmana householder's duties. After having studied the Veda with its meaning, one desirous of entering the life of the household should make adequate parting presents to the learned teacher of the Veda, and with the blessing of the teacher, perform the ceremonial bath or sammavartana, indicating the conclusion of Vedic study and of the period of brahmacharya. He is now free to become a householder or a forest dweller, ascetic, vanaprastha, the former, if he seeks enjoyment, and the latter, if he seeks purification of the mind. But if he is an aspirant of the highest order, he can become a sannyasin directly. According to a person's choice and fitness, he can pass from one ashrama to a superior ashrama. But a devotee of mine should never do the reverse, nor should he remain without adopting any ashrama. One who enters the householder's life should marry a girl younger to him in years, unblemished in respect of family traditions and auspiciousness, and well matched with him in all respects. She must be of his own varna, and if absolutely necessary, wives from lower varnas may be married in their succeeding order. Performance of yajna, learning the Veda, and making gifts form the duty of all the twice borns, but receiving gifts, teaching the Vedas, and conducting yajnas is the exclusive right of the Brahmanas. If one thinks that acceptance of gifts by the other two occupations of teaching and conducting sacrifices, if one finds even these defective, he may subsist on fallen grains gathered from the fields after harvest. The body of a Brahmana is not meant for indulgence in vulgar enjoyments. It is meant for a life of hardship and austerity here, and for eternal bliss hereafter. One who thus lives on stray grain, collected from fields and bazaars, who is content with it, and who follows the lofty ideals of a desireless life dedicated to Dharma, that man, with his mind wholly resigned to me and free from attachments, will attain liberation even while remaining a householder. Anyone who renders help in difficulties to such a holy man, who is entirely dedicated to me, I will save him when he is in difficulties, as a boat saves one from the ocean. A king should protect his subjects from all dangers as a father does his children. As an elephant saves himself and his herd, so should a king be a savior of all. Such a king will overcome all his sins here itself, and he will hereafter reside with Indra in a mansion, resplendent like the sun, and enjoy heavenly delights. Duties in times of danger. If a Brahmana is in a dangerous situation which upsets his way of life, he may take to trading like a Vaishya until he gets over the difficulties. If difficulties overwhelm him there also, he may take to the sword of a Kshatriya. But he should never descend to the livelihood of a dog, serving mean masters. A Kshatriya, too, when he is in danger, can take to trading or to hunting for his livelihood, or even to the Brahmanical duty of teaching, but he should never descend to the life of a dog serving a mean master. If a Vaisya falls into a dangerous situation, he can follow the duty of a Sudra, and if a Sudra is in difficulty, he can take to a carpenter's or a mat maker's work for livelihood. When all are freed from their difficulties, they should not continue to live by inferior professions. Salvation in householder's life. With the idea of my presence in them, a householder should daily adore devas, rishis, pitris, men and lower creations with offerings in the forms of homas, Vedic study, shraddhas, festive feeding, and edibles respectively. Either with wealth that has come to one unexpectedly or what one has earned by honest means, other yajnas also can be performed without practicing any oppression on one's dependents and servants. Even though one has a family, one should not get too much attached to its members. Without any slackness, one should be vigilant in regard to the true nature of life. One must know that all the enjoyments expected in the afterlife are as perishable as those of this life. The association with sons, wives, dear friends, and relatives is no better than the chance gathering of a group of travelers in a caravanserai. Just as dream relatives change in the recurring dream states that follow sleep, so do those of the waking life change in repeated embodiments. A person will not get attached to the home if he reflects on this truth and lives in the home like a guest without any feeling of I and mine with regard to anything or anybody in life. One who is devoted to me can continue to live in the home itself till his end, performing all the duties of the home as offerings to me. Or he can become a vanaprastha, living the life of an ascetic in the forest, or entrusting all his household affairs to his son, if he has one. He can become a sannyasin, a holy wanderer in the broad world with no fixed residence. He whose mind is extremely attached to the home, ever worried with thoughts of his children, wealth and luxuries, and is pitiably petty-minded and grossly ignorant of spiritual matters, is strongly fastened with the chain of I and mine. He will be given to such thoughts as this: alas, sorrow-stricken by my death, how will my old parents and my wife with orphan children get on in this world without me? Attracted in this way by the insatiable attachment for home, the ignorant man ruminates again and again over the experiences and enjoyments of home life until death overtakes him. Birth in low levels of evolution, dominated by the blinding darkness of ignorance, awaits him thereafter. Attashashtadasho Dhyaya, Skanda 11, chapter 18. Vanashrama, Vanaprastha, and the sannyasa. Vanaprastha's way of life. One who desires to be a Vanaprastha should spend the third part of his life, from 50 to 75, in the forest hermitage, leaving his wife to the care of his son at home or accompanied by her. He should subsist on permitted roots, tubers, and fruits available in the forest. For dress, he should use tree bark, grass, or deer skin. He should leave his body untended and uncared for, allowing his hair and nails to grow uncut. Care of the teeth must be minimal. He should bathe thrice a day and sleep on the floor. In the summer, he should practice concentration sitting amidst the heat of 5 fires, 4 fires on the foreside and the sun above. In the rainy season, he should observe the vow of abravakasa, consisting in exposure to torrential rain. In winter, he should submerge himself in neck-deep water, an austere practice called udavaka vasa. A vanaprastha should thus lead a life given to such very austere practices. He can eat things cooked in fire or ripened by time. He can use cereals pounded in mortar or with stones, or merely masticate them with the mortar of his teeth. A Vanaprastha should gather materials for his food from the forest himself. As far as the conditions of place and time would permit, he should not store materials of food got from elsewhere for use afterwards. He can perform seasonal sacrifices like Agrayana, enjoyed on him with offerings of charu and purodasa made of wild cereals. A Vanaprastha should not perform any Vedic rite involving animal sacrifices. The Vedic scholars say that the Vanaprastha should perform ordained rites such as Agnihotra, Darsa, Purnamasa, Chaturmasya, as before, with the ingredients available in the forest. Worshipping me, the embodiment of tapas, in this way by severe austerities that emaciate him to such an extent as to reveal the contours of all his blood vessels. He reaches me stage by stage, passing through Maharloka and other spheres, as happened to those who attain Kama Mukti or gradual salvation. Who is there more thoughtless than the one who utilizes for the attainment of petty worldly enjoyments this noble and difficult discipline of tapas, which can take him to liberation? When a man becomes feeble and tottering because of advancing years, and is unable to perform his obligatory duties, swadharma, he should, through contemplation, withdraw into the heart the sacred fires he has been tending, and then, concentrating his mind fully on me, immolate himself in a well-lit fire.
When complete dispassion for life in any world obtained by karma is generated by the recognition that all places and experiences are hellish, then such a person is fit to give up his duties of fire rites and take to the life of a wandering sannyasin, adoring me with a prajapatya sacrifice according to the instruction received, giving up all one's possession as gifts to the assisting priest, and withdrawing one's sacred fire into the self. One should take to the life of a sannyasin without looking for anything to depend upon, but out of jealousy that the one taking to sannyasa will go beyond the pale of influence and importance. Devas will at first cause obstruction to such an aspirant, appearing in the guise of wife and children. A sannyasin should have a codpiece alone as dress, and should he wear anything more, it should only be a loin cloth to cover the codpiece. He should not keep with him any properties of his previous stations of life, except his staff and water pot. Nothing else he should keep except in times of grave danger. He should take paces only carefully lest he should trample over any living creatures. For the same reason, he should drink water only after filtering it with cloth. He should speak only what has got the sacred stamp of truth. He should act only what has been sanctified by proper reflection. O Uddhava, person, merely because he carries a three-pronged staff of bamboo, will not become a Tridanti sannyasin unless he is also equipped with the three staffs of silence, breath control, and desirelessness, which constitute the restraints of speech, body, and mind. Except for those given to evil ways of life, he can take Piksha from 7 houses of persons of the 4 varnas without any predetermination or selection of the houses or persons to be visited. Going out of the village to a river or tank, doing the purificatory water rites like Achamana and Prokshana, and observing silence, he can take all that food after having offered it to God and to whomever he wants to share it with. He should wander alone in the world, unattached, self-controlled, even-sighted, established in the self, and having his recreation and enjoyment in the self. resorting to the sanctuary of solitude, and purified by devotion to me, the sage should think of the pervading self in all as one, as a non-different from me. One should reflect on the state of bondage caused by ignorance and of liberation resulting from firmly established knowledge. Bondage is a state in which the senses are completely outgoing. Their control is moksha. Therefore, for the mind immersed in me, the sage should move about, controlling all his senses, entertaining no hankering for mean enjoyments, and finding deep joy in the self. Entering into towns, villages, cowherd settlements, and almshouses, only to collect holy alms, he should wander over the world, visiting all holy lands, holy rivers, holy mountains, and settlements of holy men. He should take bhiksha frequently from the settlement of vanaprasthas, for the food of these hermits, made of grain collected by gleaning from fields, is highly purifying. Those who take it will be purified soon in mind, freed from delusion, and blessed with quick advancement in spiritual life. One should not consider this world of sense experience as ultimate, for it is seen to be temporary and fleeting. Therefore, let him renounce, without any lingering attachments, all objects of this world and the next, rejecting, on the proof offered by dream experience, this whole world, including one's own body, pranas, and mind, as an insubstantial projection of the Atman. One should remain established in oneself without even the memory of the world. If one has reached the state of firm establishment in knowledge, type of my devotees who abandon even the desire for salvation, he may give up the external symbols of his ashrama like the staff and move about as a paramhansa without subjection to any commandments. Though wise, he should sport like a child, unconcerned about the status. Though highly intelligent, he should behave like a dull-witted person, without any plans. Though learned, he should speak like an intoxicated person in order to avoid popularity. Though established in the truth taught by the Vedas, he should roam about like cattle with absolute unconcern for all established codes of conduct. A sannyasin should not be concerned with the eulogistic sentences of the Vedas, which deal with ritualism, nor should he be an unbeliever in the Veda or a vain disputant. He should not take sides in purposeless, logic chopping controversies. He should have no cause to fear the populace, and men in general should have nothing to fear from the sannyasin. He should put up with criticism and disparagement patiently, but he himself should never insult others. He should not have animosity towards others like beasts from bodily consideration, for the same Supreme Spirit dwells in all objects and in all living beings, just as the same moon dwells as reflection in numerous waterpots. In respect of their bodies also, all creatures have come out of the same matter. A sannyasin should not feel depressed if he fails to get food at time, nor should he feel any glee when he gets it, for it is all determined by one's past karma. It is but proper that one strives for food is needed for keeping oneself alive. A healthy body enables one to reflect on truth, leading to the realization of the Atman and to liberation from samsara. Food that comes to one by chance should be eaten, whether it is well cooked or ill cooked. So also he should accept without any consideration of good or bad, whatever bed or cloth he gets by chance. He should not perform cleaning bath, etc., on account of the compulsion of any commandments adjoining them on him. He should attend to them only as a free spirit, just as I do everything as play in complete freedom. He has no divisive consciousness, as that has been obliterated on realizing me. The semblance of it that is seen in taking food, etc., will last only so long as the body is there. When the body falls, it becomes one with me. One might have realized that suffering is a final fruit of desires and has by this realization developed renunciation for worldly life. He might also have the mastery of the senses, but he might yet be ignorant of the highest dharma leading to the attainment of me. Such a person, in order to be instructed in this, must seek a guru who is a muni, one fully absorbed in the reflection on the Atma. Until he attains to spiritual realization, he should serve the Guru with great faith and attention, avoiding all adverse thoughts against him and looking upon him as myself. A man who has not subdued his six enemies, the senses, whose world, buddhi, is perverted by deep-seated desires, who is devoid of knowledge and renunciation, and yet assumes and displays the triple staff of the sannyasin as a means of livelihood. That traitor Dharma deceives the adorable Devas, his own self, and me, the dweller in all beings, including himself. With all evil tendencies latent and waiting to come out, he loses this world and the next. The principal dharma of the sannyasin consists in equality and practice of universal love, of the vanaprastha in austerity and introspective quest after the truth, of the householder in service of all and performance of yajnas, and of the brahmacharan in the service of the teacher. The householder too should practice, in a way suited to his station in life, such virtues as continence, austerity, freedom from passions, contentment, and friendliness to all. Consorting with one's wife only at the prescribed time is considered continence for the householder. Adoration of the Supreme Being is the duty of all. He who adores me in this way, by the performance of Swadharma, with his mind intent on me alone and viewing me as present in all beings, will attain to devotion to me before long. O Uddhava, by that one-pointed and constant devotion will he attain to me, who am Brahma, the Lord of all the worlds and the revealer of the Vedas, the source, the support and the dissolution of all beings. One who has obtained purity of mind through the observance of Swadharma, who has become endowed with the truth and experience of my being, and who has fully understood the limitlessness of my being and power, will without delay come to me and attain salvation. The observance of the rules of Varna and Ashrama in themselves leads one to the world of the Pitris, but when it is dedicated to me out of devotion, it becomes an instrument of liberation. I have now answered your question how a devotee observing his Swadharma, supported by devotion, attains to me, the supreme and transcendent being. Athaiko na Vinsho Dhyaya. The spiritual goal, comprehensive account. The worshipful Lord said, one endowed with scriptural knowledge, ending in realization, for whom spiritual entities have passed from a mere topic of intellectual debate into a matter of experience, should on knowing that the whole world of objective experience is Maya, abandoned in me, that world and the knowledge that negates its ultimacy. This is Vidvat Sannyasa, or enlightened renunciation. For a knowing one, endowed with experience, I am the final end and the means for it. I am to him both heaven and liberation. There is no other love for him than myself. Those who are endowed with knowledge and experience attain to my transcendent state. The knowing one is therefore the most beloved of me, for through knowledge he bears me ever in himself. The attainment which enlightenment gives is not attained through austerity, resort to sacred places, repetition of mantras, charity, and other holy disciplines. Therefore, O Uddhava, knowing yourself as spirit through enlightened understanding and endowed with knowledge and experience, adore me with loving devotion. The sages of old made sacrificial offering of their knowledge and realization to me, the master of all sacrifices, dwelling as a self within, and thereby attained the highest. The threefold formations of the gross, subtle, and causal bodies having you as their center, are only passing appearances. At the beginning and at the end of the series of changes, they are not seen. Change is only a middle phenomena. As a spiritual self subsisted before the start of the series of changes, and as it is bound to exist at the end of the series also, you have to accept that the self has been there in the middle too, though hidden by the changing forms that are phenomenal. In the case of the universe too, which comes into being, subsists and dissolves, you have no cause to feel confused. The universal spirit, from whom the series of changes that you call the world started, existed before the world was, and he will exist when it is dissolved. As he exists at the beginning and at the end, he must be existing in the middle also, though covered up by his effect conditions called the phenomenal universe. Uddhava said, O Lord of all, having the universe as thy form, deign to expound to me in their completeness the ancient gospel of knowledge supported by renunciation and realization, as also thy path of communion through devotion, a rare gift of thine, which even Brahma and other divinities have not been able to attain. O Lord, for men who are tortured by the heat of the triune miseries of physical, mental, and supernatural origin in their progress along the road of samsara, I find no other shelter than the nectar dripping umbrella of thy holy feet.
O Great One, deign to shower thy nectarine words, and lift this humble servant who is fallen into this pit of samsara, and who, in spite of being bitten thus by the serpent of time, still entertains longing for the petty enjoyments of life. The worshipful Lord said, Yudhishthira, the one without an enemy, put the same question in the hearing of us all to Bhishma, the greatest among the knowers of Dharma. After the all Bharata war was over, Yudhishthira, whose mind was highly dressed by brooding over the slaughter of his kith and kin, sought relief in discussing various aspects of Dharma with Bhishma. He finally questioned him on the way of man's spiritual liberation. I shall now tell you what I heard at that time from the mouth of Devarata, the great teachings on knowledge, renunciation, spiritual experience, Shraddha, Bhakti, and similar subjects. I consider that the knowledge by which one perceives through all beings from Brahma down to the end, the continuing persistence of the causal categories, the groups of 9, Prakriti, Purusha, Mahatattva, Ahankara, and the 5 Tan mantras, the 11, the 5 organs of action, the 5 organs of knowledge and mind, 5, the 5 cross elements, and the 3 gunas, and further sees that all these causal categories and their effects, the embodied beings, are interpenetrated by one consciousness. Vijnana, or immediate experience, is this. In jnana, or contemplative experience, one sees the presence of the one substance persisting through numerous changing modes. When the permeating substance alone is seen to the exclusion of all changing modes, apprehended as different from it, then that understanding is called vijnana. One should perceive all these modes of the triune gunas as originating, subsisting, and dissolving. Only that which thus persistently continues in a series of effects, passing from one to the next without discontinuity, and remains the same at the end of the series as it was at the beginning, that alone is the essence. As the scripture, perception, traditional wisdom, transmitted by the wise, and inference, which are the four ways of knowing the truth, declare that diversity has no final basis. A wise man renounces this world of multiplicity. The man of discrimination should realize that just as the enjoyments of this seen world, which form the results of karma, are temporary and finally causative of misery, so too are all the heavenly felicities enjoyed by jivas in the unseen realm up to that of Brahma. I had taught you Bhakti Yoga earlier, but out of my love for you, I shall teach that yoga once again together with what generates and develops bhakti. Faith in and reverence for the account of my divine activities and excellences, constant recital of my names and glories, steadiness in my worship, reciting hymns and praises of me, making full prostration to me with all the limbs, diligence in the service of my devotees, memory of my presence in all beings, utilizing one's limbs in the service of me, devoting one's speech to describe my excellences, dedicating one's mind to me, renouncing all desires, giving up wealth and enjoyments for my sake, performing all yajnas, charities, sacrifices, repetition of mantras, vows, austerities, and other sacred duties as offerings to me. All these are disciplines for the development of bhakti. O Uddhava, devotees who have by such disciplines reached the state of complete self-surrender, develop pure loving devotion, motiveless, deep-rooted, and unwavering. For them, there is nothing greater to achieve. When the mind that is completely pure and tranquil is offered to me, the Supreme Spirit, then all such excellences like Dharma, Jnana, Renunciation, and divine power develop in an aspirant automatically. The same mind, when it plunges into the world of multiplicity and runs about along with the senses among the objects of enjoyment, becomes dominated by rajas and gets engrossed with false, unspiritual values. Such a mind moves in just the opposite direction of the state described earlier. Dharma is what goes to generate devotion to me. Jnana is the perception of the one Atman pervading all. Vairagya is non-attachment for the worldly objects. And Aishwarya, lordliness, consists of yogic powers like anima. Uddhava said, O heroic one, how many disciplines are involved in yama and niyama? And what is sama? What is dhamma? And what, O Lord, is diksha? What is dana? And what is tapas? What is surya? What is satya? And what is rita? What is tyaga? And what is unstained wealth? What is yajna? And what dakshina? O Holy of Shri, O Lord of Shri, where does man's strength consist in, O Keshava? What is bhaga? What is profit? What is supreme knowledge? And what are supreme Kri? And Shri, what constitutes happiness and what sufferings? Who is a Pandita and who is an ignorant one? What is Panta and what is the perverse way? What is Swarga and what is Naraka? Who is a relative and what is home? Who is the wealthy and who is the pauper? Who is the pitiable creature and who is the Lord? Deign to answer me these questions, both in their positive and negative implications. The worshipful Lord said, Yama and Niyama consist in the observance of the following disciplines: internal and external, non-injury, truth, non-covetousness, non-attachment, conscientiousness, non-hoarding, faith in the scriptures, continence, moderation in speech, constancy, forgiveness, and fearlessness. These are the 12 internal disciplines known as Yama. Cleanliness, purity of mind, Chapa, Tapas, Homa, Shraddha, hospitality, worship of the divine, visiting holy places, service of others, contentment, service of the teacher. These are the 12 external disciplines known as Niyama. Men who follow these disciplines attain to what they want, material or spiritual. Apart from Yama and Niyama for men in general, their application for aspirants after liberation is as follows. Sama means firm settlement of the mind in the Lord, and not mere calmness of mind. Dhamma is controlling the senses, and not suppression of enemies. Titiksha is the capacity to bear all sufferings and difficulties that one faces in the discharge of one's duties, and not mere endurance that helps one to bear the weight of burdens. Driti is the capacity to withstand the onslaughts of the senses, of taste, and of sexuality, and not mere immobility of temperament. Pahaya's charity is the abandonment of tendency to harm other living beings and not mere doling out of alms. The highest form of tapas is the abstinence from sexuality and not the performance of body torturing rites like vichara and chandrayana. Heroism lies in the conquest of one's animal nature and not in mere combativeness. And truth is seeing God in everything and not mere factual speech. Great men have said that Rita consists in speech that is factual and beneficial. Purity is non-attachment in work, and Tyaga is sannyasa or renunciation of worldliness and worldly life. The greatest wealth of man is dharma, not mere material possessions. The real yajna is I, the Supreme Lord, and not a mere ritual. The dakshina is the humble service to the teacher leading to the imparting of knowledge, and not mere gifts of money. Real strength consists in pranayama, which helps one to control the mind, and not in mere muscular strength. Bhaga or bhagya consists in becoming a participant of my bhagas, or 6 divine majesties: lordliness, power, fame, Shri, wisdom, and non-attachment. Real profit is the attainment of devotion to me, and not the gain of wealth, children, and other worldly objects. Vidya is the eradication of the sense of duality in the Atman, and not mere knowledge. Shri, or bashfulness, is the reluctance to do what is evil, and not mere sense of shame. True beauty comes from desirelessness and austerity, and not by mere decorations and jewelry. True happiness consists in seeking neither happiness nor misery, but remaining detached and unconcerned in all situations. True misery lies in seeking sexual satisfactions and not in fire, accidents, and similar calamities. A really learned man is one who has a clear apprehension of the states of bondage and liberation, and not a mere book-learned person. The ignorant man is the one who thinks of himself as the body only, and not one merely unlearned. The true path is the path of renunciation that leads one to me, and not the ways that lead to worldly ends. The perverted way is the life of unrestricted extroversion and not merely the way of thieves. Swarga is the dawn of Sattva Guna and not a place in Indra's heaven.
Narka is the dominance of the quality of tamas and not a region called hell. The true relative is the guru and not brothers and sons. And that guru is myself. The house is the human body and not what is made of brick and mortar. The wealthy man is one in virtues and not the moneyed individual. The pauper is the greedy man who is never satisfied with anything he gets, and not one who has not much wealth. The pitiable man is the one who is not able to control his senses. The true master is the one freed from the bondage of the gunas or the senses and their objects, and the opposite, the slave, is the one who is attached to them. O Uddhava, all your questions have been thus properly considered and answered. This, in brief, is the description of the good and the bad. What is the use of too long a description? To transcend the feelings of this distinction between the two is real virtue. Ata Vingshodhyaya Bhakti, Jnana, and Karma Yogas. Uddhava said, the Veda, which is the commandment of thine, the Lord of all, consists of injunctions and prohibitions. Injunctions and prohibitions presuppose that some actions are good and therefore should be done, and that some are bad and therefore should be avoided. The determination of the Varnas, their duties, the differences between the issue of the two types of marriages called Anuloma and Pratiloma, the nature of substances, place, age, and time, the distinction of heaven and hell. All these differentiations and classifications have been done by the Veda on the basis of the distinction between the good and the bad, the high and the low, without accepting the absolute distinction between merit and demerit. How can thy word, the Veda, stand? How can the doctrine of salvation be justified? The word, the Veda, is for men, Pitris, and the Devas, the principal guidance in matters unseen and unattained, in understanding the goal and the means in the field of the unseen. From thy revelation, the Veda, man has come to understand this distinction between the good and the bad. It is not his nature that has helped him to do so. So when thou thyself sayest that there is no such distinction between them, we are confused. The worshipful Lord said, I have proclaimed three types of communion for the spiritual enlightenment of men. These are the yogas of jnana, karma, bhakti. There is no other way besides these three. Communion through jnana or knowledge is for those who are disgusted with Veda ordained works and their fruits and who therefore abandon such works. Communion through karma or action is for those who have desires and are therefore not yet disgusted with works and their fruits. Bhakti yoga becomes easily fruitful in the case of a man who, by some good fortune, resulting from his karma or the Lord's grace, develops Shraddha or zealous faith in listening to the accounts of my works and excellences, and who is neither endowed with a very keen spirit of renunciation, nor is too much attached to things of the world. It is only until man has developed disgust for worldly fulfillments, or until he has come to have a zealous faith in hearing the contemplating on my excellences, that it is incumbent on him to perform the Veda ordained works, ritualistic or otherwise. O Uddhava, a person who is devoted to the performance of this Veda ordained duties, if he performs those ordained yajnas as an offering to me, without any desire for their fruits, and if he also refrains from any prohibited or desire prompted actions, then he will not have to be in heaven for enjoying the facilities springing from his works, nor will he be confined to the purgatory. O sinless one, a person who thus performs his Swadharma will attain purity of mind and have knowledge of the Atman, or if he is very fortunate, he may develop love for me. Just as those consigned to the purgatory desire to get a human body, so do the denizens of heaven to aspire for such a body, for it is only with the human body that knowledge and bhakti can be developed, and not with bodies pertaining to those other spheres. Therefore, a man of intelligence and insight should not desire for the heavenly region, even if he does not for the purgatory. He should not, however, entertain any desire for a human body too, for the passionate attachment for the body will balk him to his spiritual goal. So understanding that this human body, though capable of taking him to the highest, is in itself mortal. A man of discrimination should strive with great alertness for the attainment of the spiritual goal, even before death overtakes him. When Yama, like destroyers of forests, cut down trees heartlessly, the birds having their nests on them fly away easily to places of safety if they are without much attachment for their habitats. So also a person should tremble on realizing that the tree of his lifespan is being cut down with the passing of every night and day. That will help him free himself from the attachments in life, become desireless, and be established in tranquility by contemplating on the Supreme Being. Suppose one has obtained a human body, which is the first of all requirements for the higher self. Though very rare, this ship of a human body, very well built, has now become available to one by his good fortune and is captained by a competent guru and favored by the wind of my grace. If with all these favorable conditions a man fails to utilize them and cross the ocean of samsara, he should be called a suicide, a killer of his own spiritual self. When a person has become averse to worldly duties because of a true abhorrence of worldly values, and when, as a consequence, he has gained mastery over the senses, he should strive to make his mind recollected and steady by repeated practice of inward concentration. The mind that is being thus ingathered and concentrated may run away in all directions in a chaotic manner. Then the yogi should, with great alertness, bring it round slowly, adopting the conciliatory way of allowing it to dwell on unprohibited objects of its choice for a time. After he has established control over the pranas and the senses, the aspirant should not allow the mind to wander about here and there. he should bring it under his control through a buddhi that has been made pure by taking in only pure food and ennobling sense impressions. This restraining of the mind is what is considered the highest reach of yoga. The aspirant should do this like a horse trainer who tries to bring an unbroken horse under control. He allows it some freedom to move about as it likes, but with the reins in hand, he controls its movements little by little. So should an aspirant establish a general control over the mind. Next, until the mind becomes calm and collected, an aspirant should, through philosophic reflection, perceive the origin and evolution of everything from Mahatattva to the elements and their dissolution in the reverse order. A person who is disgusted with ritualistic works, who is endowed with renunciation, and who has received instructions from the Guru, will abandon attachment for and identification with the body by repeated reflection on the instruction imparted by the Guru, by the yogic disciplines with his 8 steps beginning with yama, or through philosophic analysis and reflection on the path of knowledge, or through the worship of my images and other disciplines of bhakti. The mind should be made dwell exclusively on the divine, the supreme goal of yoga. One should not adopt any other means to still the mind. If a person practicing spiritual communion happens to commit something of sinful nature, that sin should be burnt by the power of spiritual communion and not by the code of penances. That what is described as good consists in adhering to works and ways of living coming within one's spiritual and moral competency. This is done only to regulate and limit desire-prompted actions, which are by nature impure. As all evil tendencies cannot be abandoned all at once by all, a graduated process of it leading step by step to total non-attachment and renunciation is therefore prescribed according to this system of competency. One might have developed strong faith in me and texts dealing with me. He might have developed abhorrence for all karma, and he might have also gained the understanding that all desires lead to suffering ultimately. Yet he may not have the requisite will or facility to practice complete renunciation. Such a person may continue to live fulfilling his desires and simultaneously worshipping me with joy, faith, and determination, but he should do so only with the full awareness of the undefying nature of such a life. When a man thus continues to follow the disciplines of bhakti without break, I begin to dwell in his heart, and thereupon all the desires of the heart are destroyed owing to my presence. When an aspirant realizes me, the soul of all, his ego sits, which constitutes the knot of the heart, is cut asunder. All his doubts about the reality of God, the Atman, etc., are dispelled, and the hold of past karmas on him gets attenuated. For one who is thus endowed with devotion, that constantly makes the mind centered in me, there is no need of knowledge and renunciation, as disciplines separate from the practice of devotion for the attainment of the highest spiritual summum bonum. Whatever can be attained by Vedic rituals, austerities, knowledge, dispassion, yoga, charities, and other spiritual disciplines, be that the abode of the celestials, liberation, or Vaikuntha, all these can be attained by a votary of the path of devotion without any difficulty, if he so desires. But holy men of firm mind, who are endowed with unswerving devotion to me, do not desire to accept even moksha, which gives them freedom from birth and death, even if I myself offer it to them. The state of mind in which a man is free from wants of every kind is declared to be the supreme blessedness, infinite in its scope. Pure devotion for me dawns only on such a person who wants nothing from me, worldly fulfillments or even salvation. Holy men, unswerving in their devotion to me, even-minded in all situations, and established at a higher level than buddhi, are not affected by the merits and demerits arising from my scriptural commandments and prohibitions. Those who follow the path propounded by me, which is called Supreme Brahman.
Ata eka vanso dhyaya. The worshipful Lord said, those who neglect the paths of devotion, knowledge, and action leading to liberation, and indulge in the enjoyment of vulgar pleasures with their fleeting sense faculties, pass from birth to birth, being subject to the effects of their good and bad actions. Adherence to actions that come within one's competency is good, the opposite is evil. Thus are virtue and vice determined according to their relevancy in the spiritual advancement of man, and not due to anything inherent in them. The system of determining the same order of objects and actions as good and bad is one to be followed or avoided according to competency, has been laid down in order to check man in the pursuit of his natural inclinations, first by generating a doubt in him and about their inherent propriety. For the sake of those who are burdened with an obsessive extrovert nature, I have laid down the rules of conduct in the form of smritis. Some of these rules are meant to help man in his spiritual progress in a given situation. Some are relevant only from the practical considerations of life, and still others are meant for the maintenance of life in dangerous situations. From Brahma down to the immovable objects like trees, all are created on the same pattern, their bodies being combinations of the five elements united with the Atma. Being constituted of the five elements, the basic nature of their bodies is the same, but their bodies have developed diversities of names, forms, and capacities for the jiva, gradually attainment of the four great ends of life, namely dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, and the Vedas have therefore categorized them according to their capacities and laid down rules for their development from stage to stage. O Uddhava, it is only to limit karmas that properties and impropriety have been laid down with regard to places, time, fruits, competent persons, and ingredients. Among places where there are no black buck and no respect for holy men, those places are impure. Even if the black bucks are present, regions including in Kikata country, places inhabited by people of low cultural standards, and deserts are considered impure. An auspicious time for a rite is determined by the availability of the ingredients of worships at that time, or for some reason inherent in the time. The seasons when the required ingredients are not available, or times when there are obstacles from external circumstances, are considered improper for the performance of rituals and therefore inauspicious. The purity and impurity of ingredients is caused by contact with the other ingredients, by authoritative pronouncements by purificatory rites, by lapse of time, and by relative size. For example, water or ingredient is supposed to purify things by washing and sprinkling, but contact with urine will make them impure. A decisive word of a holy man can help one decide what is pure or impure. Flowers and such ingredients of worship are purified by ritualistic sprinkling of water. Water, fresh as pure, but when kept for 10 days is considered impure. A small pool is said to become impure by touch of impure people, but not if it is a big lake or river. Purity and impurity are determined by one's strength or weakness, by one's knowledge or ignorance, and by one's wealth or poverty. For example, taking food at the time of eclipse is impure and undesirable with regard to a strong and healthy man, but not so for a sick or sickly man. The knowledge of the birth of a child 10 days after causes no impurity, but if it is heard immediately, there is impurity for a certain number of days. In wearing old and worn out clothes, there is impurity for a well-to-do man, but not for a poor man. And above all these considerations of purity and impurities are compromised when there is an upheaval of nature, catalysm in the country. So they are virtue or vices only according to time and place. The purification of things like grains, wooden utensils, objects made of ivory, textiles, or oily substances, precious metal, skins, and pots is effected by air, fire, earth, and water, singly or in combination, and by the passage of time. With whatever agent, the filth and the bad odor of an object smeared with dirt is counteracted, and the object restored to its pristine state. That is called its purifier. A person preparing to do a pious rite is purified by water, charity, austerity, attainment of proper age and capacity. Purificatory sacraments like upanayana, sandhya rites, and meditation on the Supreme Being. A Dvija should purify himself in any of these ways before he performs a rite. The acquisition of a mantra from a guru is the purification of the mantra. Purification of a work or a rite is offering it to me, anything to deserve the appellation of Dharma. Must be subject to purification of the above mentioned 6 factors: time, place, substance, mantra, the performer, and the ritual. Non-purification of these reduces a rite into a dharma. What is right is in one context can become its opposite in another by the force of a Vedic injunction. So also what is wrong can become right. This difficulty of determining right and wrong affects the very basis of their distinction. An act which is sin for a man of moral elevation or in a particular station of life need not be so for a fallen man or for one in a low state of evolution, for one belonging to a different order of life. The reasoning behind this is that a man who is already lying on ground cannot have a further fall. It is the man who is high and erect that is liable to fall. The lesson to be drawn from this indeterminate and non-rigid nature of dharma and adharma is that men should little by little to the extent possible retire from the pursuit of desires and the ritualistic works, and take to renunciation. To the extent he renounces To that extent, he is free. That is the way of life that will eliminate sorrow, delusion, and fear, and establish him in bliss. Man develops hankering and attachment for sense objects when he falsely begins to think that they will promote his good. Such attachment matures into craving, and it is from these intense desires that conflicts erupt among men. From conflicts arise uncontrollable anger. This is followed by delusion, complete inability to distinguish right and wrong, the proper and improper. Proper. Delusion quickly swallows his moral sense completely. Oh, good friend, man then becomes a zero as far as his humanity is concerned. He is as good as dead. He loses all the great values obtainable through human life. He merely exists, absorbing food like a tree and breathing like a pair of bellows, due to his excitement with sensuous enjoyments. He knows not anything about his own real nature, nor does he have any love and sympathy for others. The karma kanda is sweet with promises of enjoyments or as fruits of ritual works. They do not enlighten man on his ultimate good. They are only a means to stimulate man engrossed in sensuality to higher goals. Just as children are prompted to take medicines by promise of sweets, the promises of rituals are meant to stimulate men stagnating in abject inertia to the first steps towards the highest good. Man is naturally inclined to sense enjoyments, to his own physical welfare, and to the promotion of the interest of his relatives. All these are hindrances in his spiritual development. How then can a center of divine wisdom like the Veda, an authority to which man of such regenerated nature, wandering in the path of sin and unhappiness, look with reverence and which they approach for guidance, confirm them in their sensuality and selfishness? There are some men, perverted intelligence, who do not understand this feature of the Veda, but take its flowery description of the fruits of yajnas literally. But real knowers of the Veda, like Vyasa, do not so. Desire-ridden, greedy, and pitiable, the former mistakes the flower of heavenly felicities for the fruit of Satchitananda, befooled by their exaggerated faith in the scope of fire sacrifices. They are last go by the path of smoke, without knowing anything about the nature of their own self, with ritualism as their main instrument and sense of enjoyments as their sole object. They are like men blinded by darkness produced by mist, which prevents them from seeing even the nearest object. For thanks to ritualism and sensuality, they do not know me, the source of this whole universe, though I am present in their very heart. If people are fond on meat eating, let it be confined to occasions or of sacrifice. Let it be a mere permission and not commandment. This view of mine is indirectly expressed in passages dealing with the killing of animals at sacrifices. Without understanding this, these people, sensual and cruel by nature, delight in organizing bloodless sacrifices for inferior deities, manes, and elementals, utilizing those occasions for obtaining satisfaction for their cruel instincts and for their hunger for meat. Just as an avaricious merchant wastes his wealth on speculation, they waste their resources in expectation of enjoyments in region, dreamlike in their substantiality, but immensely delightful for the years to year above. Themselves dominated by sattva, rajas and tamas, the gunas of Prakriti, they adore Indra and the other devas for a similar nature, but not me, who am beyond these three gunas. A devotee can sacrifice here to the deities, and after death he will go to the heavens and have enjoyments. At the end of heavenly felicities, he will be born again on earth in a high family and become a great householder, performing sacrifices once again, carried away by passages containing such eulogies which concede that an extremely haughty people will abhor even any talks on me, the Supreme Being.
The Veda, consisting of the three sections dealing with karma, rituals, upasana, and jnana, has Brahma Atman as its purport. The Vedas are couched in language that is indirect and cast in riddles. I favor this indirect way of expression. The Shabda Brahman, with its three subtle stages of manifestation, known as Para, Pashyanti, and Madhyama, expressed in and through the prana and the mind, besides the articulate form of Vaikari, expressed through the organ of sound, is difficult to be understood in itself fully. It is infinite, deep, and unplumbable, like the ocean, For all these four stages of its manifestation, only the Vaikari is articulate speech, and the others are inaudible. Proceeding from me, the infinite Brahman, changeless and limitless in power, it is heard by the enlightened as subtle resonance, pervading all living beings, like the slender filament with a lotus stalk. Just as the spider brings out its web from its heart through the mouth, the Supreme Being, the embodiment of Veda and the seat of bliss, manifesting as Hiranyagarbha, brings from the void of his heart, out of the stuff of subtle sound called nada, and through the instrumentality of the mind, which fashions the body of consonants, vowels, aspirates, etc. From the pranava, the articulate body of sounds called the Veda, which is couched in wonderful language and in several meters, each successive one having 4 letters more than the previous one. The Veda is infinite in its scope and profundity. It brings out and withdraws the Veda. He brings out and withdraws the Veda, which has a vast and varied vocabulary and employs numerous meters. Some of these meters are the Gayatri, with 24 letters, followed by other meters, each with 4 more letters than the previous one. These being Ushnik, Anushtuk, Brihati, Pankti, Trishtuk, Jagati, Ati Chandas, Atyashti, Ati Jagati, and Virat. None but I know, in truth, what injunctions the Veda lay down in the Karma Kanda, what it expounds in the Upasana Kanda, and what prima facie views it states to deny them afterwards in the Jnana Kanda. In the Karma Kanda, what I enjoy as injunctions is myself in the form of yajna. In the Upasana Kanda, it is myself that I describe in the form of various deities. And in the Jnana Kanda, what is first accepted prima facie and then negated is also myself. The Veda asserts this universe tentatively as an expression of my power, Maya. When through the world of manifestation, the jiva is taken to me, It denies the manifestation and completes its task. This is the function of the Veda. Atha Dvivingsho Dhyaya. The unaffected Atma. Uddhava said, O Lord, how many categories are recognized by sages? There seems to be a different view about it. I heard thee as saying that they are 28, divided into 9, 11, 5, and 3. Some say they are 26, and others 25. Still others speak of them variously as 7, 9, 6, and 4, and some others as 11. There are more views which hold that they are 17, 16, and 13. It behoves thee to tell me why and on what basis the sages have expressed such diverse views about the primordial categories. The worshipful Lord said, the different views of the philosophers on the questions are all acceptable. All the categories are implicit in every one of them, included in these different views, either in their causal or effect conditions. Moreover, for those who philosophize accepting the reality status of my Maya, there is no difficulty to explain anything or reconcile any contradiction. The reason for the controversialists contending what you say is not right, what I contend is the right, lies in my insurmountable powers, the 3 gunas, of which people's nature is constituted. The different mental constitutions of individuals arising from the gunas of sattva, rajas, and tamas make views contrary to a person's nature incomprehensible to that person. It is from the modifications of sattva, rajas, and tamas, constituting of the nature of men, that the differences which cause controversies arise. So it is seen that when pacification of the mind and control of the senses are effected, controversies naturally disappear. As the categories are involved mutually in their conditions as cause and effect, philosophers can enumerate them differently according to their points of view, whether it is as cause or as effect. It is seen that in each category, all other categories are implicit, as is the case with mud and all objects made of it. The 3 gunas, the common cause of them all, is present in all the categories, which in turn are involved in the gunas. Whatever these philosophers say about the sequence of these categories and the differences in their numbers, we gladly accept, as they are all equally reasonable from the different points of view. Philosophers who accept a fundamental difference between Ishvara and Jiva contend that, as the Atman is under the spell of avidya, from eternity he can never free himself from ignorance without the help of another center of intelligence who is ever free from ignorance. That center of intelligence is Ishvara, and he is different from the Jiva. As against this, others contend that there is not even the slightest difference between the Jiva and Ishvara. As for the Jiva being helped with Nana, Nana is a property of the Sattva Guna of Prakriti, and it is therefore latent in Prakriti. Prakriti is the state of equilibrium, of the gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas. These gunas, therefore, belong to Prakriti and not to the Atman. They are the cause of preservation, creation, and dissolution, respectively. Accordingly, sattva is identified with intelligence and knowledge, rajas with works, and tamas with inertia and ignorance. Time is the Lord's power aspect causing agitation in the gunas of Prakriti, and what is called Swabhava is Mahatattva. I have given out the categories as 9: Purusha, Prakriti, Mahatattva, Ahankara, and the 5 Tanmatras. The Tattvas I revealed as 11 are the 5 organs of knowledge, like hearing, etc., and the 5 organs of action, like speech and the rest, besides the mind which supports both. The enumeration of tattvas as 5 refers to the 5 gross elements, which are the objects of hearing, touch, taste, smell, and sight. The 5 forms of action, such as motion, speech, evacuation, sex act, and the manual skills, are not tattvas or categories, but functions of the organs of action. At the beginning of creation, Prakriti, of which the causal state and manifested state form the 2 conditions, become activized by its gunas of sattva, rajas, and tamas, and evolves into the manifested condition of this multitudinous universe. But the Purusha, who is changeless, only looks on. The evolutes of Prakriti, like Mahat Tattva, rendered potent by the look of the Purusha, is sustained by Prakriti, combined together to produce the Brahmanda or the cosmic shell. The categories varying enumerations. There are some who reckon the categories as 7, taking into account the 5 tanmatras, subtle elements, the jiva, the individual self, who is the seer of these, and the Atman, who is the support of both. From these 7 entities, senses, vitality, etc., sprang. In the view that holds categories to be 6, the 5 gross elements are taken into account, and the 6th is understood to be the Paramatman. Out of these 5 elements that emerged from him, the Paramatman formed the universe, and he entered into them as Jiva. In this view, Jiva is taken as included in the Paramatman. There is a school which holds the tattvas to be 4, these being fire, water, and earth, which are born of the Atman and the Atman himself. In the view that the categories are 17, the count is made this way: the 5 elements, their 5 subtle states, the 5 senses, and besides these, the manas and the Atman. Those who hold the categories to be 16 accept the above enumeration, except that the Atman itself is taken as the mind. There are still others who hold the categories to be 13, the 5 elements, the 5 senses, the mind, the Jiva-Atman, and the Paramatman. In the theory of 11 categories, the 5 elements, the 5 senses, and the Atman are included in that enumeration. The mind, Ishvara, and Atman being taken together as one. In the theory that holds them to be 9, the root Prakriti, with the 7 evolutes and the Atman are taken into account. In this way, various views have been expressed by sages about the number of the categories. The purpose of it is not so much to enumerate the categories exactly as to distinguish the Purusha from them. They have all their own justification and reasonableness. Whatever wise men say is meaningful. How the Atman can be different from the body. Uddhava said, O Krishna, though Prakriti and Purusha are different in their attributes, it is difficult to distinguish them, as they are always seen together. The Atman is seen in body, and the body with the Atman. It behoves thee, O all-knowing one, to remove the serious doubt of mine by thy persuasive arguments. The knowledge and ignorance of the jivas spring from thy power. Thy Atma Maya, whose functioning is known only to thee, of unobstructed knowledge, and to none else.
The worshipful Lord said, O noble one, no doubt Purusha and Prakriti are absolutely separate. This body, which is a series of changes, is the result of permutations and combinations of the gunas. With the help of the three gunas, my Maya generates differences in objects and the ways of their apprehension. All these changeful conditions of effects can be brought under three heads: the Adhyatmika, the Adidevika, and the Adibhautika, of those pertaining to the self, the divinities, and the creatures. Taking eyesight as example, the organ eye is Adhyatma, the forms and colors visible is Adibhuta, and the aspect of sun deity in the eye is the Adideva, without the efficiency given by the deity. The physical eye cannot see. So these aspects of eyesight, namely organ, object, and the devata, go together and separately. But the sun in the sky, who is the source of the devata in the eye, shines independently and so exists by himself. The same triune division holds good in the case of all senses like hearing, touch, sight, taste, smell, mind, etc., each having its own devata or presiding deity. Now the Atman is the original being, in whose presence only all these sense combinations, including their sources, the devatas, like the sun, can function, just as each combination can function only under the blessing of its devata. The Atman is therefore independent of all these combinations and the devatas. He is the self-luminous and self-conscious light, by whose luminosity all other entities are revealed, but none else except he can reveal himself. He being the Swayam is different from the body and its functions, the cause of all delusive experience of diversiveness is ahamkara, the I sense, which in the three aspects of sattva, rajas, and tamas is evolved from mahatattva itself, an evolute of pradhana, by the action of time, which is the principal factor causing the agitation of the gunas and the evolution of the categories. The Atman is the self-conscious effulgence which reveals itself in all objects. Still, there is a great dispute as to what really exists and what does not. But all this is relevant only on the acceptance of the reality of difference. For one whose look is turned away from me, who am one's own background, these diversities, though false, exist without displacement, so long as he is in the present state of consciousness, just as all the experiences of the dream hold good for the dreamer so as long as he is dreaming. Uddhava said, O Lord, tell me how the forces of their own karma carry the souls who turns their face away from thee to bodies that are at a higher or lower stage of evolution, and how these souls abandon their bodies at death. O Govinda, this is the subject which philosophers who have not controlled their mind and senses cannot understand or teach. Being under the delusive influence of Maya, there are few learned men who can speak authoritatively on this subject. The worshipful Lord said, the mind combined with the five indriyas and the tendencies derived from karma, which constitute the linga sharira, transmigrate from one body to another. The Atman, though different from the linga sharira, also seems to follow it because of the absolute superimposition between them. The mind of the dying man, swayed by his own actions and the impressions, thinks intensely on experiences he had in life, on what he had seen, heard, and passed through. Consequently, he feels that he has entered a new body that has manifested by his intense thought and left the old one. With the coming of the consciousness of the new body, there is complete oblivion of the old body and its history in the world. On account of the intensity of attraction felt for the new body, and for whatever reason, the memory of the old one is completely effaced. Death means this complete forgetfulness of the old body and its affairs by the jiva. O generous one, the acceptance of a new body by the jiva and his complete identification with it is called birth. How this happens is found in the examples of dreams and reveries. As in these states, the jiva becomes completely oblivious of the old body and gets identified with the new one. The identification is so absolute that the jiva forgets its pre-existence and comes to believe that he has come into being with the new body. By the creative power of the mind, which is the sole support of all faculties, like the senses, the threefold divisive experience arises in the Atman. This experience consists of the senses, of the sense of within and oneself, of the sense of without oneself, and of the objects experienced in the without. This is to be understood on the analogy of the dream experience in which the self sees so many non-existent objects as the non-self outside of oneself on account of the creative power of the mind. Oh dear one, caught up in the imperceptible speed of time, the bodies of beings are constantly coming into existence and perishing. Ignorant people do not perceive this subtle process. The flames of fire, the flow of water, the fruitage of trees are all constantly being subjected to change. In the same way, time is subjecting the bodies of all of the aging process. In a light, though the flame is constantly changing, men say it is the same light. Water is continuously flowing away in the river, but men speak of it as the same river. In these cases, resemblance is mistaken for identity. So also, ignorant men think and speak of the man of today as the same as of yesterday, though he has long ceased to be. Even in the case of the ignorant man, the spirit is not really born as the result of the tendencies arising from karma, nor does he die, as he is immortal by nature. It is just like the fire burning by the rubbing together of wooden pieces. Fire, as such, is always there in the fire sticks, the joining or the separation of its adjuncts. The two pieces of fire sticks only helps or hinder the its manifestation, conception, fetal stage, birth, infancy, childhood, youth, middle age, old age, and death. These 9 stages of development and decline are said of the body, not of the spirit. All these states, high and low, which are the products of the imaginative faculty, are of the body, but by identification with the body, the jiva takes them upon himself. Just a few overcome this identification by the grace of the Lord. Seeing the death of the father's body and the birth of the son's, one can easily infer that one's own case is similar. The Atman, who is the knower of this birth and death of the body, and who is the one without a second, cannot himself be the subject of these processes. The seer can never be the seen. Just as a man who observes the growth of a plant from its seed and its decay is different from the plant, so also is the Atman, the knower of the body and its transformations. The ignorant man, incapable of distinguishing the Atman from the body, which is an absolute of Prakriti, and identifies himself with the body, gets entangled in the objects of the senses, and consequently in this cycle of births and death. By the force of the tendencies generated by karma, the ignorant jiva gets the bodies of rishis and devas if the sattva is the binding element, the asuras and men if rajas is the dominant element, and of spirits and brute creations if tamas happens to predominate. Just as persons who witness a dance or listen to music, dance or sing within their own minds, in tune with the artists through identification, so the jiva, though by nature actionless, is drawn by the buddhi to behave like itself by identification. In water, what is broken into ripples, trees, reflected in it, are also seen to move. To the whirling eyes, all panoramas seem to be whirling. O Uddhava, just as the enjoyments experienced in dream and in reverie are only a seeming, so are such experiences of the jiva in samsara. Just as for sleeping, person, the obsession of dream experiences, which are the products of his continuous brooding, will continue so long as the sleep lasts, so is also until one is awakened into truth. The experience of samsara will continue. Therefore, O Uddhava, never run after treacherous sense enjoyments with abandon. Know what is what it is, the want of awareness of the Atman, that is the cause of this delusion of the mind. An aspirant for the spiritual summum bonum might be subjected by evil men to abuse, insult, ridicule, and calumny, might be beaten, imprisoned, deprived of livelihood, spat upon, urinated upon, persecuted for his faith, or might fall into dangerous situation. In all such conditions, he should, without getting shaken from his high spiritual elevation, remain calm with the self as the support, looking upon all these experiences as brought about by one's karma. Uddhava said, O the best among the learned, deign to tell me how man can attain to this state of mind, except for those who are the followers of the Bhagavata Dharma and who have attained to tranquility by having their home at thy feet. It is impossible to get this attitude of mind in the face of suffering and persecution. However learned and wise a man might be, he cannot overcome nature, which invariably prompts one to react against persecution and insult.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Ekadasha Skande Dvivinsho Dhyaya. We temporarily will be stopping the live streaming. This is because we're coming close to the 12-hour limit set on YouTube for recording live streamings. Please stay with us. We will be resuming a new live streaming feed within the next few moments. Thank you.